Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of this committee. Kumewaka Association is an association registered as such under the Societies Act, Cap 108, Laws of Kenya. We are an association that brings together advocates from the practicing advocates from the Gikuyu, Embu, and Meru communities. We are an association that is welfare driven for our members, and while doing so, we still want to advocate for issues of public interest litigation, civic education, and general education of our people with matters to do with justice, the law, and how to engage with the law. And with me, I'm joined by members of our team. I will start from the extreme left. That is Wanjiko Thiongo, advocate. She is our secretary. Then to my left is Wakili Kariuki Karanja. He's an advocate as well, and the convener of our PIL committee, our Public Interest Litigation Committee. Myself, I am Wambugu Wanjohi, the chairman of Kumewaka Association. And on my right is Ms. Wangari Kagai, who is the treasurer of Kumewaka Association. So that is who we are, that is what we stand for, and we are glad that we can appear before this committee and articulate our issues. Thank you.
You go right ahead, and you don't have to read everything, just the salient issues of your memoranda. What you'd really not want to be missed out.
Thank you, Chair. So our memorandum will focus on two key issues. The first being the issue of delimitation of boundaries. I will handle that part, and the convener of our PIL committee will handle the issue of fair distribution of resources, especially on the 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. So to begin our presentation of our memorandum, we need first to understand the tenets of our constitution, especially how our constitution is structured. And I would like to go straight into Article 89(1) of the Constitution, which provides that there shall be 290 constituencies. Then Gazette notice published under Article 89 states that we shall have 1,450 wards, and then the country is also divided into 47 counties. Our interest mainly will come into issues that relate to the Gema community, especially the Mount Kenya region. So from a standpoint, you will see that when these 89 constituencies were created by the new constitution, the 2010 constitution, the creation of those constituencies was not based on some particular science that is informed by Article 89 of the Constitution, which states that, especially that is Article 89(5), that says that boundaries of each constituency shall be such that the number of inhabitants in the constituency is as nearly as possible equal to the population quota, but the number of inhabitants of that constituency may be greater or lesser than the population in quota in the manner specified in Clause 6, to take account of, number 1, geographical features and urban centers, community interests, historic, economic and cultural ties, means of communication, and then at Article 89(7) says that in reviewing constituency and ward boundaries, the Commission, which is the IEBC, shall consult all interested parties, progressively work towards ensuring that the number of inhabitants in each constituency and ward is as nearly as possible equal to the population quota. Honorable Chair and members of this committee, we want to submit that Article 89, by the current constitution and makeup of the Gema constituencies in the 10 counties, Nakuru, Laikipia, Murang'a, Kiambu, and all these other counties, the constituencies do not meet the threshold under Article 89 of the Constitution. We can go.
Do not meet the threshold.
Yes, they do not meet not the threshold, the aspirations of Article 89. The aspirations of Article 89 in terms of what was contemplated by the Constitution with regards to naming, constitution of those counties, and those other issues that
are not in conformity with the provisions of those articles.
Yes.
Of the Constitution.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, we will continue with our presentation. The High Court case of Republic versus Independent IEBC and another, ex parte Councillor Elliot Lidibwe Kihuso. That is on page 5 of our memorandum. The court gave a very clear timeline, a very clear procedure on how these issues should be addressed. And not to read verbatim, I wish to read 37A. There is it states that the delimitation process is based on sublocations. We had several complaints about the manner in which these units were delimited. Sublocations constrained the manner in which IBC could meet the constitution criteria, that of population parity. For example, Kaptembo was sublocation in Nakuru West with a population of 70,352 was delimited into a ward of its own. Closer home, and where our association comes in, I would like to give an example of Laikipia County. Laikipia County has a total population of 518,000. It only has 3 constituencies. Out of these three constituencies, the constituency with the highest number is Laikipia West constituency. It has over 154,000 people living within its boundaries. Then there is a ward in Laikipia West constituency. It's called Iwamete Ward, where I am from. It has a population of 70,000 people, more than 70,000 people. It is confined to its own ward. Laikipia North constituency has only a population of 36,000 people. So, without fear of contradiction, we can say that the constituencies as now constituted do not meet the threshold contemplated under Article 89. That is just
what are the geographical areas of the two constituencies?
Pardon?
What are the geographical areas? Sizes of the two constituencies you just mentioned, North and West.
Yes, I do not have research on that. However, I can look at it at some point. Well, my colleagues will look at that and address it at some point. However, That is the true picture on the ground. And this is just one word in Laikipia County. We can go to other words like Thika Township, Kiambu Township, all these constituencies in the Mount Kenya region. They are severely depleted of resources, because when it comes to the delimitation of boundaries, it goes directly to what these constituencies will be getting in the share of revenue as communities. So that is the criteria that was adopted by this High Court case, the Councillor Elliot Lidubwi Kihusa case. Then the judge further recommended that there is need to develop a legal framework for creation of and determination of sublocations. Parliament must also address the issue of county boundaries. From the foregoing, it will be an exercise in futility to start addressing constituency boundaries without the Senate putting its foot forward in addressing the issue of the county boundaries, because we feel fairly, some of these constituencies feel fairly neglected. And I will take you to page 7 of our memorandum, still in the example of Nyahururu municipality.
Nyahururu past halfway your time.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nyahururu municipality of Laikipia County runs through two counties. That is Nyahururu, that is Laikipia County, and Nyandarua County. It runs from Laikipia West constituency, Ndaragwa constituency, and Oljororok constituency. So it will be an exercise in futility if we do not first address the issue of county boundaries before we go into the issue of constituency boundaries and delimitation of such. I can see my time is so much gone. However, I will give 3 recommendations with regards to our memorandum. Number 1 is Parliament that are captured in 3.9, page 6 and 7 of our memorandum. Number 1 is to constitute a commission as soon as possible. It is a matter of urgency. The commission on IEBC, the ABC commission, needs to be constituted as urgently as yesterday, if I may say that. It is something that will go straight to the issues that we are talking about, and the more people feel disenfranchised, going forward, the chaos will be a thing of perpetuity. It might go into perpetuity if this is not addressed. Then, Honorable Chair and members of this committee, there is need for Parliament to fast-track the enactment of the law to govern and the creation and determination of sublocations and other administrative units in compliance with the decision of the High Court, the decision that I had earlier quoted. Parliament should also urgently address the issue of county boundaries, had intimated on that. And then, in determining the boundaries of counties and administrative units, Parliament should also ensure that there is a clear legal framework to determine boundaries of cities, municipalities, and any other major urban centers. They are captured, 2 examples are captured, that is Eldoret and Nyahururu. Then the other challenge that NDC might need to grapple with is the fate of the 27 constituencies created under Section 27.4. I won't go into that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just please go to our last point.
Okay.
So under 3 minutes, because now you take another time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do the next point. I'm Kariuki Karanja. And this is the issue on the need of fair criteria for allocation of national government revenue. And for us, this is where the issue of one man, one shilling come in, 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling come in. And we are looking at equitable sharing of resources. And when we want to talk about equitable sharing of revenues, we are asking, what does that look like? Do we share revenue based on rivers, valleys, all? Do we share our resources based on the population? And as the chairman has said, you may find if we were to use the boundaries as a criteria for sharing these resources. You've heard that there is one ward that has 70,000 people, and you have one constituency that has 35,000 people. So that means if you were to use the same criteria, that specific ward will be affected. And so for us, what that means is, if my vote counts, then I must be able to get equitable share of the resources that come to this country, because the government must be interested in the lives of Kenyans. If there are other people who will be disadvantaged, we can then look at the way to go around it. And as you look at Article 2 or 3, in terms of the mandate of Commission on Revenue Allocation and what they have to consider, currently as it stands in Mount Kenya region, we feel that cross-H of Article 2 or 3 applies, that the need for affirmative action in respect of disadvantaged areas and groups. Mount Kenya region is now disadvantaged because of its population. And what we are saying is that the Mount Kenya region for quite some time have enjoyed soft power and have relied on goodwill based on the government of the day. And over the past period, they have enjoyed that. But then we are asking what should be entrenched in our laws that we don't have to rely on soft power. And our governors have been quoted on saying that they are feeling the heat. And so that's why we are saying, as we consider these issues of boundaries, as we consider these issues of sharing of resources, we should consider the population. So we are saying this is not a matter of a political cry. It's enforcement of our constitutional rights as Kenyans. And we are saying, even the spirit of constitution uses the word every citizen, every Kenyan, not every mountain, not every river. So we are saying that we need to bring this together, look as Kenya as one constituency. What that will do is that it will bring cohesion. It will bring inclusivity, so that a child in Madera and a child in Murang'a will have a fair chance to go get education, fair distribution of resources. And then the government can use the other channels of government and levels to ensure there is development. But in terms of sharing of resources, we need to ensure that population is used. And Chair, as I conclude, I want to say that this is not an issue of Mount Kenya, because for now, the population may be the way it is, but population is dynamic. So as we speak, we are speaking for everyone who may be willing to expand, as the Bible says, and fill the world. So tomorrow we don't know who we'll be talking about, so we must look at this issue as an issue of urgency and look at this region where Gema covers as a disadvantaged people as that we speak now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me just get a clarification from you, very briefly. And I hear you. This is very clear and well put. The issues you are advancing here seem to have been well covered within the BBI framework, if I'm not wrong, especially the issue of representation of people and equitable share of resources. Are you advocating for a reincarnation of the BBI? What's your take on that?
Yes, in essence, that's what we are saying. 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. Because if we allocate resources based on boundaries, then we are allocating to the land and not the person. We want person-centered economy.
Okay.
Sorry, Wakil, thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to follow your submissions this morning. Are you are you challenging the formula that we have currently in Article 89 on delimitation of boundaries? Two, on the issue of wards, I don't know, you look to be very progressive, young professionals, and I must congratulate you. You know that the IEBC has the mandate to periodically review boundaries of wards. You really don't need to change the constitution. I don't know whether you are making a case that you have made this petition to IEBC and they have not acted on it, or you want us to pick it up as this is the first time you are presenting it. But let me hear from Article 89. Are you uncomfortable with the formula, the deviation that is there, 40% for cities, 30% for rural areas?
Maybe I also take one, then you note and answer them together. And Wakili, thank you for your presentation. And I associate myself with the need for equitable representation and in the delimitation of boundaries such that every constituency has either an equal or near equal number of people being represented by a singular member of parliament or member of county assembly. That I agree with you fully. But on the question of share of resources, I'm certain, being good lawyers and young professionals, you are familiar with the session of paper number 10 of 1965. How fair do you think that session of paper was to those other areas of this country that are perceived to have been marginalized pursuant to the implementation of that session of paper number 10 of 1965? And how would you propose as young Kenyans that we remedy that so that no part of this country, no people in any corner of this country feel left behind as the country develops or as the country grows? Because granted, there are parts of this country that were left behind pursuant to the implementation of session of paper number 10 of 1965. What then would you be recommending that we do to remedy that, so that, as you say, even as you speak about one man, one vote, 1 shilling, and you have rightly put it, you are not saying that for the people of Mount Kenya. Even the people of Northeastern, who, by the way, in another few years, I'm sure Akili Wambugo, if you are married, you may be married to one wife, maybe at most 2 children. And you know there are communities now and parts of this country where they are marrying up to 4 wives with a minimum of 7 children. And you're also speaking for them, because in another 10, 15 years, then we will be talking about 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling for other parts of the country other than Mount Kenya. How would we strike a balance where then development goes to every corner of Kenya, knowing that Wambugo does not need to settle in Mount Kenya, and indeed your children will be working as engineers in Marsabit County at the wind power or the solar powers in northern Kenya. And again, we do not want your children to be crying then that we never saw that coming. Therefore, maybe, how do you reconcile those 2 issues? Eugene, do you have something? Okay, you take those.
In less than 5 minutes, please. Just try to.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'll go straight to the question by Senator Omugeni. Now, we are not challenging Article 89. Article 89 had its own ambitions and aspirations as from the face of it. However, we are saying that Article 89 needs not only practical solutions, but also political goodwill from the members of Parliament as well. For example, the issue on boundaries of the 1,450 words, it is an IEBC function However, if at all the Constitution contemplates a periodic review of these boundaries, how then, after 10 years, how then will we have these boundaries if the commission that is tasked with the task of doing all these delimitation of boundaries has not been constituted? We do not have a single commissioner. We have, I think, a deadline until March 2024, which I think, and that means we have 6 months to formally advertise, do the vetting, and have a commission in place. Surely, we need some goodwill from these committee and, to the extent, the political class. So we are not challenging the purpose of Article 89. All we are saying is that there needs to be more political goodwill to have this particular article given its full life, tenure, and effect. So that is our view on that particular question, Honourable Senator.
Yeah. Chair, there is the second issue that has been raised by Honourable Kimani Ichungw'Ah on the sharing of resources. We are not saying that the child who is walking be killed so that the one who is limping can survive. All we are saying is, if there are some areas that historically have been left out, then we should be able to ask ourselves, do we have an equalization fund so that we cater for those ones? But at the same time, those who are active and who are productive and those who are many are not left out. You not say that these kids will not eat because these ones have not eaten. Maybe what you do, you continue eating, but these ones who are emaciated, we can introduce formula milk for them. So equalization fund can work, and we see how we move forward without having to hold some people back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gemma Wado.
Next group, it must be AG Emeritus.
Thank you.
Let's be faster, please, in the interest of time. Thank you. Thank you. As we settle down, the ORPP, and let's get moving. I'm sure you know the panelists here. Honorable Senator Okongo Mugeni, Honorable Waziri Eugene Wamalwa, myself, Opio Wandai, the leader of the delegation of Kenya Kwanza, the Honorable Kimani Ichungw'Ah. Over to you, Madam Deritu.
Thank you, Chair, and the members. And this is the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, and together with me, allow me to ask the people I'm with to introduce themselves.
Just mention their names, please.
Yeah.
To save time here.
Thank you. Together with me, I have Assistant Registrar, Mr. Ali, then Assistant Registrar, Florence Biria, our Head of Legal, Wafula Wakoko, and our Director, Compliance, Daniel Kinuthia. Thank you so much. We have given to you 2 documents, but we want to concentrate on the executive summary because in the interest of time for the proposals. So you have the document written Office of the Registrar, submission to National Dialogue Committee, executive summary. Then we have the other bigger document, which is about 10 pages or so.
got maximum of 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Office of Registrar is an independent state office created under the meaning of Article 260 of the Constitution of Kenya and established through the Political Parties Act with a mandate to register political parties, regulate all activities of political parties, and also administer political parties fund. In this particular presentation, we have picked the issues that were put out for discussion, and in the executive summary, we have pushed the entrenching of funds into the Constitution, and our concentration will be on political parties fund, the fidelity to political parties, coalition, and the law, then establishment and entrenchment of state offices, then electoral justice and related matters, and other outstanding constitutional issues, specifically implementation of two-thirds gender rule. We shall comment on those matters. The first one is the issue of political parties fund. As we all know, political parties fund is established in the Constitution, but the percentage of the political parties, 0.3%, is established under political parties fund. Our proposal is that the 0.3% established under the Act should find its way into the Constitution to make sure that the political parties fund is reinforced in terms of how much money should come to political parties. It is noted that Section 24 of the PPA has never been realized to the full, the 0.3%. So that's why we thought it is important to be put in the Constitution so that we can reinvest and realize the 0.3. And we joined this by, there's a proposal in the President's memorandum and also in the mandate of this committee about women inclusion and political parties participation fund, which a proposal is that it get hived from the political parties fund as it is. While we have no objection, we note that unless we realize the 0.3%, then there will be a lot of effect on the operations of political parties if money is hived from the fund as it is now. It will be so little and so insignificant in terms of meeting the objections, even to support what is being proposed. And we also propose that the same should be managed under one act and under one office, which is the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. We also propose in terms of the political parties fund, just like it's done in other jurisdictions and specifically Europe, we find when countries and states are funding political parties, they also introduce as a criteria to match a shilling for political parties. What we mean by that is that political parties are obligated also to fundraise and get money from their members so that the state can match that, meaning that political parties will not only wait for what comes from the state, political parties will be moved out there and fundraise and also activate their members to do what is required. The other matter we wanted to submit on is the issue of the second issue on electoral system. It is our proposal, and we have been considering other submission at the BBI, that we need to adopt a mixed member electoral system as opposed to first past the post system, so as to avoid wastefulness of the votes and ensure representation of the marginalized groups. We proposed to ensure inclusivity and strengthening also of political parties. Therefore, we are proposing a hybrid system, first past the post and proportional representation. In this system, we are saying while we retain the single member constituencies and the county seats, the regional clusters or special seats are created where voters are asked to vote for political parties. And of course, lists that shall be submitted by political parties. These special seats are then taken and filled proportionately based on the number of votes garnered by each party. The mixed member representation system would strengthen, first of all, political parties, because political parties, even the ones that are not so big and they may not have enough seats, then they can get into parliament through the party list that have been voted for during the elections. And we also, then that will call for doing away with the closed party list, so that we do party list after elections, after they have been voted for. And it also ensure participation of voters in how party lists are made. And we are suggesting in the alternative, if that does not happen, the system does not change, there is need for participation of either members of political parties or voters in making of the party list, as opposed to just selecting people to go into party list. And our proposal is that the party list may be developed through members of the party voting, and preferably through a delegate system. This will ensure meaningful participation by political party members, and it should be close to political party members. Then number 5, on the matter of political parties, strengthening political parties, and we are proposing commitment of the political class to the political parties' code of conduct and their party policy documents, including their party constitution. We note that the code regulates the behavior of the members and supporters of political parties to promote good governance and eradicate political malpractice. However, as opposed to many other code of conduct, we have a political parties code of conduct that have no sanctions. And therefore, we are proposing that the political party code of conduct should have sanction beyond the only one sanction given, which is deregistration of a political party, which is a lengthy process. It cannot address the immediate issues when they arise, especially during an electoral process. So we are proposing that the sanctions be brought in the political parties code of conduct, so that we facilitate enforcement and ensure that there is effectiveness in compliance. It is also noted that under the Elections Act, for example, the Electoral Code of Conduct has sanctioned and it is enforced. Therefore, there is need for the political class and also to enhance the Act and to respect the political class, to respect and adhere to the party constitution and the Code of Conduct. And I note as an explanation also that sometimes even the parties themselves may not have control on what their members say out there. So the sanctions should actually also be geared towards individuals who make statements or behave in a certain way that sometimes that are not sanctioned even by the party. It's just a person, bad behavior, which should then be regulated through sanctions. The other matter in terms of entrenching of offices, we take cognizance of what the discussions are. And one of the issues we are raising is that for us to strengthen the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, we propose that the office be considered under Chapter 15 of the Constitution as a dependent office under Chapter 15. We also propose increased funding because the mandate is big, but the fund is limited. In regards to establishment of the Office of Leader of Opposition to sit in Parliament and to be held by the presidential candidate of the party constitution or coalition that garners the second highest number of votes, we propose that this office be established. But we have one question: what if the candidate, the presidential candidate, is an independent candidate? To us, we propose that it should be a party, not an independent candidate. I don't know what the law will say if the second runners-up is an independent candidate. That's a question probably to put up for us. As regulators of political parties, we want to insist that it should be from a political party. In regards to that gender rule, the ORPP supports the initiative of the executive on the 2/3 gender rule by establishing the multi-sectoral committee on gender, where ORPP is represented. We are members of that, so we shall go by the proposals that shall come from that multi-sectoral. However, we say that the establishment of 2/3 gender rule in the list of candidates for elections should be enforced. There was a ruling in the last general elections to enforce that. It was stopped by court midway, but we think the enforcement should come on board so that for any list of candidates a political party submit to the Electoral Commission, the list of candidates should meet not more than 2/3 of either gender. The next point is that we also propose, as other matters, under electoral justice, institutionalization of psychosocial support of candidates in the post-election phase to address the candidates who lose elections and also those who win. The candidates who lose go through devastating periods, and there's no systems to support the people who participate in election, yet they came out to really support governance and the democratic participation in elections. Then some of them go through very difficult moments. There's others go into depression, others go into situation to financial crisis and all that. At least psychosocial support for those ones. And for the winners, I think they should also be supported how to behave after winning, so that there's a bit of moderation, so that we maintain national unity as far as after elections. Because winning also can be difficult. There are people who may not exactly know what to do with the win. They behave in a different manner. So it is important also to support those ones. So we also, the last point is that ORPP proposes fast tracking of the reconstitution of IBC in order to avert possible constitutional crisis, as well as address critical, outstanding processes. That is the end of our summary of presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Nderitu, and for that eloquent presentation.
Yeah.
Let me just, okay, sorry. Let me just go, then Waziri will come. This fund, the 0.3%.
Yes.
And I agree with you, if possible, we need to have it entrenched in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay? But do you think the non-compliance with this requirement can simply be attributed to the fact that this fund is not entrenched in the Constitution? That's not down.
Yeah.
What would happen even after entrenching it in the Constitution if a rogue government refuses to comply? Yeah, because it's now more than how many years? 10 years or so since this law came into being. And the government has consistently declined to comply with the requirement to disburse these funds, even where the parliament actually appropriates the money. Okay? Okay? But more critically, it is never appropriated. I'm sure you know. Okay? As a result of sailing, so-called, and with money you guys here, you share our budget, and now lead the majority. So what has been the reason why this money is not availed? Please help us understand if the cure is only in entrenching it in the Constitution. Finally, on my part, is the ORPP. It's a very critical office. Very critical. And in fact, if you ask me, I wouldn't mind having it entrenched in the Constitution. But it must be reminded that its purpose is to protect political parties. Because our democracy is still very young. And most of our parties are vulnerable. So they need to be protected. And the office is at the center of the protection of these parties, and indeed of multi-party democracy. What do you make of the presence of the Political Parties Liaison Committee? Do you think its role so far has been satisfactory? Do you think there are things we can do to have it strengthened? Do you think its structure is proper? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I want to agree with you that
we need to consider the entrenchment of that man in the constitution and the office. Kenya is a multi-party democracy, but as we speak, there's a serious threat to our multi-party democracy. One way of killing multi-party democracy is starving the political parties of funding. And what Honorable Piwanda is talking about has been there. There's been quite some deliberate attempt to not to disburse the funds and therefore not to finance political parties to be effective as vehicles through which Kenya as a country can realize its political aspirations. The second threat to democracy has been the issue of cannibalization of our political parties. There's a deliberate attempt to cannibalize political parties in our country. And the Jubilee Party has been the main target, as you are aware, ODM also, and other opposition parties. And we are not just talking of the opposition, but even in the ruling coalition itself, we know that there are parties like Ford Kenya and ANC that are in danger or that are being arm-twisted to collapse into UDA. And we're in danger of actually Kenya going back to a single-party state. Now, what I want to find out is, I've looked at your presentation. I've not seen much on party hopping. And this is where we are finding members of parliament moving to another party without going back to their base or their constituencies for a fresh mandate. And this happened before. There have been proposals here on how that can be dealt with in terms of returning hygiene to our politics. And that political hygiene can come from very clear provisions that if you move from your party, you're elected on this party, on this manifesto. If you are to go to another party, then you should resign and go back to the people for fresh election. What do you say about that and the proposals in amendment of the Political Parties Act to ensure that happens? Thank you.
Thank you, ORPP. I'll just pick up from where Honorable Eugene has ended on the rights of political parties vis-a-vis individual rights. And you know, our constitution has been built amongst the most progressive constitutions, not just in Africa, but in the world. And part of what has made this constitution to be built as the most progressive was Article 4 of the Constitution of the Bill of Rights. I want to draw reference to Article 32 on the freedom of conscience, belief and opinion, where that says that every person has a right, either individually, in community, with others, in public or in private, to manifest any religion, belief, true worship, practice, all that. A person shall not be compelled to act or engage in any act that is contrary to that person's belief or even religion. The same article, Article 4, on freedom of association, that every person has the right to freedom of association, which includes the right to form, join, or participate in activities of an association of any kind. That includes political parties. The same constitution, in Article 38, gives Kenyans individually political rights, that you have every citizen is free to make political choices. That vis-a-vis the question of the rights of political parties, which to me are more of corporate rights. What, in your opinion, ORPP constitutionally has a higher ranking? Is it individual political rights for me as an individual, that I have the right to associate with whoever I want to associate? Or is it the question that has been spoken to as political sanity within political parties? Can I be forced to leave my party, UDA, today because, for instance, I have associated myself with a position that the leader of minority has taken in parliament, that as an individual, I have made a choice, and probably could also be a matter of belief. Would you then say that my political party UDA's rights override my individual political rights and freedoms as enshrined under Article 4 of the Constitution? 2, you have spoken about a mix of the electoral system with what you're calling proportional representation and the first past the post. I'd really want to understand how exactly would that proportional representation cure the problem that we were trying to address with a group that was ahead of you called Kumewaka, on the question of one man, one vote. Actually, just one man, one vote, even without going to shilling, since you are dealing with political offices, just to ensure that there is equitable representation, because I honestly believe that there should and there must be equitable representation, so that every member of parliament represents an equal, almost equal number of constituents, not the situation that we are in today, where you find a member of parliament who has been elected by 5,000 people and has the same voting rights, the same vote as another member, for instance, a member for Ruiru constituency who has been elected by 180,000 voters. And they have the same, the equality of the vote then is not there when it comes to representation. How then would this system that you're proposing of a mix cure that problem? You have something, Mheshimiwa?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Catherine Wambilianga, member of this committee. Though I've come in late, but I'll make a few observations having gone through your list. I am totally in agreement with your proposal of fast-tracking the constitution of the IEBC. But on the other side, you have not given the criteria categorically on how you want this proposed. You're only proposing that a member of your ORPP should be there. But what about the other criteria? And secondly, you have also given this proposal, you're backing our proposal on the 2/3 gender role. Fine, you have said nothing about it. You have just said we do a multi-sectoral committee. Give us the proper details of what you mean by multi-sectoral. What is it, professional? What qualifications would you want to be included? Thank you.
And you don't have to give all that now. You can still actually enrich your document after this.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So under 5 minutes, please respond.
Thank you. I will comment on a few and ask.
Sorry. There's one more issue from Honorable Kongo Mogeni.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Registrar, for your presentation. I just wanted to follow up from where Leader of Majority left, Honorable Kimani Ichungw'Ah, on this issue of political rights. And I think you are the right person to help us. You know how we construct our constitution. We promote its purpose, its values, its principles. Now, following from the question that has been posed by Honorable Ichungw'Ah, our political rights, fundamental rights, can be limited as provided for in the Constitution. One of that limitation is in Article 103. You can belong to a party, you can be elected as a member of parliament, but there is that article that is entitled the vacation of office of a member of parliament. So you can belong to a party, as Honorable Mheshimiwa Ichungw'Ah says, but there is a way you can lose your seat. One of them is in Article 103, sub-Article 1E, where you are deemed to have resigned from a party. And then Clause 3 says, Parliament shall enact a legislation to provide circumstances under which a political party where a member will be deemed for purposes of Clause 1E to have resigned from the party. Now, you are the custodian of the enforcement of this article. I think either Section 14, if I remember well, of the political parties. Is it 14? Yes. Says if a member supports the ideology, interest, or policies of another political party, he will be deemed to have resigned from a political party. So the constitution itself is saying if you belong to this club of a political party, you don't support its ideology, its policies, you are deemed to have resigned. So, Madam Registrar, we are here, this forum is discussing issues of discipline, political parties, party hopping. We are now multi-party democracy. You can exercise your rights under Article 38. If you are not happy with the political party A, it's not like in Kano days where we had one party. You can quit, go back to the people, you will get your political rights, your belief, your conscience, you win through another party. The person to help us is you. Have you tried to enforce Article 14, or have you found yourself in circumstances where you are supposed to enforce Section 14 as read with Article 103, so that you help us in maintaining discipline within political parties? 2, I support you. You need to be entrenched in the Constitution. Have you faced intimidation or pressure from either the current government or even the previous government in discharging your functions under Article 103 and Section 14? Then finally, you have mentioned the critical role that agents play, and we are doing this for posterity, not for UDA, not for Azimio. This is just for posterity. On the issue of political agents, I like your proposal. We should restrict them to either a political party or independent candidates. Do you think there would be wisdom if we proposed that agents be picked by political parties, but budgetary allocation to pay them be part of the mandate of IEBC, so that Parliament here can appropriate money for paying agents, the parties pick, but IEBC pays them? Do you think that is something you can support? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you. I will really talk about a few issues, and then I'll leave as my assistant registrars also to talk on the others. Let me start with the one of the political parties fund, was by Honorable Wadai. It is true that we have never realized the 0.3% since the inception of the fund in 2007. But I want to note that the fund has been growing over time, and giving in my tenure in the Office of Registrar of Political Parties. When I joined the office, I made 370 million as the political parties fund for everything. Right now, we are at close to 1.5 billion, meaning every year we have been growing the fund, and Treasury has been growing the fund, and government and appropriation in Parliament also. But we are not yet there, because our proposals are usually around 5 billion. Yeah, so it means we are not yet there. But we appreciate the fact that the fund has been growing over time. The reason why we are proposing the 0.3 to be entrenched into the Constitution is because there has been several attempts by different people, activists, wanting to remove even the 0.3. They say it's too much. But from where we sit, we think once it's entrenched in the Constitution, probably that many attempts, and it's not once, but it's severally, attempts for people going to court and wanting the 0.3 to be reconsidered so that it moves. That is the reason. But I think it's not the only reason why we can realize the 0.3. There's also commitment and also improvement of economy. We all know that sometimes we don't have adequate funds for everything. That's why we appreciate any time the fund is grown. So our proposal to the government of the day is to at least have a commitment every year. We are adding some money on top of what is there, so that progressively we capture it in our budget and we realize that in the perception of the physical here and the problems, probably financial problems, inadequate funds that we could be facing. The other issue I wanted to respond to is the talked about cannibalization of political parties. But I want to, first of all, the cannibalization is not done by the registrar of political parties. It is actually the cannibalization happens within the political class, outside the office of registrar of political parties. So you have little to do when people are cannibalizing each other outside you, but when they actually are alive, as we apply the requirement of the law, and we cannot hold politics by the neck, because politics must happen out there, and we cannot really come and regulate individual behaviors and how people want to come together. However, we have an obligation as an institution to check what the party, and you can see we are saying we need commitment from political parties themselves and political class to follow their own constitution, their own policies, and the Political Parties Act. Because sometimes, even when so much has been done, you realize that what the parties are telling you to do as the registrar of political parties it is not even in their constitution, or it's not even in the Political Parties Act. They are taking you to a direction, and then you are attacked when you actually do not go that direction. But our commitment is to the law, your own party constitution, and also the requirement of the Political Parties Fund. So as far as politics is happening out there, I do not, indeed, most of the time, we let politics happen because we are not politicians ourselves. So when carbonization on number one day is happening out there, sometimes it's wrong to blame the regulator. Probably try to sort it from a political point of view outside there. I think that is our comment, which I know. And in regards to party hopping, I think the law is very clear. To us, once somebody has been elected on a particular party, there must be, if you want to move, then there must be the required regulations and laws on how you move from one political party to another, on how you move from one coalition to another. And that's what we have been enforcing. You tell us you want to move from one coalition to another, we tell you this is what you agreed at the coalition level. So if you don't fulfill the requirement of that coalition, then we tell you you have not moved. Then we require you to do what you are required to do. Then we allow you to move from one coalition to another, or from one party to another. The other issue I want to comment before I give Mr. Ari and Florence to finish up is the issue of the election system that we are proposing. What is it supposed to cure? Number one, we have seen during this presentation, Kenyans coming and saying we want to even create more counties because we feel in the counties that we are in, we are underrepresented, or we are not able because our numbers are not enough. So what this is going to cure, when you make party lists based on a region, and we can elaborate that further, it means those people who are not been able to be elected, they have no constituency, for example. So they will never actually fight their way to parliament, whichever way, because their numbers cannot constitute a constituency. Then it means using party list, and you do regional list, you are able to capture those people who are outside the post positions. And then through the voting through party list, then you are bringing them to parliament. And that's why we are saying that is one method, how you can cure the problem of people who feel very underrepresented, the minorities in this country, who can never make a constituency to end up in parliament. That is one thing. It is also cure the issue of 2/3 gender rule. That is where you can put women, that's where you can put the youth, you can balance the vote, so that finally you finish. And then thirdly, it's going to strengthen political parties, because political parties will propose those lists, and then political parties lists will be voted for. So even if a political party is not among the first and the second, it will still have a chance to have people coming from the list being elected and going to parliament through the party list. So it has, to us, it has a lot. But we are not saying we remove the first past the post and where the constituencies are, you remain with that, then make regional regional list, and every vote will count. It will actually reduce wastage of vote. You can tell me those parties that get votes to the extent of even 3 million, 5 million, those votes go to waste. They don't count, because they don't even count in political parties' fund. If they don't qualify, they don't count anywhere. So the wastage in elections in terms of vote will be minimized. Yeah, so that's why we are proposing it can cure many other things. So allow Mr. Adi.
Lucy, before you go to Ali, how does it cure equitable representation? How does it cure the problem of rural constituency, for instance, with 180,000 registered voters and a higher population being represented by one member of parliament, while another constituency that I will not name, a member is elected by 5,000 people?
Yeah, Mr. Adi will comment about that, but because there is the regionally made, we are looking after the elections. We are looking at a region, how many votes is the region, because we are saying, let's even do away with the closed party list. First of all, we are doing away with the closed party list. So after elections, it's when you look at the votes, the vote distribution. So because the lists are per region, then you distribute within the region. So you are capturing also the number of votes that have been cast in a particular region. Yeah, but Mr. Adi, please comment also about that.
Right. Thank you very much, co-chairs and members of the committee. Just three issues. Number one is the issue of cannibalization. I think I want to say one thing about that. Basically, we are in this space, and the political landscape, of course, shows that there are a lot of wrangles within the parties. We might not call it cannibalization, but wrangles. And what we have seen is some of these issues result as a result of lack of internal democracy and lack of strong leadership. So as an office, we are building capacities of parties to have concrete ideologies, strong leadership, and internal democracy, which calls for inclusive decision making. Once that happens within political parties, then it becomes very difficult to infiltrate those parties, even by members, those who are not members of that party. So we are advocating for inclusive decision making by political parties, internal democracy, strong leadership, and a concrete ideology that all members of that party identify with. Once we have that, then it becomes very difficult for any party to be infiltrated and hence probably cannibalized. The issue of individual rights versus political rights, which was raised by Honorable Ichungw'Ah, I think Honorable Mogeni has touched on it, whatever I wanted to say. In terms of those rights, the Constitution also has mandated Parliament to come up with laws on management of political parties and those positions, and also it's one of the ways in which one loses seat. But what is important, and what we have seen in other jurisdictions, is that parties sometimes also give room for individual members to follow their conscience, provided that it is not very far from what the party believes in. So the individual consciousness of a member, which must also be respected by the party. In other jurisdictions, party usually ask every member, when they're elected, to give about 3 or 4 matters that they think are very close to them, that even if the party takes a different position, they will not be punished. If they take a different position from the party position, they will not be punished. And they usually declare that. So if we have that kind of a scenario, then we might also promote some individual consciousness of members who are also representing their voters. So there's need to be that balance between political party position and individual members' consciousness, which sometimes is also very, very important to be considered. So deeming only comes when you outrightly oppose the party ideology on all positions, not just because of one matter or two, which you followed your conscience. I think that is also covered by the Constitution. In the issue of the issue of freedom of association and rights, I think that has been captured very well. It's also a constitutional issue. And finally, the issue about the agents. I think we don't have an issue with that proposal. Agents are recognized as poll officials in the Elections Act, but also in the Political Parties Act, there's some mandate for which is given to the RPP for training of agents, because again, they are coming from political parties. So that balance is important. If the government is able to fund, then it's a good proposal to promote democracy. They say democracy is expensive. So if it's possible, it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs and members of the committee. I'll quickly pick on about 2 of the questions and seek to respond to them. I'll pick on the question on political parties liaison committee, PPLC, and whether as an office we think that PPLC has been effective and properly constituted, as well as its current structure. PPLC is properly envisaged in the Political Parties Act under Section 38 as a forum of dialogue, a tripartite forum of dialogue between IBC or PP and the political parties. And in this case, we're talking about the fully registered political parties, including coalition political parties. Yes, it's important because previously we have used this particular forum to discuss and to engage on important cross-cutting issues ranging between political processes, including electoral processes and political parties management. And we've been able to discuss with political party leadership because a political party is represented by 1 member in PPLC. And yes, we've made resolutions and we've been able to even strengthen governance of political parties through this particular forum. And as it is, I would say yes, it is structured well because we have all the political parties represented, and we have the steering committee of PPLC. Within PPLC, we have the steering committee, which brings together all the fully registered political parties so that they also have a platform, a forum, to discuss issues on the part of the political parties, and then now brings into the bigger picture of PPLC, or PP and IBC. However, the challenge we have noted with PPLC, number 1, it is the issue of funding, that the PPLC is not expressly financed and funded. Every time we have developed programs for PPLC, of course, with the steering committee of PPLC, we realize that the allocation given for their budget is very minimal. So a lot of the programs and activities that they would undertake and realize, the spirit of PPLC is not really realized. So it is our wish that then PPLC gets properly funded so that it can be effective by implementing the priority programs that they always come up with, but not funded. Number 2 is the representation of political parties in PPLC. We see that political parties are strongly represented when they are not in parliament. But the parties that are in parliament really would wish to see elected members in parliament, in Senate, coming to PPLC and representing their parties in PPLC and being able to articulate issues of their parties, even to the extent that they can be escalated to either Senate or to Parliament so that proper legislation can be done that impacts on political parties and also electoral processes as escalated from PPLC. But we do not see that either because the members who sit in those political parties are not in touch with their members in Parliament, and therefore effective legislation therefore of issues from PPLC is not realized. So those are some of the issues that we believe if they're dealt with, then we could actually strengthen PPLC and we would see the real spirit being realized in the country of the formation of PPLC. The other issue I wanted to touch on is the issue of deeming Section 14 of the Political Parties Act, and to say that while Article 92 of the Constitution under Sub-Article 3 that Parliament will make legislation, we see that legislation under Article 14 with regard to deeming of any errant political party member, especially those that are elected, but of course generally all the members. So parties who have attempted to deem members, and they have actually written to the Office of the Registrar for the expulsion of their members through the deeming process, you realize that they don't follow the due process, because the due process is clearly prescribed in the Act, Section 14. But I believe if they follow the due process, including according those members a fair hearing, then the Office of the Registrar would have no problem concluding that process. But we urge parties that they should also observe the due process. Then quickly, the issue of strengthening of ORPP. Yeah, for sure, we are not seeking this for purposes of ourselves. We have a single term of 6 years as the current office holders, and we could be very comfortable and leaving it at that. But we have a duty to make sure that this office is strengthened because of the place value it has in the strengthening of democracy in this country. And therefore, one, we seek that it be enshrined in the Constitution, not because there's been any pressure, but we believe that it rightfully belongs there, and therefore it should be entrenched there. But also, number two, the mandate, so that it can be able to effectively deliver its mandate within the space of the statutes. I would have added some more, but allow me to stop there in the interest of time. Thank you so much.
Please do.
Thank you so much. Chair, let me conclude by saying we appreciate the invite and to appear before you. Allow me only to really weigh on that issue of political rights of individuals versus those ones of a party. We, other jurisdiction, and we really benchmark with others. In Europe, the parties come out with what they call programs. And when you are joining a political party or being elected under a political party, you commit to that program, that our party, in issues of taxes, we stand for this. In issues of women's rights, we stand for this. In issues of this, so that when later you come to tell me I am going outside the party, at least there's a reference that I committed to certain things. Because as Mr. Ari said, there must be a balance between political rights of a party and also political rights of an individual and political rights of the people who elected the member. Because this member is also representing a constituency. So that constituency also have a right to tell how, he has a right to go and consult with the members of a constituency. So those are three things, Chairman, that must be balanced. The representative, the party interest through the party programs and what people committed to the individual member, and also the rights of the people who elected this person, the constituent, so that he can also consult the constituents and say, this is the way my people want me to represent them. I think that balance must be created. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Registrar. Maybe moving forward, what you should do is probably guide now political parties on how to do those programs and make proposals of what legislative interventions would be done for those party programs to be there. So that as I run for a seat on UDA, this is what I subscribe to.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. We have heard you, all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So next we have Attorney General Emeritus, Professor Ichungw'Ah, who is also an old boy of the school. Used to beat us in rugby.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members. Thank you for inviting me. I have very few words because you have directed me to the specific issues that you would like me to pronounce myself on. And subject to any further directions, I want to go straight to that agenda.
Please do.
The first question that you put to me relates to the question of restructuring IEBC and the audit of the 2022 elections. First, I would like to state that it's been my very unfortunate duty to be involved in the reconstitution of IEBC previously, a process that was very, very difficult for all the parties involved. I remember that we disbanded the entire IEBC, sent them home, and we started afresh. I would personally be against institutionalizing that kind of thing. I do not support creating a permanent state of instability in institutions. For example, we have reconstituted the judiciary twice. And I think that some good gains were made by that process, but I think that that process created some inherent instability in the institution itself. But I'm not here to talk about the judiciary. I'm here to talk about IEBC. We have tried several methods of constituting IEBC. When, Mr. Chairman, you recall, we came out of the crisis of the 80s, and we had IPPG. It was thought that what we should do is to allow political parties to nominate individual members into the IEBC. It was an unmitigated disaster. It was an unmitigated disaster. And I don't think we should be tempted again to allow party participation in the appointment of commissioners. I believe myself that we need an independent, robust process of recruitment. At the present, I am not very sure that the system in place is giving us our best first 11. Now, how can we strengthen it? I think that, for example, when they say the Law Society of Kenya, my own professional body, is to send a representative, I am not very sure that that necessarily creates autonomy. Or when they say religious leaders will have a representatives, or trade union leaders, and so on and so forth. I think we need to find a way of forming that constitutive body that will interview those who qualify for these positions. I agree with those who say that there is no legal reason why the chairman should be a lawyer. Because the election is more than a legal process. It's a management process. And what we want to do is be able to elect into the commission good managers, strong managers, proven managers, who then can hire the best lawyers that they can, either within the Secretariat itself or from outside the Secretariat. Hopefully whom they can be able to pay. Number two, should we go back to ask ourselves what happened in the 2022 election? My own honest opinion is that it is not a useful exercise. Why is it not useful? because again, it reopens the question that has been resolved with finality by the Supreme Court. The challenge with reopening matters that have been judicially settled is that you, by necessary implication and inadvertently, you create the possibility that confidence in that institution can be eroded. And I don't think that that would give us, in going forward, it would create a permanent state of electoral instability, because no matter who would win or lose, no matter what the Supreme Court would say, that party would say, we know. In fact, in that year, the Supreme Court said this, but when we did a forensic audit, the forensic audit produced a different outcome. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the work of the Supreme Court is not to declare that the election was conducted without a hitch. That is not the standard. It is not to find whether there was any hitch. In fact, since I started participating in these elections in 2013, before the Supreme Court, 10 years ago, the Supreme Court has always said there was a hitch. There was a hitch. But the standard of the law is, was there a hitch of such a substantial nature that it affected the outcome of the election? And in 4 of the cases I participated in, the answer was no. In 1, the Supreme Court said, yes, this is not good. This is not a hitch. This has gone beyond a hitch. I didn't agree with them then, but I respected that opinion and I obeyed it. And as the Attorney of the Republic, I went back and started arranging for a new election, which we did hold thereafter. One of the problems we have, ladies and gentlemen, in these constitutional timelines that are locked up in the Constitution, it confirms what the philosopher said, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. When we wrote the Constitution here in Bomas, we thought that putting timelines by which the court must determine the dispute, we were making sure that the country would be stable, that a transition would be done quickly. We were wrong. It now turns out, in my experience, that this time is not enough. And this method that we use, this method that is by documents only, by affidavits only, and so on, is not enough. So that's one thing that if we were to reopen that process, that is one area that the experts would probably need to look at, the timelines. In fact, we almost ran into a constitutional crisis in 2017. We dodged a bullet by the sheer love of God, because Parliament had broken up, had prorogued, Parliament had gone home, it couldn't make more law, it couldn't make law to guide us, and the judges had found the night before the election that election officers had been wrongly appointed. It took the Court of Appeal sitting at night to deal with that technical problem. Where the life of the nation is concerned, we don't want those near hits. We then went into an election where I think had we missed the timeline, there would have been no government, and that's the constitution we have. If the election is not, for example, if we do an election, the Electoral Commission declares a presidential winner, a petition is filed, members of the Supreme Court are kidnapped, we do not hear the petition and finalize it within the period provided, then we have no government. I think these are very dangerous propositions, and we want to have a more flexible system. And I know there are many experts who can help us deal with that. So that's all I wish to say about IEBC, about reopening the question. About boundaries delimitation, I want to start by saying that my own personal view, which is not a view shared by many of my countrymen, is that we have too many people in parliament. We have too many constituencies, so that we should be reducing constituencies, not increasing. We have too many counties. We should reduce counties, not increase counties. They are costing us a lot of money, and quite a number of them are not viable. When we were in Bomas, the constitution we gave you, ladies and gentlemen of the Honorable August House of Parliament, I think we had given you 9 counties. 14, I'm corrected, 14. It was when the politicians went to Naivasha that they came to this compromise of let's go to 41. I think if we are to reopen this constitution, one of the issues we can usefully reopen is the reduction of counties. Bring more counties together and let them work together and mobilize resources together and share together. So I'm not a great fan of increasing counties or indeed of increasing constituencies. And this may bring me then to another issue which I was supposed to take later. This issue of the gender rule, we call it the gender rule, but essentially, really, it is the women empowerment rule. I struggled with it when I was the Attorney of the Republic, and we came to grief. For as many bills as we worked on, we came to grief. And I want to be very, very honest with you. First, there is a feeling among many Kenyans that we have not done enough to justify this. Our social education around this has not been successful. And we need to do some more civic education around why empowering women has the effect of empowering the whole community in the long run, well, let's say in the medium term. What would be my solution about this? Of all the ones we have tried, I think only one can succeed. And that is to abolish the woman's seat, to abolish the seat of the woman representative completely, and then to create 2 seats in every constituency, one for a woman and one for a man. In fact, we end up with 50% being women. We improve. We do better than the 30% that we already have. And that one is neat. It is achievable without much mathematics, arithmetics, and it is straightforward. That would be my proposal. There is an issue you put to me, honorable members, that is...
Sorry, Prof, sorry. You said 290 times 2. That's how many? 580?
Oh, you know, my original proposal is that we reduce the constituencies. So we would first reduce the constituencies, then have, to about 100 constituencies, then have 1 man, 1 woman in each of those 100 constituencies.
Give us 200.
Yes. Yes. And the office and status of a member of parliament will be restored. There is one issue, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, you asked me to talk about, and that is the issue of socioeconomic rights, which is the issue of the cost of living. This is a chicken and egg problem that is, in my view, very, very hard to. We need the economy to function at a certain level in order to produce goods and services that allow us to distribute. It is the legendary Tom Mboya in the ideological debates of the 60s that he held with senior Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And the grand old man, Jaramogi, was talking about distributing wealth. And Tom Mboya kept reminding him, we need to create the wealth first. That problem is alive today as it was in the 1960s. We need to create wealth in order to distribute it. And therefore, socioeconomic rights are economic rights. Socioeconomic rights are important, fundamental rights in the Constitution. But we need to fund them. In order to respect them, we need to be able to fund them. So we need the economy to grow. We are in a chicken and egg position. We need the economy to grow in order for us to fund socioeconomic rights. The economy is not growing, therefore we are not funding. So that is the problem. That is the problem. Because no matter which government is in control, our envelope, our financial envelope is the same. And as long as that envelope is not growing, we will not be able. We will not be able to give free meals in schools, which, as many of you know, that would be a big game changer. Because our students sometimes perform very poorly because they haven't eaten. They just haven't had a good meal. They can't stay awake in the class, and so on. So if we could fund that, it would be a huge game changer. To fund it is a huge budgetary item. And I could go to many, many, many other important socioeconomic concerns. So my suggestion is that we need to progressively enforce socioeconomic rights, progressively, and in the communities that deserve them the most. We used to say that the majesty of French law is that it treats the king in his castle the same way it treats the beggar in the street. That cannot be a very good law, can it? We cannot treat everybody equally because not everybody is in the same circumstances. When we enforce socioeconomic laws, we must start with the most vulnerable, so that the most vulnerable are attended to first, with the most basic needs, so that they can live a minimum dignity that is accorded to them. Now, let me say something about, I've talked about the two-thirds. This issue of defecting from political parties, this also is as old as our history, honorable members. In fact, the first thing that happened after independence, on the anniversary of independence and on the birth of the Republic, is that people crossed floors. Kadu crossed the floor. Kadu was the opposition. It crossed the floor. I think the last man who was left screaming and kicking was Joseph Martin Shikuku. And I remember at that time, from the reading I have done, there wasn't a lot of noise about the democratic character of crossing the floor. But in '66, when KPU was formed and KPU crossed the floor, the very erudite Joseph Thomas Mboya was very, very, very critical. I was saying to cross the floor is to lose the mandate of the party that elected you. Now, and I have a sympathy. Yes, please. I have sympathy for that. I think that we should have in law mechanisms of containing persons to the parties to the parties on whose platform they were elected. So that's my opinion on that. Now, what is the last issue?
It's not clear, sorry. Yeah. Just make it clear. What is your position on that?
My position is that if I presented myself to the people of Kamukunji as a member of the Kenya African National Union, and I was elected as such, I should be obligated, if I am to continue for the 5 years, to retain fidelity to that party, the party on whose platform I was elected. If I crossed the floor and became, in fact, and voted with and became associated with the Kenya African Democratic Union, then I should vacate my seat and a by-election should be held. That's my opinion. It is not a popular opinion, I know, among politicians. However, you told me to come and talk about my opinion. Let me now tell you an even more unpopular, let me give you a more unpopular view, and it is my last one. I do not believe, as a constitutional lawyer and historian, that there is any justification for any fund. There is no justification for the Constituency Development Fund. There is no justification for Affirmative Action Fund, and there is no justification for Senate Override Fund. We have one government at two levels. We have a national government. The fund of the national government is in the Treasury. It is kept by the National Cabinet Secretary to the Treasury. The second fund is the governor, is in the county. It is kept by the governor. Any other fund has no place in our constitutional architecture. There should be only money in two levels, the national level and at the county level. Let me tell you why I have another difficulty with this. I have another difficulty with our members of parliament, our honorable members of parliament, becoming both the appropriators of fund, debating the budget, appropriating cash, then following the cash themselves, yes, and spending the cash. I think it blurs the roles, because the work of parliament is to tax and to spend, then to oversight, right? So I don't feel very comfortable when the member of parliament has fought very hard for money to go to Kiambu County. Then before it arrives, it finds him sitting in the constituency. So that is a personal view, but one that I hold very strongly. I would like to see my senator and my member of parliament oversighting, calling, and I have seen the Senate, for example, is very, very, very robust on this role, and I think that's the correct role. Says to the governor, this is the report we have received, tell us how you spent this money. If the senator was down there himself spending some money, I think the ability to ask another spender how he spent might be compromised. So unfortunately, I don't support that. Now, finally, do I oppose the setting up of the office of leader of the official opposition? No, I don't oppose at all. Actually, I think it makes politics neater. It makes politics neater. It keeps this general closer to his troops, or to her troops for that matter. The truth is, in a democracy, the opposition is a government in waiting. And therefore, in fact, the opposition has shadow cabinet ministers. So they should be operating in parliament, shadowing the other cabinet minister, asking them questions that are informed and that help to show that this party, at the next election, they are ready. They are ready to be the government. They are responsible, they are organized, and that is their general there, the leader of the official opposition. And he is accorded all due. In a democracy, the leader of the opposition actually has such high level of security clearance that he is briefed. He is briefed the same way the president is briefed. If there are national security questions, he's briefed. If there are internal threats, external threats, he's briefed. If they are visiting delegations and so on, the leader of the opposition is briefed. So that, and that is why in a democracy, we call it the royal opposition, the loyal opposition. The opposition is not a hostile. It's not a hostile group of people. It is part and parcel of government. It is loyal. The opposition is loyal to the government of the day. Because after the next election, chances are that the opposition will be the government and the government will be the opposition. That's the way it should work. Finally, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I have no problem with that. I think it is a way of organizing cabinet to make it more efficient, to make it more... I found out in my time in the cabinet that cabinet works best if the committee systems work. But the committee systems are very difficult to organize if there isn't somebody who is chairing them, bringing them together and supervising them. The president cannot do that. He's very busy. The vice president is very busy deputizing. And by default, I did find at one point when we had a very, very heavy legislative agenda immediately after the new constitution, I found myself playing that role, bringing people to the state law office and organizing around the legislation that we had. So I would have no difficulty with that at all. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I spoke for too long. Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Kalonzo, you were not here before, so I would like to acknowledge you. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that very incisive engagement with quite a number of unpopular views, with as you said, with the political class.
Yeah.
And maybe on a light note, is that how the case on NGCDF was lost in court when you were AG?
Well, it was lost in the Supreme Court after I had left. By the way, when I was there, and this my colleagues on the left will confirm, a lawyer never argues his opinion. He argues his instructions. When the case first started, my instructions from the government of the day was to support CDF, and we supported CDF. Now, today I'm speaking as a citizen.
Well, I want to be the first to go, Prof, and to tell you how pleased I am to see you this morning and to listen to your very candid views about issues that are confronting us as a country and which we find are engaging the mandate of this committee. So thank you for volunteering to come and hear us, and we'll hear you. One of the things that I would want to have your views on is we know our bicameral nature of legislature, the National Assembly and the Senate. Occasionally, we have instances of sibling rivalry. So you get the feeling the Senate is being sat upon by the National Assembly, and of course the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission happens to be the Speaker of the National Assembly. So what would be your view? I once visited Nigeria to see a friend who was a Speaker of the Senate, because they'd invited me to the National Prayer Breakfast, the first edition of the same in Nigeria. His name was David. And he was, because the Speaker of the Senate, he was the chair of the bicameral legislature. David Mark was his name. And I find that personally, because of what you said, the oversight role of the Senate, even in our country, seems to be more defined as presently constituted than, forgive me, majority leader and minority leader, the National Assembly, than it is in the case of the National Assembly. What would be your view? Wouldn't we probably just be candid about this? As you've been candid about the funds, you don't like them, and it is very, very clear. That's my number one comment. The next one is, it has to do with rights. I'm sure you are a preeminent lawyer, human rights, I'm sure is also within your province, constitutional law notwithstanding. If you give a people a constituency, and then they hear that this committee, in its wisdom or lack of it, has come up with recommendations to do away with 190 constituencies, wouldn't you think that is disenfranchising our people? And the more practical thing is, in fact, when the boundaries delimitation team is in place, we'll be hearing them. You'll be hearing people saying, we want, because the closer the administration is, the closer the member of parliament is to the people, the MCA, the better it is. Because the maxim, you know, there can be no taxation without representation. And this issue of taxation, I don't know whether you really dealt with it, the high cost of living. Eugene, I'm sure if he gets a time, he'll be able to address you extensively on that. Because you said the role of the MP is to tax and then to collect revenue, tax, and then oversight. This is the ideal situation. So on those 2 points, I really would want to gain your wisdom. And as I said, it's so good to see you again. I was Vice President when you were Attorney General, and clearly this country owes you plenty. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kocha, AG, we will ask you to be noting the questions we take around, then you will answer. And maybe I'll go second round before I give the Honorable Pio Wandai, Hassan Omar, then Honorable Eugene Omaro. And Wambilianga will close for us if Mugeni will not have any. You spoke on the question of the constitution of IEBC, and you did indicate that the IPPG model was what you described as unmitigated disaster for the country. And you seem to prefer the professional mode of appointment of IPPG. I just want clarification whether that would be what has been proposed by one of the professional organizations as going for a professional sort of human resource consultant to recruit the commissioners, or the current model that we have where you have a panel that then goes to look out for professionals through a competitive process. I want to hear your view on that. What, in your view, would be that professional model to use? Then, in reconstituting that IEBC, from your experience as AG, because you say you are involved in the reconstitution of IEBC, and I believe the time you were AG, it was a panel model that was used, as it still is in the laws today. Do you think that panel system as it is today sufficiently covers all stakeholders, or are there stakeholders that you feel we would be able to incorporate in that panel system? Opio?
Thank you very much, and I'll be very quick. AG, just on the same issue of the IPPG. In fact, I was rather surprised when you described the IPPG as unmitigated disaster. Unmitigated disaster, just to use your words. And yet we know for sure that every time we have reconstituted the IBC, or electoral body for that matter, it has been in response to a political situation. If you agree with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I do.
Then how this IPPG, from my recollection, was meant to address a political situation then, in 1997. Remember, it came at the backdrop of the clamor for reforms. And the mantra then was no reforms, no elections. And it's also documented that the Electoral Commission that was born out of the IPPG supervised the 1997 elections. Okay? But it went ahead to supervise the 2002 elections. That has been billed as one of the best elections in this country. So then, and in fact, what happened thereafter is what perhaps could have led to a disaster, if I'm not wrong. Because in I think 2005, or thereabout, the then president, when at the expiry of the term of the Electoral Commission then, the IPPG Electoral Commission, unilaterally appointed commissioners to the commission against the wishes of the opposition, very strong wishes of the opposition. And the rest, as they say, is history. What followed then, you know. Then, what then would motivate you to describe IPPG wholesome as a disaster? Just let me understand. Yet, from where I sit, I thought it was one of the best approaches to dealing with the issue of inclusivity and consensus building. Two, you say you don't agree at all with the matter of revisiting the presidential elections of 2022. But it won't be helpful, it will be futile, to paraphrase you. But what do you make of the clear provision of Article 88, sub-Article 4H of the Constitution, which requires, let me just read, I don't know, perhaps, which requires the IBC to facilitate the observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. Elections, all types of elections, whether presidential, parliamentary, ward, and so on and so forth. From where we sit, we know the IBC has been able to facilitate the observation and monitoring of the 2022 elections. So far as the evaluation of those elections is concerned, nothing of the sort has been done. Would you be opposed to the evaluation of the elections as contemplated in Article 88 4H? Last, you say you have got no problem with the creation of the office of leader of opposition. And you seem to suggest that the officer could sit in parliament. But you don't clarify further whether you want this office created within the framework of a parliamentary system, or presidential system, or some sort of hybrid system. Thank you.
Okay, Omar.
Thank you very much. My recollection is that probably the 1997 elections was by far one of the most violent, and they were actually mitigated by the IPPG Electoral Commission. Number two, I think there should be we are not revisiting the Supreme Court decision. That is settled. I do not think we want to create an impression, at least from our side, that we are in any way reopening the Supreme Court verdict or process. We are, though, open to listening to whether there is a process of auditing the processes so that we continue to improve on the systems and electoral management, but not to revisit in any way the decision of the Supreme Court. But my actual fundamental question to you is on the issue of the ECOSOC rights, economic, social, cultural rights that you articulated yourself to. You know, our Constitution talks in many regards about social justice. And there's a very radical understanding of what social justice is to make those who are worse off better off before those who are better off become well off. So there are those who are better off who are earning taxes or who are earning salaries, and you're asking them to support housing projects for the vulnerable. You're asking them to pay 2.75% to fund affordable and accessible healthcare under the UHC program. That is part of the dictates of the Constitution, that these programs cannot wait under the classical capitalism, that we first, all of us, make wealth before we start to disperse wealth. It must go concurrently. As we are making wealth, we must disperse wealth, and we must disperse part of these advantages that come to protect or to cushion the people at the lowest prism of our society. That's why if you see part of the taxations that is being proposed, it is largely to fund economic and social rights, housing, healthcare, and the such, so that those who have a little more are told to make a small sacrifice, so that those who have nothing are put to a level that they are better off before all of us can become well off. It's actually the constitutional mechanics. So I wanted to slightly you to speak to it, whether this social democracy or democratic socialism, as it is called, isn't about expanding the tax for those who have more and for possibly helping those who have less. This outcry, when you are setting up universal health care, when you are setting up housing programs, were outcries that we even saw in the United States when Obamacare was trying to, find a footing, or other social programs were trying to find a footing. The last one. You talked, Opia, you were told you are a government in waiting. The only problem of the opposition is they don't want to wait. But I do agree that Ichungw'Ah, as leader of majority, can have a relationship where, in matters of national security, there can be a certain nexus of briefing between the two parties, so that time and again people are appraised with matters of state. The one or two of your radical opinions, but because I'm also in that space of politics, are very popular with me internally, but I cannot express open support for it. I just do believe that there should be clear separations of power, but if this committee should so decide to, as constitutional as the funds, I shall support that position.
I think, Hassan, you have to be bold as you can be in some of these things. We'll hear now Honorable Eugene.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think on the issues of electoral justice, there has been an issue about the last general election. And there are those who have described it as one of the best elections or one of the most credible elections. But for some of us, we believe this was one of the most incredible elections.
Incredible is a good thing.
We had never seen a situation.
I think Hassan should put off his microphone.
We had never seen a situation where the electoral body is split. It's like a split jury or almost a hung jury, but in this case, the majority of the commissioners disowned the results. The chairman, with the minority, only 2, upheld the results. And the country found itself in a political and legal terra incognita. It's an unprecedented situation. That's why I'm saying it was not normal. They were not normal elections. And we were particularly looking at the provisions of Article 138, 3C. And the Supreme Court pronounced itself on it by saying the decision of the Commission, IEBC, should be a corporate decision in terms of the results, tallying, verifying. It should be a corporate, it cannot be the decision of the chair. And when you come to, of course, Article 138.10, the chair is the one who declares. But in a situation where we have a rogue chair, this time we have the chair and only 2 commissioners. But we can find ourselves in a situation in future where the chair disagrees with the commission and the chair by himself declares results that probably the rest of the commission does not agree with. The Supreme Court was very clear in interpreting that particular article, that we find, and I quote this ruling, we find that the chairperson cannot arrogate himself the power to verify and tally the results of a presidential election to the exclusion of the other members of the Commission. Indeed, Article 138.10 of the Constitution, although the power to declare the results of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does not, or he does so only as a delegate of the Commission, with the corporate decision of the Commission. Going into the future, we would like to get your opinion on that in terms of advice in putting the country on a more political and legal terra firma in terms of such situations arising in future. What would you advise on that? On the issue of the cost of living, as His Excellency Kalonzo has said, these socioeconomic rights under Article 43 also include the rights under Article 201 on the finance, the taxation, and the equitable taxation of the citizens, and equitable sharing of the tax burden. In the current situation today in this country, there are many Kenyans who cannot put food on the table because of the high cost of living, and particularly the Finance Act 2023 that saw everything going up, particularly the cost of fuel. On fuel alone, we have almost 16 or so levies and taxes that have really increased fuel to unprecedented levels. And we're not talking of just Mamambogas in the village who have to pay over 33 shillings more for kerosene out there in the village. Life is becoming unbearable. Even our journalists here and professionals, anyone with a pay slip today is really an endangered species because of the many taxes. What would you advise? There have been proposals here, and we wanted to hear from you, because it is a policy decision, and enjoyment of those socioeconomic rights under Article 43, it's not a favor from the government. Under Article 21, it is the fundamental duty of the state to ensure enjoyment of those rights by the citizen. In terms of policy measures, so if there are wrong policies that have been put in place that have overburdened the citizen, what would you advise in terms of probably reduction of some of the taxes or reviewing of some of those levies on fuel, on electricity? We really would like to hear from you so that we can, as a committee, make appropriate recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Catherine was to go first.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Professor, for your presentations. I am one of those who is actually going to agree with you on most of your popular presentations. These are very unpopular amongst politicians, but to some of us, they're very popular. I first want to associate myself with your comment on the 2022 elections and the presidential results. Actually, for the first time, compared to 1997, 2013, 2017, the 2022 was less problematic. This is just the simple reason. On the ballot and on the final day, actually Uhuru was whitewashed at the ballot so badly that he quickly conceded. And next, we also look at one other very unpopular point, and this is a very great idea, where on very fair basis, let us abolish the seat of women rep and create 2 seats in every constituency. The only biggest undoing with that point is the reduction of the constituencies. Is there a way, Senior Professor, which you can modify that point in such a manner that instead of reducing, let us look at a way and give us a formula, I know with your wisdom you can, of which we can have these 2 seats, 1 man and 1 woman, introduced in every constituency. And popular as it is, that is the best point that I've had in the better day of today. And clearly, it is clear you have said empowering a woman is like empowering the whole society. So I'm sure if the 2/3 gender rule was to take off, that is the best solution. And I even beg that this committee adopts that kind of policy. Thank you.
Okoma.
Thank you. Chairman, first, having listened to Prof, I'm one of those proud Kenyans who were taught by Professor. He welcomed me to University of Nairobi as a first-year student. The only thing that he was shocked about my person is when I told him the school I'd come from. He wondered whether I never knew that there was a school called Alliance and why I never went to Alliance. But,
correction, Senator, not a school.
There
was the school called Alliance.
Yes, but happy to see you, Prof. And we are really going to benefit, from your presentation. I hope there will be some written memo that you will leave behind that will assist us. Now, we are where we are because we are a country on crossroads. We are trying to find a solution to some of the problems we are facing. Just like the people who wrote the American Constitution in 1787 were trying to address the concerns of the 17 states that were trying to secede. And we need to get solutions that can fit into our own unique local circumstances. Now, on the issue of IEBC, we have had two scenarios. IBC commissioners picked through the IPPG model, and the one of 2007 picked through a very professional process where meritocracy was the guiding really thing and technical knowledge. But if you read paragraph 55 of the Supreme Court decision, the Supreme Court judges said all this, in our view, points to a serious malaise in the governance of an institution entrusted one of the monumental tasks of midwifing our democracy, an institution that obviously needs far-reaching reforms. That was the Supreme Court, and you have said you agree with the Supreme Court. Prof, I would want you to give a comment on whether you deem it to be a success story, the Electoral Commission of Mozambique that is picked through Parliament on the strength of political party representation with an input of civil society, after which they take oath of office to discharge their functions in a fairly professional manner. Would you, Prof, really have an objection to solve our problems? We also adopt a system that accommodates all the political heavyweights so that we have a confidence-building process in the management of an election. And then we can have the technical staff in our constituencies, our counties, dealing with issues of running and managing an election. I like your comment, taking Mozambique as one of the success stories where political parties pick the electoral commissioners. That's one. Number two, on the principle in the Constitution that an election should be very viable. Is there any problem if there was to be an audit of the servers just to confirm the results that were announced by IEBC as a way of complying with the Constitution? And then the final question on that paragraph that I've read, 55 of the Supreme Court decision, would you support a reform of IBC that includes the vetting of staff of the Commission in view of that finding of the Supreme Court? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. You can take those ones.
Thank you very much for all of you, your kind remarks, especially His Excellency Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, who has said very kind things about my tenure as the attorney. Those views may not be widely shared, but I treasure that compliment. Now, you asked me, sir, whether we should rethink the bicameral arrangement that is in this country. The truth again is, the draft that we drew here in Bomas had the Senate as the upper house and the House and the National Assembly as the lower house. So we, the technicians, thought that that's how a bicameral legislature should work. It is the politicians who reversed the order. And in fact, it was very interesting because I remember people like my late friend and colleague, the Honorable Mutula Kilonzo, who was among those who were opposed to the arrangement in Bomas, the Honorable Kembi Gitura, another friend of mine, they were opposed. And later, they went to the Senate and found that there wasn't the work that they had gone there to do. And they wanted us to find a way, now I was in government with them, of finding work for the Senate that was equal to the status of the Senate. So this is an issue that we can, depending on how widely we want to open the reform process, it is an issue that can usefully be revisited. I personally always conceived of the Senate as the house where our more senior politicians, more experienced, much more, diplomatic, politicians would be sitting as a house of elders and so on. In fact, in some countries, this upper chamber is not wholly elected, so that it allows, for example, this is a very self-serving example. So, say a professor who has now retired from public service to sit there and comment on bills and so on. So I agree that it is an issue that we can look into. You asked me about if we were to reduce constituencies, are we not disenfranchising people? They were used to being called Kiambu constituency, Kajiado constituency, and now it covers a whole area. I think as long as the resources are available for distribution, I don't think that people would necessarily be seriously concerned. I come from a constituency, not where we are now, and I am not very sure where it reaches to the north. I don't know how far it reaches to the south. I do know that I am here, I have a member of parliament, and I'm happy. If tomorrow I was told Westlands has been added to your constituency, I am not sure I relate specifically to the loss. If there is efficiency, I think we want members of parliament to be capacitated. It's the resource question. If the MP has the resources to look after the I don't think wananchi worry so much whether they are next to each other or further away from each other. This cost of living issue, Your Excellency, this is we keep going round with it because essentially it's a resource issue. I think I personally have come to accept the fact that the government has no money of its own. The government has no money of its own. The government has only money raised through taxation, through borrowing, and through gifts. And we have a very complicated problem where I hear the public say, and it's a very important argument, stop taxing. Stop taxing. Kenyans usually also use the word stop overtaxing. Then they say stop borrowing. So stop borrowing and stop taxing and increase spending. Now that is an impossibility. I'm not an economist, but I am a man from the University of Life, and I know that in the University of Life, if you don't tax and you do not borrow and you have not been gifted by somebody, then you don't have it. So we must cut our cloth to fit our resources. I don't believe that we can we can tax ourselves out into progress. But I do think that the only thing that you can be certain as a human being is death and taxes. Those, they have to be. Now, without making light of that very important question, I think that there are tax policies, and I hear everybody around this room who is saying that tax policies must be stable. If they are not stable, an investor, and I personally worry a lot about local investors, not foreign investors. The local investor is not able to invest within a tax regime that changes too much, that is not stable. And therefore, I agree with all those who have said that that is something we ought to look into. Chairman Ichungw'Ah asked me about IPPG, and I think Honorable Wandati as well. The truth is this, ladies and gentlemen, and we must talk truth to each other because this is our country. This IPPG model is a horse trading model. It is a horse trading model. And I challenge you, when you retire later in the day, when you do your research, the IPPG IEBC contained individuals who were directly connected with the appointment. I can tell you there were at least 2 lawyers who were lawyers to the appointing party. So it's not as transparent as it would appear. And although it delivered one good election, we also know that it had its own internal. So what do I think about it? I think that the model that works is a professionalized model. Is the one we have now professionalized? Sufficiently, but not fully. And that's where we need to fix. We need to fully professionalize. And this now brings me to the question by Honorable Wandati. I agree entirely that part of the crisis that arose out of the unilateral appointments that came post-IPPG. Because those unilateral appointments created the political impression that there was no commitment to fairness. And I agree that that was not the right thing to do. And maybe had that not been done, probably the crisis that we had in 2007, 2008 could have been avoided. But we have the hindsight of history. I agree with those who say the election is over. The Supreme Court has pronounced itself on it. We are not looking to audit it for accuracy. We are looking to audit process for improvement. Those are two different arguments, and my problem was with the first one, and I think my very good friend, the Honorable Amalwa, gave me the impression that like he would have wanted an audit that goes to an examination of outcome. That's what I said I don't think would be useful. An audit that would go to investigate whether there was system failure at any point and whether that system can be improved so that it never misfires again, I think that nobody would quarrel with that. Now, Honorable Omar, socioeconomic rights, Honorable Bomas says, and where shall we fund this? Where shall we fund social justice from? And I would concede the argument that we must fund it from taxes. There is no other way to affordable housing. There is no other way to health care. There is no other way to schooling. There is no other way to a decent environment. We are just about to have an El Nino that will put hundreds of thousands of Kenyans living by the riversides of our country in grave and mortal danger. And the only way we can protect that is again to spend more. We have to spend more on protecting that. And unfortunately, I have a feeling we would have to either borrow or tax. And that is the reality of it. Honorable Amalwa wanted to know whether there is Article 138 of the Constitution, whether there is a distinction between the chair and the commission. I believe there is. Whether the decision declared by the Electoral Commission is that of the chair or of that of the commission, it must be that of the commission. And the Supreme Court did find in this particular case that that was the decision of the commission, because all the commissioners, including those who allegedly denounced the election, had participated in the tallying of the vote. And the distinction between participating in that and participating in the announcement was dealt with, in my very humble view, quite sufficiently by the Supreme Court. Equitable taxation, again, I agree with that. I agree that taxation must create equity. But I also believe that in a democracy such as ours, those who have the resources, like members of parliament, must be taxed more, so that we can be able to provide for the community and the society. And those like university professors who don't earn a lot should be taxed less, because they do not have the resources. And school teachers who earn even less should be taxed less. So I agree that there ought to be equity in taxation.
Information, Prof. Not just equity. I refer you to the provisions of Article 201(b)(1). And I read, the burden of taxation shall be shared fairly. Fairly. Not even equitably.
Yes.
Fairly.
Yes. I thank you for that guidance, and I think that it makes my point better. There is one controversial position I have held about tax, and I think I've already been controversial enough for one morning. But I have always felt that we are getting into a time and an age in this country where some of the estates of deceased citizens are so large, that they ought to be taxed. I know it's a very unpopular view, but when you read of billions of shillings in estates, and we could put a limit, we could say we start with 20 billion, that would still be many estates, and there is a way of raising funding that way. I know it is not popular, and I will say no more about it. My learned friend and Honorable Omogeni, I don't think I would consider the Mozambique model a successful model. every time you allow a person to be the appointing authority in respect of a commission that would determine his own fate as a politician, I think you create a temptation. And I want to remind my friend, the Honorable Mugeni, in the beginning at independence, we didn't even have, there was no electoral commission. You remember there was a man called Montgomery. Montgomery was an officer in the AG's office. He was answerable to Charles Jonjo. So Charles Jonjo conducted the elections through Montgomery. Then when Montgomery left, a gentleman, I think from the Highlands, called Nyarango. Yeah, Nyarango. It's actually Nyarango. He became the commissioner of elections, and life went on. The clamor to create a commission came because the capriciousness of that process under one person answering to the Attorney General became apparent. So the commission was institutionalized to deal with that. So I would not like politicians to have a direct say on who becomes the umpire, the referee of the competition in which they are participating. Now, then you ask me, and I don't have the right answer. So what do you want us to do? Ask Pricewaterhouse to do it, or a consulting firm to do it? I'm not sure that that is also correct. I think the way we are doing it, the model we have, conceptually is the correct model. To build into it safety valves is the challenge, and I don't have the answer. I think I seem to have... No. Oh, this would be terrible if I didn't deal with the ladies, Honorable Bilianga's comments. Let me assure you, I have saved the best for last. If we increase the number of constituencies, now, and we go back to our conundrum, if we increased Parliament to 500 members, we will double expenditure, and we will need to tax more. And our basic problem then will be multiplied. I think what we should do is to reduce the number of seats, and then guarantee women 50% of those seats. That is less problematic. And I don't want to say anything about Parliament. About the Senate. I think the Senate is of a reasonable size. I think the Senate is of a reasonable size. And this problem, if we call it the problem of the gender problem, you can see how problematic it can be when you look at the counties. Because then down there, the top up to achieve the required proportions can result in a really bloated assembly. So I would like to stop there, Mr. Chairman.
We have to thank you for those observations. And Prof, I came in the tail end of your presentation, so I now must moderate my compliments, if you allow me.
Yes.
Because I may not necessarily agree with everything you've said, particularly on the issue of taxation That's why I referred you to Article 201 and fair taxation. Today, our policemen are actually having a negative payslip. On the one hand, something was added to them, and then the take-away package is minus. I don't even know if we are now taking them to Haiti, what the whole thing would mean. And of course, on Haiti, I would opine that these things should really first go to Parliament. That, I think, is how ideally should be. That's not for our discussion. But, you were on record. I hope you pronounce yourself on that, Prof, that during the last presidential election, were you amicus or you actually on one side? That would have been very important, because coming out strongly as you do on the outcome, the pronounced outcome by the highest court in the land, and the subsequent clamor for these things, including what Omgen was saying, really, I think is important. Now, Mozambique, as we all know, was basically a country that went through serious struggle. And even now it is actually under threat of religious insurgency in the north. And the main players, Frelimo and Renamo, the political reality at the time meant that the leaders of those two political formations, a country coming out of conflict, and this country actually had to help Mozambique specifically in some of those areas. You may remember the role of Bethel Kiplagat, the late Bethel Kiplagat played in trying to assist the people of Mozambique. To opine is what you're calling mitigated disaster of IPPG is what actually delivered, because when you have two strong appointing authorities and they're sitting at the level of a commission, then clearly the balance of terror, if you like, is what will deliver results, and that's what happened in 2002. I don't think we need to belabor the point, but we hear you, and I personally have the highest of esteem for you, Prof, and continue being close. If you can add your reflections and give us something in writing, it will be very useful for us. Thank you.
I'll try to do that, and thank you.
Send it by email? Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think Amnesty International is the next group.
Good to see you, Amnesty International. Wanairungo and team. I think that my co-chair has just slipped out. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So perhaps we could begin with some quick introductions. I'm sure you by now know a lot of these committee members. We have nearer you there, Senator Omugeni, Senator of Nyamira, and a committee member. Honorable Eugene Wamalwa is a party leader and a committee member. Honorable Wandai is a committee member and deputy minority leader in Parliament, in the National Assembly. Our sister Catherine Obilianga is a member of this committee and countryman rep from doing it a second term. She's doing her second term, so fairly senior in party organization and also in Parliament. So the other members will be coming. We took a decision that during these stakeholder consultations, we don't have to strictly apply the our own rules with regard to quorum. So I think you should continue in the interest of time, and therefore over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka. I am Irungo Houghton. I serve as Amnesty International Kenya's Executive Director, and with me on my left is Ramadan Rajab, Senior Campaign Officer on issues of civic freedoms and civil liberties. And on my right is our researcher, our country researcher, Benta Moige. We start by really extending our best wishes to this process, to the committee, and also our gratitude for the opportunity to come before you and to speak on a singular issue, noting that there may be many issues that we could engage you on. To the members of the committee, allow us to just frame who you are for us, which essentially is the custodians of the Constitution at this time. Much of the discussions that you will have leave us with no doubt that on your shoulders lie several of our constitutional freedoms and the fundamental rights that are in our Constitution. And your wisdom at a time like this can actually take the country several steps forward or plunge us back to the chaos that we saw in the earlier part of the year. Allow me to address a single issue, which is security sector reform and policing. As you are all no doubt aware, and several of you I've worked with as far back as the post-election violence, the issue of security sector reform, peace and stability has been a troubled culture for us for many years. With the 2010 Constitution, we saw a massive step forward in terms of the separation of investigations, prosecution, and judicial processes. We also saw the establishment of an independent policing service, and that service was pronounced as a service and not as a police force that came to our shores as a colonial occupying institution several years before that. We will address ourselves to the issues that we have shared in our memo of September the 7th, and I do hope that members of the committee have got them. The press has sensationalized the budget for this committee, so we have brought extra copies for the committee just in case those sensational allegations are true. So I'll invite Benta if you can just circulate the documentation that forms the basis of our intervention this morning. It is opportune, perhaps, that we are now looking at the issue of our police service being exported to Haiti and the issue of the quality of the policing.
You must have heard me, Mr. Irungo, before you. So continue, please continue.
Okay, sorry.
Just ignore the chair's intervention and proceed.
The possibility of 1,000 police officers traveling to Haiti within a few months brings the presentation that we're about to make into, I think, an important moment. That we should be discussing the quality of our policing and the accountability of the policing at a time like this is critical. As those officers go to Haiti, the international world, the international attention will be on Kenyan police officers. We also, as Amnesty, would caution that they are going into a very volatile situation, and that as much as we are concerned about the quality of policing at this point, it is also important that we note that they need to be kept safe. So it is in that context that we will make the following points and recommendations. It is sad in some ways that the contingent of police were not being deployed in 2022, because in that year we saw what was probably the best example of what it is like to have a police service that can maintain law and order during elections. With a number of human rights organizations, tens of dialogues and workshops were developed between community leaders, human rights defenders, and police officers, including commanding officers, throughout the country to ensure that there would be dialogue and that there would be community policing approach to the electoral process. And as we all know, it was probably one of the most peaceful of the elections. The question we have to ask ourselves is why 1 year later have we seen such violence, such brutality, and such a level of denialism on the part of the security services and, to some extent, Harambee House. We, as Amnesty International, with several agencies, including Human Rights Watch, the Kenya Medical Association, the Law Society of Kenya, conducted 3 empirical missions to investigate the quality of policing during the phase that we now call Mandamano. And I would like to just give you a couple of the findings from those 2 reports. The first report was released on May the 31st, and essentially was a statement following interviews with about 115 witnesses and victims in that period, March to April. The second second report was done and released to the country on August the 4th, and this was a more in-depth study that essentially looked at what had happened in Kisumu and Migori primarily, but also in some of the other areas. These 2 reports are before you as the committee, and what we found in the 2 reports was that 5 fundamental constitutional freedoms were violated over the last 6 months. The first is the right to life, Article 26 of the Constitution, Article 37 of the Constitution, the right to peaceful assembly, Article 36 of the Constitution, the right to association, and Article 33 of the Constitution, the freedom of expression, and lastly, the right to a fair trial. 60 days after the first round of protest, that was in March, based on our interviews with 115 witnesses, we found that there had been excessive and unnecessary use of force, particularly lethal force, leading to the deaths of over 12 verified individuals. Most of the people who were killed were bystanders. They claimed not to be part of the demonstrations, and they were unarmed. Most of them were young, between the ages of 20 and 30, and most of them, at least half of them, had died as a result of gunshot wounds. We listened to the testimony of the mother of Precious Kimunto, a 4-month-old Kibera infant who was tear-gassed in her home and suffocated to death on March the 30th. Many of us watched in horror as tear gas was thrown into schools, leading to an entire school being evacuated, an entire class being evacuated and taken to hospital because they had inhaled tear gas of substances that we, as far as we know, we do not have a sense of how safe they were to use on minors. Towards the end of July, we traveled to Migori and to Kisumu. We spoke to county government officials. We spoke to police officers, prosecutors. We spoke also to medical doctors, journalists, survivors, and families of victims. And we heard that there had been 107 cases of assault. Many of those cases, again, 47 of them, were cases that had seen gunshot wounds, and in many cases, these gunshot wounds had left people either very seriously injured or dead. We, with our own eyes, verified the deaths of 11 individuals at the referral hospital. Most of them were male, and most of them were between the ages of 17 and 38. We listened to medical practitioners, doctors, who said that police officers chased protesters and bystanders into the referral hospital and threw tear gas into the hospital, leading to tear gas going into the hospital wards. We had journalists who were unable to cover the stories because they were being attacked either by police officers or by protesters. We had medical doctors and medical health practitioners who could not reach places of medical facilities because they could not access and get through the violence that took place. In many ways, the experience we have had over the last 6 months are probably the worst violence we have seen for several years, possibly since 2017. Therefore, we have a number of recommendations, 5 to be specific. The first is that in the spirit of the bipartisan committee that has been set up, to lay rest the denialism that we have seen, most sensationally by the Inspector General, that bodies had been imported into the referral hospital, into the mortuary, for the purposes of the media. We would require you, humbly ask you to essentially do joint fact-finding missions to places like Nyanza, places like Nairobi and Mombasa. And we as Amnesty, with the Missing Voices Alliance and other organizations, would be very happy to facilitate, to organize those trips so that you are able to very quickly determine independently what actually happened over this period. The second recommendation is that you require the Inspector General of the National Police Service, as the lead commander of our 100,000 officers and the lead commander of the troops that will go to Haiti and will be covered on national and international television. I think we have to brace ourselves for seeing Kenyan police officers on CNN, on Voice of America, and various other international media to come before the committee. And we would request the following line of inquiry. The first is that the IG commits to not shield his officers from legal processes that would have the officers responsible for the violence that we saw over the last 6 months be brought before a court of law. Secondly, that there be a commitment to desist from the use of non-uniformed officers. And in fact, as Amnesty, we have tried to get, a response from the police service on what is the policy with regards to informers and undercover police officers in times of protest and in moments when Kenyans are lawfully seeking to protest and to assemble. One of the things we were told by several journalists and medical officers was that the use of non-uniformed police officers and the embedding of police officers among journalists, among protesters, and even among medical practitioners, if you remember the viral clip of police officers climbing out of an ambulance, is that it put our doctors, our nurses, and our journalists in harm's way. The third line of inquiry is essentially that schools, places of learning, medical centers have to be off limits to police officers. I'm sure there will be agreement from the Kenya Medical Association, from the Kenya National Union of Teachers, from the head teachers associations, that in a time when there is tension and there is violence, police officers should not be entering our schools and our medical centers with live ammunition and batons and tear gas. And the last one, essentially, is that we must have safe passage for emergency health workers and journalists at times when there is turmoil. The third recommendation relates to the two principal actors that are responsible for investigations and prosecutions. We would ask the committee to request of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to clarify how many of the 107 cases that were documented in July have actually moved to prosecution. How many of the cases that involve the lethal use of force and the death of both civilians and police officers, how many of those cases have been taken to a court of law? And I think on the second part, obviously the preserve of the prosecution arm of our government is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Fourthly, and I'm coming to the last recommendation, that the Ministry of Interior be requested to explain why do we still have a delay of 5 years since the National Assembly passed the Prevention of Torture Act and the National Coroner Service Act, and why aren't those two laws being implemented with the alacrity that is required in order to keep Kenyans safe. It may be opportune at this point, particularly in terms of the last 6 months, and in terms of our officers going abroad to protect Haitians, for a national police conference to be organized. There have been several of these in the past. Under the previous administration, one of the important open door policies that they had was essentially accessibility. And I can speak with confidence and experience that I was able to get through to the Cabinet Secretary, to the Principal Secretary, to various arms of the Interior Ministry with the capacity that we would be listened to, and not always did they act on our recommendations or our advice, but at least we had access. We were also able to make memoranda to the policing conference, and some of the reforms that have come with regards to the condition of police officers has really come as a result of the interventions of Amnesty and several other organizations like IMBLU, like Haki Africa and others. So it is a time like this that we need policy dialogue on this issue. Let me turn to the last issue, which is somewhat out of the realm of the policing environment that we have had up to now, but is extremely important. The incidences of enforced disappearances are returning. The use of special squads are beginning to lead us to concern that we are going to start seeing more people disappearing under this administration. His Excellency the President gave a public assurance to this nation that his government would not be a government of the shadows. It would not be a government that would not remain within the rule of law. And I think one of the concerns that we have is that we are starting to see a return to the kind of situation we saw in Yala. Allow me to bring up one incident just to illustrate how dangerous this is. 3 months before the elections, 2 Indian contractors disappeared with a Kenyan driver. They were members of the campaign team for the Kenya Kwanza campaign, and those 2 contractors disappeared into the thick of the night. They were captured on CCTV camera, we know this. Police officers have been able to track down the actual police officers that stopped their vehicle, and up to now, that case has not progressed. Why? Because we have a lacuna in our law, which says that if you cannot find the bodies of people who have disappeared, then that legal process is almost in jeopardy from the onset. I think the Kenya Kwanza national government requires itself to find a way, not just in the memory of those 2 Indian contractors, but in the spirit and in the protection of all people who have disappeared, all the families of the people who have disappeared, to find a legal framework that ensures that enforced disappearances are not a part of our national culture. I would like to stop there, knowing that the committee may have questions or comments, and as always, as Amnesty, we come in good faith, based on evidence, and with a hope to find a bridge between what offends our Constitution and the way forward. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Well, we thank you Bwana Irungu, for clarity of presentation and thought and the concerns you have as Amnesty, which indeed are concerns shared by a lot of Kenyans who would want to have a peaceful country. I hope you'll be able to we propose that you take the comments that colleagues here may want to put across to you, and then you can respond at the end of those comments or questions. The first one is this Haiti thing. It's not within our province as such, but a matter like this, I think, will require approval of the UN Security Council. And when I saw President Biden addressing the session at General Assembly, you were saying that should be expedited. I don't know whether anybody will know, I have not since followed, whether UN Security Council approval has been given. And the other point I say, the matter, an assignment as grave as this would need, I think, approval of a National Assembly and the Senate. I think it is in our law. But, you know, the work of Amnesty International is very well known, and you have, Mr. Rungu, been vocal. I've watched you on national television, and I wish that we could have Kenyans of strong conscience as Amnesty, and you, Mr. Rungu, on this, calling it as it is. We are a little shy as a committee because we're trying to promote national dialogue and conversations. The very weighty matter of police brutality, excessive use of force, use of live bullets. I think I've myself been on record as saying this goes beyond the work of this committee. But having said that, I can be overruled if colleagues indeed, and I thank you for volunteering even to support a fact-finding mission to establish further truth. EPOA were here yesterday, and they did, I think, say quite a bit, a lot of which is even in the print media today. So, friends, karibuni, let's hear what comments we may have. I think the first to go is Eugene, Honorable Eugene, and then a human rights crusader who sometimes gets confused. Light note, Hassan Omar.
Thank you very much, Nairung, with your team. And we want to thank you also for the good work that you are doing. Human rights are universal, and we believe, given one of the most progressive constitutions that we have in this country, we wanted to see our police transformed from a police force to a police service. And our constitution is very clear in terms of professionalism, in terms of respect for human rights, and integrity of our officers. But what happened in this country after the elections, the levels of police brutality is very worrying. Some of us on this table are victims of police brutality during these protests. And our constitution under Article 37 gives every Kenyan the right to demonstrate, to picket, unarmed and peacefully to do so. But we have a situation where the police is actually criminalizing protests. It's a very worrying situation where you are told, oh, today we'll allow you to picket or demonstrate here in Nairobi. Tomorrow we'll not allow you in Kisumu, we'll not allow you, they would allow in Eldoret. I gave the example of the Finland scandal, where parents came out, they were allowed to protest. In Kericho, we had these tea picking machines. Farmers were allowed to protest. But here in Nairobi, the police brutality was serious. I'm looking at your report, and you are giving figures. I think you've talked of 94. You've also talked of 44. When IPOA was before us, they talked of 57 killed by the police. And some were killed by bludgeoning, where the police broke into estates, pulled out people from their houses, and bludgeoned them to death. I buried two of the Nyalenda brothers, Brian and William, very young boys. And it was a very, very sad story. You've referred us to Precious Kemunto, a little baby with a mother in her home, where police break in and throw tear gas in residential areas. And the poor baby suffocated to death. But the majority of the deaths, from what we witnessed, were actually from police bullets. Most of those killed were young fellows, 18 to 30. The bullet wounds, when we looked at the postmortem reports, the death certificates, were from bullets from behind, in the back. Some were shot in the head, running away from the police. Our laws require use of firearms in the prescribed way, where the police are either threatened or they are saving lives. But in the case of where police shoot innocent citizens who are unarmed, I think it's a very worrying thing, and we wanted to know from you in terms of what His Excellency Kalonzo has said. There is this concern, not just nationally, but internationally, of the Kenyan police, who have this year shown very serious disregard for human rights, going outside our borders, 1,000 of them going to Haiti. Of course, it's a matter that we are hoping our parliamentarians will take up so that it is properly debated, whether we should be a country sending our young men in harm's way when there are neighboring countries there that have refused to do so for good reasons. And these are some of the things that we are looking at in terms of the reforms. IPOA had very specific, apart from your recommendations, shielding of officers who have misused their firearms to take innocent lives. These firearms, the ballistics, being handled through the forensic lab that is under the DCI, and the DCI is part of the National Police Service. They are proposing an independent institution to handle that so that evidence is not compromised. The police do not protect their own. Because there's a Ugandan saying that a monkey cannot decide the affairs of the forest. It's very likely that the police can protect each other. So that many cases are compromised and the police have not been held to account for the brutality they have committed. I don't know what you think about those recommendations, apart from your 5 recommendations that you've given. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hassan.
Just as a note, as we oppose the deployment of our police service into Haiti, I'll ask us ourselves as politicians and members to be very careful to not to set the ground for very hostile reception. Because what we have been doing, some of us here, is to link the abuses we allege here as probably the conduct of these police officers on arrival at Haiti. We are carelessly putting them into harm's way. Once our men and women in uniform are out of this country, whether we agree with the process or not, the least we owe them is some levels of discipline in how we refer to them, so that as we debate the issues, provide for their security, provide for their training, or oppose the issues, I think we must not equate our political biases into putting them into harm's way. So we must be very restrained, because I'm seeing a situation, if some of these utterances, which have come from this committee severally, go viral. I'm told some of those groups are armed. You could be preparing for a very unnecessary contest. It's not going to be a blind mission. I'm not at liberty also to discuss it, but it's not going to be a blind mission. It's going to be done in a manner that the safety and security of our officers will be guaranteed. The government of Kenya is not led by fools. They will make it appear like we will just take 1,000 men and women and just put them there for sacrifice. Number two, I never speak this way, but sometimes I would hope for you also to interrogate some of these demonstrations in a manner, because today I'm talking to peers in the human rights fraternity. They know that I wrote the Charter on Human Rights in the lead up to our elections. We said our first pillar is implementation of the Constitution. And you saw the directives of the President upon election as President of the Republic of Kenya. How is it possible, and be fair, that a demonstration or demonstrators are carrying weapons? Not necessarily ballistic weapons like guns, but they are carrying stones and machetes. These guys prepare themselves. I was there. I know what these demos are. I planned them. I know what we tell each other. Go burn these tires here. Sijui mtu fulani ndo ataongoza pale, yule ataongoza pale. And half the time there is a confrontation between the police. Yes, maybe sometimes the force used is disproportionate, but even where these demonstrations have been left to go on, we have seen, even the time when they said, let them demonstrate. Shops have been looted. Infrastructure has been vandalized. We need to have a real conversation about these issues. And then tell our friends, when they go to a demonstration, you cannot use constitutional means to achieve unconstitutional objectives. Purporting to take oath that this is the time for a revolution under the guise of Article 37 is not the intent of Article 37. Number three, the Constitution has more than one Article 37. It has the sovereign rights. It has other articles of the Constitution, the right to vote, the respect for institutions of the state, including the Supreme Court when it speaks itself. I was very surprised. One of the civil society organizations which monitored the elections told me, hey, this election was free and fair. You guys actually beat this other team. A few months later, he tells me, oh, you know, if there's an allegation by one party, then it needs to be dispensed of. And I'm thinking to myself, on what basis? So I'm not saying even the neutrality of civil society in terms of how it anchors itself in the new discourse, will speak very much to how civil society is then able to navigate the new terrain. Gone are the days when you'll just go to an international community actor and tell them the UDA government or the Kenya Kwanza government is a dictator government. These are men and women. We also engage. Those representatives also have the intelligence agencies. They also have the information. I've come to realize, actually, the reason sometimes government is always on the back foot is because when you're in government, always you are expected to talk less, and even what you have, you reveal as a very measured way. But I can tell you, if you go and get part of the documentation and some of the information that even our counterparts have, that's why sometimes you see their responses are measured. There was a time they will say, in no uncertain terms, that this was wrong. But they understand the design to try and precipitate a crisis so that you divert the country's attention from the economics and try to brand the KK government as a dictatorship. That is not true. And I think those are the kind of things that, as we prosecute in the new discourse, you have friends in this government, they engage at various levels, and I can tell you without a doubt, sometimes we even ask very hard questions internally. I am not sure whether that evidence is some of it, the credibility to it, but I'll finalize by one thing, and Rajab there can bear me witness. we were defending some terrorism suspects. Unfortunately, these terrorism suspects were arrested alongside one of the human rights defenders. When they were in custody, the revelations they made, when this man was released, he told us some of the things are actually true. How they would transport ballistic missiles, how they would organize, how they would get, you remember those testimonies, how they would get firearms from our neighbors. And when Kamwende told us, we just didn't believe him because we thought it was Kamwende. So Kamwende is lying to us. He is concocting stories. But trust me, at many of these scenes and some of these organizational frameworks for this latest wave of demonstrations, why are people talking about burning tires and carrying this and these guys to barricade these ones and these ones to stone cars that are going to work? And this information sometimes is available to the security agencies. And they also have a DTP, the duty to protect other Kenyans. I do agree where there is excessive use of force, where there is unjustified executions, then those have to be dealt with within the purview of law. But talk to our friends that demonstrations cannot achieve the ends that the elections cannot achieve.
Well, thank you, Omar. I think we'll hear one day. Did you want to say something, Co-Chair?
You can go first.
Yes, let me say this and start from where my friend Omar has left. Demonstrations, of course, are a way of expressing oneself and properly guaranteed under the Constitution and enabling laws. There's no doubt, really, regardless of the objective. But let me ask you, in your investigations, and I want to agree with you, because actually what you said here corroborates to a very large extent the testimony of a government agency, IPOA, which were before us here yesterday, and they were seated there. Your evidence corroborates their testimony to a very large extent. But let me ask you, because we need to remain as objective as possible, in your investigations, did you come across evidence that the police killings, which have been documented, were a reaction to threats posed by the demonstrators, either the police themselves or any other citizens? Okay? And even in those circumstances, was the use of lethal force, including live bullets, justified? I want to ask another question, and very, very briefly. In your research, I'm sure you do research a lot, and you do in comparable jurisdictions. Under what circumstances can the police service deploy persons who are not uniformed and carrying military-style guns, actually assault rifles, not uniformed, carrying assault rifles, not wearing any protective gear, okay, to face demonstrators or a mob or a rioting mob? What would be the intention of such deployment if not to kill the mob? I hope you get me. That you are not uniformed, which means nobody can recognize you as a police officer. You are not having any protective gear, which means don't fear. You are not scared of any possible assault. And you are deployed into a crowd, which is charged. Okay? Finally, is, and I posed this question yesterday to IPOA, and they agreed that indeed it is possible for a private entity or person to undertake private prosecution. And this is clear, it's implicit under Article 157 of the Constitution. 157(6), the director of the DPP, rather, shall exercise state powers of prosecution and may, among other things, at B, take over and continue any criminal proceedings commenced in any court that have been instituted or undertaken by another person or authority, and so on and so forth. Of course, this implies that another person or authority other than the DPP can institute private prosecution. Because the case we faced yesterday was that the IPOA has forwarded numerous files against specific police officers whom they accuse of killing Kenyans during demonstrations, and yet those files are still lying at the DPP. Nobody knows what became of them, and nobody for sure knows when they shall ever be released or be acted upon. Is it possible that Amnesty International and related organizations or persons can exercise the right under the Constitution and the law to institute private prosecution against these culpable police officers? Thank you. I'll stop it at that.
Maybe just to say something, my name is Catherine. The demonstrators, as much as they have the right to demonstrate, let them keep off from school zones and know that the children have their right. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
Just the demonstrators or the police, because police also tear gassed innocent kids in school, in Westlands actually.
That's a very valid point.
Very, very specific.
Let us keep
the demonstrators.
Police off school areas. Demonstrators also must keep off school areas.
Thank you, Anna Irungu Newton, with your Amnesty International, and we thank you for the good work you're doing. At times, I like us to speak for posterity, because Hassan Omar was chair of the Human Rights Commission. At the same time, I was chair of LSK. And when you speak for human rights, it's always good to speak that you would be on this other side. And I remember one time Ahmed Nasir told us, as a Muslim, Islam dislikes people are dishonest, people are deceptive, people who tell lies. They like honest. So I'm sure all of us here want to have an honest discourse. The point I've picked, which I think is a problem, you have said that there's a problem in prosecuting police officers who engage in police brutality and in violence against innocent people, including, I hope, these two innocent kids who were killed in the hands of police. And we need to get a solution because we need accountability. What we are discussing here is about governance. We need accountability. Now that it seems the police will always be out there to shield their own, would you maybe propose that we need to look for another different legal mechanism? Because it seems from the report you have given us, it seems the police will never prosecute their own. And that's what IPOA told us yesterday. In the US, they have what they call an independent counsel. If you want to prosecute somebody in Congress, you will get an independent counsel. The Attorney General will propose, the High Court will confirm the appointment, then an independent counsel will go and investigate maybe a congressperson or a sitting president or somebody high level in government. Knowing that, today that side will be in government, tomorrow they may not. In Zambia, you saw what Lungu did to Echilemi Akainde. This week, Echilemi Akainde is telling Lungu, these jokes you do on Saturday, that is politics, I'll come after you. This keep changing. Now Echilemi Akainde is telling Lungu, don't joke. In last elections, supporters of Echilemi Akainde were tear gassed. One guy was shot outside a police station. So we want to do this for posterity. Would you support a proposal that we create an office of independent counsel so that if there is an allegation, even today it could be me, tomorrow it could be Honorable Mbarire, of police brutality, we don't leave it to be in the hands of the police, but we get somebody independent to do the investigation and prosecution so that we bring an end to what you call impunity within the police force. I just wanted to get your take on that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Maybe, Mr. Irungu, let me begin by associating myself largely with the sentiments of Senator Omar regarding the deployment of officers in Haiti, because that's a matter that's really not in the realm of this committee, and we need to exercise caution, as Senator Omar said, so that we don't put our men and women in uniform in harm's way wherever they serve us, because they are all our children, they are Kenyans like ourselves, and we owe them that duty of care in whatever we say. But you appreciate, Houston, there is also a very thin line between protecting the rights of demonstrators, and in that case, demonstrators who are not doing so peaceably and unarmed, as is stipulated in our Constitution and our laws, and also the duty by policemen to protect life and property of those who are not otherwise involved in violent protests. I want to believe part of the reason we are here as a dialogue committee, as His Excellency keeps reminding us, is so that we are able to dialogue as a country, to put behind our nation the culture of violence, and where we settle political disagreements using violence. And from where you sit as human rights crusaders and activists, you then owe the country a duty of civic education. That, and I have seen players in the civil society demonstrate over the cost of living peaceably and unarmed, not with machetes, not with stones, and they do so, and the police actually escort them, even to the gates of Parliament. I have seen them even chain themselves to the gates of Parliament, peaceably. I don't know what your role would be as a civil society players and more so human rights activists to protect the rights of even officers and other Kenyans who are not involved in the violence. And probably also engage Kenyans in a crusade of civic education, where you educate Kenyans that a demonstration, a procession, a protest, picketing does not necessarily mean a campaign of violence and anarchy. Because when we get into a campaign of violence and anarchy, then you leave the police in a catch-22 position, where police officers have to protect another Kenyan's supermarket being looted, and the people looting have machetes, are armed with stones, they have broken into a supermarket, you lobby tear gas, they do not respond, they continue looting and threaten the police. Therefore, there has to be that balance, and we must appreciate that balance. Two, nobody in this country would advocate for excessive use of force, because as Senator Mugeni says, today it's Opio and I, tomorrow it's me. And trust me, I have been there, I know. Those two young Indians you refer to and their taxi driver are people I knew, are people I worked with. There was no reason, absolutely no reason for those young Indians and the Kenyans who were killed by the people, as you say, who are known. Therefore, as we speak about Kenyans who were killed in the demonstrations, Let us not forget those Kenyans who were executed in the name of politics. Those young Indians were executed in the name of politics for no reason at all. And not just those because of Kenya Kwanza. There are many Kenyans. And Irungu, you remember the bodies that were fished out of River Yala simply because of their political beliefs. People we knew. Therefore, as we speak, and I speak this with a very heavy heart because we lost so many people that worked with us in the last campaign because of what they believed in politically. And we had their bodies in River Yala, some in River Tana, others in the Abadeas. Those young Indians, you have rightly said, the officers are not, but they cannot be prosecuted because the bodies have never been found. But therein brings me to my question, Mr. Irungu and your colleagues in the human rights world. Tomorrow, and Omar Hassan also did point out to the incident where they were advocating for the rights of people who are being accused of financing or engaging in terrorism. And you have a duty to defend their rights. Tomorrow, I am almost certain, if those officers were charged in court, of course, the lawyers in the room will rush to represent them. But also human rights crusaders will be there speaking about their rights, knowing very well that these are the people who participated in these extrajudicial killings. You've also spoken about the right of passage, and I agree with you wholly. The right of passage, especially of medical personnel, of journalists when during demonstrations. You've spoken about the police lobbing tear gas in schools, in hospitals, but you're also aware there were incidents where youth, again, were getting tear gas canisters lobbed at them to disperse them. They get hold of the tear gas canisters and hurl them back in private institutions, in schools, in hospitals, to create a situation of anarchy. Therefore, maybe I don't know what you would do, and I have no solution myself as to what you would do as human rights crusaders to ensure that when people claim to be peaceably and unarmed to be demonstrating, then they also do so in designated places. Your rights end where mine begin. It is so said. Why would anyone stop another Kenyan from going to work because them they want to protest? Why don't we have a country where we are decent, where we are civilized, that if we're having a demonstration on the cost of living, we do not have to pull down the entire infrastructure on the expressway in the name of protesting, that we can peaceably and unarmed gather at a designated point, protest, and say all the manner of things we want to say against whoever we want to say against. Then peaceably go home in the evening. And I don't know, I have no solution. It's just probably more of comments. I don't know if there's anyone else with something else before we close. Maybe if not, we can close at that, and Irungu can answer those ones.
Thank you very much. And I now know why I was looking forward to this engagement, because the questions have been clear and direct, and I thank you all for the frankness and the courteous way that you have responded to our presentation. The points that have been raised fall into 7. Allow me just to quickly deal with them. Haiti, and I will exercise I will exercise a bit of judiciousness in terms of response based on Honorable Hassan's comment. The issue of data and verifiable data. Thirdly, the issue of policing approaches during assembly, private prosecution, legal reform, civic education, and criminalizing disappearances. And I'll try and be propositional on all of those issues. Allow me, first of all, just say, Your Excellency, thank you for the kind words at the beginning. May God and government keep me safe, keep Amnesty safe, keep all human rights organizations safe, and indeed all of you and 50 million Kenyans. I mean, that is the spirit, I think, that our constitution is drafted. On the issue of Haiti, and it is a weighty matter, allow me just to say 2 or 3 things as the process begins to unfold. And of course, one is the UN Security Council, and the second is our very own National Assembly. As Amnesty International, we believe that there has to be clear and mandatory enforceable parameters for the mission. What those will take is obviously a matter of experts. We need to make sure that there will be no excessive force, there will be no corruption, and secondly, there will be no sexist exploitation. The people of Haiti have, as we know, suffered too much. They require a human rights-based policing mission. And I believe that with these procedures, these parameters, and as Amnesty, we can offer any of the authorities ideas on this within a UN framework, it can be done. The second recommendation on Haiti is that there has to be a UN oversight mechanism that ensures that Haitians have access to issues of accountability, to access to justice and redress where there may be excesses. And I think this would be very important. We would also say, given our own experience, that we would invite the National Assembly to ensure and require that all commanders, not just the topmost commander, of whom we have respect as Amnesty International, that all commanders are assessed on the basis of their ability to de-escalate situations. Let me turn to the second part of the second question, which relates to the data. There will be some difference in data, Honourable Omugeni. I think it is very difficult, as many people know, to be able to have one verified source on a moment as intense as the demonstrations that we had. Our data is verified. We can say behind every one of those statistics that we have verified those numbers, and I believe the IPOA, who came before you yesterday, could probably do the same thing. We would probably, respond to some of the questions that are raised around the what broke down in terms of policing over this period. And it is gratifying, I guess, for the co-chair, Honourable Kimani, who says that nobody will challenge the constitutional principle. Allow us to also say that we respect the uniform. We respect the oath of office that police undertake, and most of the 100,000 police officers are not going to be held liable for the violence that we saw over the last 6 months. But I think there are a number of things we need to point out. On the basis of our own research, what we realized is that the crisis started at the point that the police refused to accept notifications, that they began to intimidate and arrest organizers, and wherever protesters gathered non-violently, they dispersed them with tear gas, rubber bullets, and as the months continued, live weapons. There was a point, I don't know if you recall, in July, when it was actually very difficult to be able to distinguish between bystanders, marshals, protest organizers, uniformed police officers, non-uniformed police officers using military-grade weaponry, looters, criminals. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, based on that experience and in the knowledge that we are a troubled nation economically, and that even if the political class can find a way of setting aside the differences and setting aside the grievances from the past, we are still a troubled nation. There will still be protests and demonstrations. So this is why we say, as Amnesty, it is important that we have a serious national policy review of how we police assemblies. And our recommendation is essentially a national policing conference. And it has helped break through a number of problems that we've seen. Allow me to turn to the recommendation or the suggestion, and I smiled a little bit as the presentations went on because we thought we were coming to task the committee, but we have received a few tasks on our side, which we gladly pick up. The first is that the Constitution is innocent. The Constitution is the one instrument or the one person that will not be dragged through a court of law as a result of the violence that we've seen in the last 6 months. We would probably argue that the laws are also innocent, with the exception of possibly one. Because we feel that the National Coroner Service Act, which was passed by the National Assembly 5 years ago, gives us the capacity for an independent forensic capacity, for legal capacity, for a operational capacity to hold police officers accountable, to be able to independently assess crimes committed by uniformed officers. And therefore, we probably would not, at this stage, but again, perhaps I can speak with the former Law Society of Kenya chairperson to see how this independent tribunal might be constructed. We would simply say that you have the laws in place. Can we implement them? I think the second area really is to reflect a little bit on the Public Order Act. And I think this is the one area where Honorable Hassan will probably also agree with us, in addition to the other things that he has said this morning, which is we have an archaic Public Order Act. It is so far behind the Constitution that it is out of focus. We would call for its immediate repeal and replacement with clarity, clear legal provisions that do not offend or criminalize protesters, but keep protests lawful and non-violent. And I think, Honorable Kimani, let me just turn to your point, which I think is really important. You know, we spoke to a number of prosecutors and police officers, and many of them requested anonymity, which was a matter of concern for me, because in many ways what we are discussing are national issues. They should be matters that we can debate and take responsibility for our comments. But one of the things that, you know, we came away from those conversations was that there is a difference between protesters who destroy property, who assault others, who rape and sexually molest others during these moments of turmoil, and protesters. And the problem is that we are not able, and I say we, I think as an ecosystem, we're not able to distinguish between those categories that I read out earlier. The bystander, the marshal, the uniformed officer, the looter, the criminal, the protester, and the non-uniformed military officer that is not carrying any identification, but is carrying military-grade weapons. And I think what we have to do is we have to begin to distinguish that much more clearly. None of the policing that we saw during this period that we documented had the capacity to distinguish this. In fact, it was almost blurred to a point that we began to think it was deliberate. Because if notifications had been given to protesters from the political parties, if the protesters had been facilitated, given assurance, there had been clarity in terms of the routes of the demonstrations, and there had been recourse when criminals come to hijack those protests, I have a feeling that we would not have de-escalated or rather spiraled in the way that we did. And therefore, I think there is an opportunity going forward now that our heads are clearer and the violence has hopefully is behind us for us to be able to do this. Let me lastly turn, I think, to the point that's been raised in terms of civic education and private prosecution. 80% of Amnesty's work is civic education. We spend a lot of time in our schools with young people. We spend a lot of time with families that have, have experienced human rights violations. And to be honest, that is the best part of our work. It actually pains me to come before the nation with those statements, those press conferences, even to discuss like this, the ugliness that our country is capable of. So I would really look forward to the committee looking at this issue of civic education. For the record, we pushed very hard just before the last elections with the Jubilee administration. And the Jubilee administration, through a note verbal, banned funding by the donor community to the IEBC or to civic organizations to do civic election work. And we said that the most dangerous thing is an election where you have high levels of disinformation, misinformation, a lack of regulation of social media platforms, and algorithms that nobody understands how they work, except the people who pay for them. As we move into a season of artificial intelligence, I know I'm moving slightly far. I think we have to look at the quality of civic education that is available for our people. We are in the moment of a moral hysteria around LGBTIQ persons. Allow me to go there also. There are individuals and constituencies that are deliberately trying to whip up homophobic and hateful comment against people that have committed no law and have not been taken to a court of law. But they would rather that they are beaten, that they are stripped, that they are taken from their homes and their jobs. But let me not stop there for those of you who haven't got quite to the position of care and compassion. We have to think about that baby, that 3-year-old child called Brighton Sagini. And it still burns me, that story. How does a 3-year-old be killed by 3 generations of her family? A grandmother, an uncle, and a cousin. 3 generations conspired to kill a child 15 years before that child had any opportunity to inherit that land. Or perhaps we can go to Shakahola and discuss how is it possible that close to 500 people could have been persuaded by one very charismatic evangelist to kill themselves through starvation. Allow me just to end on a sober note. Our country is ailing. And we must provide the leadership at this time for the country to become respectful of diversity, to be anti-discriminatory in its nature, or we will continue to see violence perpetuated when we have a solid constitution. I have not talked about gender, and I can see Cecilia is asking me, what about misogyny and sexism? The level of intimate spousal abuse in this country is unacceptable, and we are not doing enough about it. So let me just concur with the idea that civic education is where we need to go, and hopefully, as Amnesty and all the other organizations, we will be allowed to continue doing that work, because I think it is really what will save us in the long run. Let me very directly invite Honorable Kimani. You have spoken many times about criminalization of enforced disappearances. Allow me to encourage you to encourage the committee to support you on the idea that one area where we do need legal reform, it is in that area. Because we cannot allow for people to come in our midst to execute people, drop them from helicopters in rangelands or in conservancies and get away with it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. Allow me to end, as I am instructed to by my board, to invite you all to become members of Amnesty International Kenya. We are a membership organization, and actually, as I look at some of you, I know you are our members. I shall not state which members are here, but we are non-partisan, independent, and therefore Kenyans. And for those of you whose children are members of Amnesty International, I also acknowledge you in this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Well, thank you so much. As I said earlier, for your eloquence of presentation, clarity of thought, and thank you for taking our comments. We have some people waiting online, and we want to be able to move to the next level. Thank you so much, Amnesty.
Asanteni. We have next, we are to have the immediate former commissioners, Wafula Chebukati, Abdi Gulie, Boya Molu, and I'm told they have a letter. I don't know, Secretariat. We are to have them now. Then we are to have. Then we are to have the other group of 4 other former commissioners, Juliana Cherera and Irene Masit, will be virtual. Francis Wanderi and Justice Nyang'aya, who are physically here. We have received a letter that was sent by email to our secretary this morning, and I think it's only fair that I read it, by Commissioners Wafula Chebukati, Professor Gulie, and Boya Molu, And they say reference made to our letter dated September 25, 2023, inviting them to appear and make representations on all or any of the 5 thematic areas on Thursday, today, 28 September 2023. They say we were appointed into office on January 18, 2017 for a 6-year term and successfully completed our tour of duty on January 17, 2023. We have gone through the 5 thematic areas and would like to inform you that we do not wish to make any submissions before the committee. Our decision is informed by our perspective that the issues being addressed by the committee are either within the mandate of other agencies or have been resolved by the legally mandated agencies. For instance, the conduct of the 2022 elections has been the subject of litigation by courts across the country. And with respect to the presidential poll, a final determination was made by the Supreme Court. It is neither our wish nor our desire to participate in a process whose outcome would be to sully the Constitution and some of its organs. During our term in office, we delivered our mandate, including successful conduct of the 2022 general elections. It is through those elections that the President, governors, senators, members of the National Assembly, and those of county assemblies now occupy their offices. Some of them are now members of this committee. They know themselves. The discharge of our constitutional and legal mandate as detailed above is self-evincing. It is our fervent hope that in due course, a commission of inquiry will be set up to investigate the unfortunate incidences of August 15, 2022 at Bomas of Kenya, which brought the image of our country into disrepute. The inquiry should also uncover the reasons why some of the commission staff were abducted, tortured, or even killed during the election period, identify persons responsible for those atrocities, and thereafter appropriate punishment should be meted out. The outcome of such an inquiry will bolster the independence of IEBC and ensure that it maintains the stature contemplated in the Constitution of Kenya. With tremendous respect to the committee, our participation in the talks would be an unmitigated betrayal to the staff who were tortured, murdered, and an unfortunate reward for impunity. We thank you for the invitation, and the letter is signed by Commissioner Wafula Chebukati, W.W. Chebukati, EGH, Professor A.Y. Gulie, PhD, EBS, and Boya Molu, EBS. So, members, you have that, and I think it has been circulated as
how do we treat it? I think it's a presentation.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
Maybe I don't know if we could proceed with other witnesses first,
yes,
and then delve into this one, because I've got serious issues with this letter. The co-chairs, very, very serious issues. Given the condescending language.
Why don't we then go with your own advice?
Yes.
We deal with this, and then we can come to you.
Perhaps, yes, but it should go on record, really. You know. Maybe. Because I thought that the 2 avenues of coming before this committee, one is by self-application, that you apply, you want to come before us. Or we invite you when you feel you have got some information that you can help us with to deliver on our mandate. So I think
maybe we can discuss after we hear this group.
Yes, yes.
But again, you know, we had 2 modes of submission, either in writing or by memoranda. We invite, as a committee, we invite people, is their choice whether to appear or not. This group, and we wanted to hear both groups, those who served their term to the end, those who left the commission before the end of their term. Wanderi, Nyang'aya, Masit, and
Chair, I hear you.
Cherera have opted to appear. So
Chair, you know.
Yes. I would rather we discuss that after.
Yeah. I'd rather we dispense with this. Yes. You know.
You want us to dispense with it in the presence of
Chair. Yes. These Kenyans.
I hadn't finished.
Sorry. Okay.
I had not finished.
You know, we were just responding to what you had proposed, and I think you are making sense that for those who have honored our invitation and have come here,
we deal with them.
Let us deal with them. Yes. Then we go back to this, because it's a serious matter, and even the tone and the arrogance displayed by Chebukati is not a matter we'll not let go easily.
What is?
Yes, go on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, first of all, I think when we invite people, it's really up to them to decide to come or not to come. There's no, we cannot force people to come before this committee. They come voluntarily. I think that's the way I have always assumed things to be. And so I think it is in order for them not to want to come for their own personal reasons or collective reasons, which they have stated here. So I think we just need to let it be and listen to those who will come before us.
Chair, also to just add to that discussion, there's not a single memorandum we have discussed substantively so far. So we can treat this as memorandum because it was sent by email. Number two, there are various groups that we have invited that have not honored our invitation. They might not have written, and therefore it cannot be read as contempt just because the content is not pleasant to ourselves. So therefore, I think we respect their position, and I join your own proposal, seconded by Eugene and seconded by co-chair, that we proceed with those who have availed themselves here. Then we can come back to it.
But only on one condition. There's no way we can treat this as a memorandum. But let's discuss it.
We discuss after.
Okay, thank you.
As proposed by the leader of minority. And now welcome Commissioner Wanderi, Commissioner Nyang'aya, and I'm told Commissioner Irene Masit, if Secretariat you can confirm they're online, and Commissioner Juliana Cherera. Oh, yeah, they are behind me. So, commissioners, I believe you would know everybody in the room, so we'll spare you the agony of introductions. Do you? You can confirm if you know everybody in the room.
Yes, I do know everybody in the room.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do know everybody in the room.
Perfect. And we all know you, so we will not get into introductions.
I know some members.
Okay, you have Senator Omogeni right there. Omogeni, you can raise up your hand. Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Pio Wandai, Leader of Minority, Deputy Leader of Delegation, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, the Leader of Delegation, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Governor Embu, and Deputy Leader of Delegation, Senator Omar, Mheshimiwa Catherine Wambilianga, and myself, Kimani Ichungw'Ah, Leader of Delegation and Co-Chair, together with His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. We have two members who are away, Senator Aaron Cheruyot and Honorable Amina.
Well, thank you. I think this is mine. We therefore take this opportunity to welcome you to make your presentation, at the end of which you allow the members of the committee to put a few questions. Indeed, so I don't know whether we have your other two colleagues online already, and who is going to begin the presentation?
I will.
You will. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, co-chairs and members of the National Dialogue Committee. We are privileged to be here, and we have confidence that we are speaking to the committee that will take many, some, or a few of our recommendations for the benefit of reforming IEBC. And we have my colleagues, Cherera, Juliana, Commissioner, and Masit, Irene Commissioner. Myself and Commissioner Francis Wanderi will be mainly making this intervention. We will possibly also invite Commissioners Chirera and Masit to intervene at some stage when they so wish. Otherwise, I would like to ask Commissioner Wanderi to have the first presentation of our memorandum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Co-Chair and members of the National Dialogue Committee. We did present a written memorandum to the committee, and we are here to elaborate on some of the points which we think.
Maybe, Commissioner, have you shared the same with the Secretariat? Secretariat, maybe you can avail copies to members. We don't seem to have it in our files. Are you making copies, Emigen? Yes. Okay, then you can continue. They will share as you.
Thank you. So, our presentation will cover certain areas. One, the role of the chairperson of IBC in the resort path, particularly the area of tallying and declaration of the resorts. We will also cover the areas of corporate governance within IBC and areas where we think there are certain conflicts within IBC, either between the commissioners and the secretariat, the commission and the secretariat. We will also be looking at some recommendations of what we think needs to be done. So I will start by saying that the process of tallying and declaration of presidential resorts is shared between the commission and the chairperson. The role of declaring is purely the responsibility and the mandate of the chairperson of IBC. The tallying and the tabulation of the results is the role of the commissioners. And here, when I talk about the commission, I'll be talking about the commissioners. The secretariat is separate. So, in our last election, or before the last election, 2022 general election, there was a decision that was determined by the Court of Appeal in a case that was taken by Maina Kiai and IBC, where it was very clearly stated by the Court of Appeal that the role of the chairman is to declare results that have been tallied by the commissioners. So that was done before the 2017 election. However, as we came to 2022 elections, sorry to say that the chairman of the commission did not follow that decision of the Court of Appeal. And you can, it is available in the 2017 case, IBC versus Maina Kiai and others. The chairperson, acting unilaterally with the assistance of some tallying clerk members of staff of IBC, which he had picked himself, acted in violation of the Constitution and in the violation of the law. Let's look at the areas of governance of the IEBC. Under Article 249, the Commission is independent, and the objective of its independence are to protect the sovereignty of the people of Kenya and secure and the state organs to observe the Constitution. There are persistent grievances and issues in the Commission relating to the scope of the responsibility of the commissioners, the secretariat, and the accountability of the secretariat to the Commission. IBC Act, Section 11A, stipulates that the role of the secretariat is to run the day-to-day is to manage the day-to-day running of IBC. However, the commission is a full-time commission where the commissioners run the business of the commission in conjunction with the secretariat. The commission interacts directly and essentially controls all aspects of management, including planning, execution, human resource governance, and the supervision of the staff. So the commission and the secretariat, you find that is that responsibility of the commission and the secretariat that are tend to work in conflict to one another. So if you look at our history as a country, we have had conflict at the commission between the secretariat and the commissioners. We have in case in 2013 of Hassan and Oswago. In 2017, we had the case of Wafula Chebukati and Ezra Shiromba that played in the... Seriously, we have had a litany of conflicts at IBC between the commission and the secretariat. We also had cases of conflict between Wafula Chebukati and the three other commissioners, Wafula Chebukati and Akombe, and finally, Wafula Chebukati and the 4 commissioners. There must be something that is not right, either about the person who was holding the office or the structure, or both. And that, to me, is something that I would plead with this committee to deal with, because all the years we have had commissioners being taken away or moving out of the commission, they are chased away, but no investigation have been carried to determine what is the cause of this. Probably you are the privileged committee to address that issue for the sake of our future as a country. And I would plead that you look at which areas are conflicting. We'll give our proposals, but mainly we'll be looking at you to look at that. I also want to look at the removal of the 4 commissioners, generally known as the Chelela 4. I want to submit that the Chelela 4 were forced to resign. It was never our intention to resign. And therefore, we would want to ask that the reason why the Chelela 4 were removed from the office is because they questioned the process that the chairman used to declare the results. And my colleague will be coming to that in a short while. Our dissent to the way the chairman handled the tallying of the results in 2022 election was within our mandate, because it is for the commission to tally and for him to declare. Unfortunately, the commission was not offered an opportunity to do that. We never tallied the results from the constituencies. and they were tallied by a hand-picked number of people who worked with the chairman. Two, we want to submit to this committee that there is a prescribed format for declaring a member of parliament, a governor, a woman rep, all elected positions. And there is a statutory form that should be filled to show the result of that particular person. For our case, we as the commissioners, it is for the presidential result, they are supposed to fill Form 34C, which is a summary of all the results from all the constituencies in the country. That is the result form. We want to submit that was never submitted to us. What we got from the CEO from the CEO then to the chairman and the commissioners is a three or 4 page summary of all the counties, the 47 counties. So as we sit, we have never seen Form 34C, which is the presidential resort form. And that is the reason why we say it was unfair for us to be forced out of the commission, and we hope that that will be looked into. Now, our recommendation, as we move to our recommendation, one, we hope that sooner than later, the IBC Commission is going to be reconstituted as quickly as possible. There are several issues, including boundary delimitation, which is a very urgent issue. We are hoping that as soon as possible, the Commission is going to be reconstituted. Now, number 2, the Commission, acting as a technical full-time commission, is essentially not only non-strategic, it is also policy-oriented. It must have elaborate rules for the commissions, responsibility of the commissioners, a framework to organize the commission in such a way that the commissioners are responsible for the directorate they head. What we have currently is a situation whereby the CEO of the commission is running the commission. However, the commissioners head certain committees. And I'll give you an example. When I was at the commission, I was the chairman of Finance and Supply Chain Committee. However, in the law, the work of the supply chain, the person who is answerable is the CEO. According to the Public Finance Management Act, he is the same person responsible for the finances of the commission. What is the role of a chairman of a committee like that one in IBC, even if you are a commissioner? Literally nothing. And that is what we find. And these are the legal issues which you think the structure of the commission needs to be addressed. And unfortunately enough, the Supreme Court did address itself and said that there needs to be the corporate governance within the commission need to be addressed. What we are proposing is that, one, we would like to request or to consider that we use the Ghanaian model of the commission, whereby we are suggesting the chairman of the commission with 2 deputies becomes the accounting officer. They are full-time commissions. We are suggesting that the commission be led by the chairman and the commissioners who are full-time and accountable So the accounting officer of the IBC should be the chairman of IBC, so that we do not have a law whereby the resources are being accounted for by the secretariat and the commission is just there to oversee or to oversight. The responsibility of the commission to manage the elections in any country is very high. Therefore, I would suggest that we do not consider the commission like other parastatals or board of governors organizations. The Ghanaian model also, I would suggest, in the selection of the select committee that is going to be used to interview the commissioners, the Ghanaian model is also very good. I suggest that you can look at it. You don't have to adopt it, but you can adopt it according to what you want as a country to fit our country. I'm suggesting because the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Ghana is a former Chief Justice. Then they also have a former Chief of General Staff, a former IG of the police, and the other commissioners. But that team in our country, I was also going to suggest that probably Council of Governors should be members of the select committee. You could have two people, one from the minority, one from the majority. These are our suggestions. It's for consideration. Finally, the distinction must be made where the law or the Constitution provides the mandatory function of the Commission. For instance, under Article 138, the commissioners have direct role in the verification, declaration of presidential results. In relation to such, the CEO, for example, last election, the CEO and Professor Gulier were the ones who were given the mandate by the chairman of IBC to do the tallying. That information was not. That was not a delegated responsibility by the commissioners to the CEO. And it is an appointment that was made by Mr. Chebukati. I don't think that is within the law. So with those few remarks, I wish to ask my brother to take up the next part of presentation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wanderi. May I add that the process of election in Kenya must observe several values. And these are the values upon which any election can actually be judged upon. It is simple, it is secure, it is accurate, it is accountable, it is verifiable, and it is transparent. If we don't have any of those, or some of those, in the values of running an election, then we know that we are doing very badly. The Maina Kiai and the IBC case that came up shortly before the 2017 elections was around the issues of Article 86 and 138 of the Constitution and Section 39 of the Elections Act. And the upshot of the decision was, in fact, of timely electronic transmission of the election results, and also the materiality of results transmitted electronically, and essential consistency with results transported physically for tallying at the constituency tallying center. The effect of the Maina Kiai decision and amendments to Section 44 and 39 were intended to give effect to Articles 86 and 138 by legislating mandatory electronic transmission which mirrors and has the same effect as the physically transmitted results declaration forms through the physical tabulation chain. And this is the reason why the country spent millions of money to secure an electronic voter system. Now, I just want to talk about the accountability of polling station results. And this is how this worked. And it worked according to how we had discussed. That by operation of Section 39, the Commission is statutorily required to electronically transmit tabulated results and an image of the result declaration form confirming the authenticity of the polling station results. The process for accountability of presidential results contemplated three things in order to achieve the verifiability and accountability under Article 89. First, the presiding officers are expected to send, one, a tabulated result of the polling station. Two, the image of the polling station results declaration form. And three, physical result declaration forms transferred to the returning officer. The technology investment by the Commission ensured the presiding officers could transmit tabulated polling station results concurrently with the image of the result declaration forms. The tabulated results will give the country a running tally of the results on real-time basis. As the Secretariat and the Commission and the country were tabulating, the running results from the fields will be seen on the screen. The tabulated results will give the country a running tally of the result on real-time basis. The presiding officers are also required to transmit the image of the result declaration form based on time stamps, location stamps, KIMS QR code, serial numbers, and other specifications provided in the KIMS technology. That is how it was envisaged. Now, how did we do it? The chairperson unilaterally took the decision to deny the country the benefit of a running tally based on tabulated results as a countercheck of the transmitted images and the results declared in the constituency tallying centers and the national tallying center. This was stopped. As commissioners, we therefore did not know the running tabulation. People at home that were doing this with us also were at a loss. It is because we stopped doing this. Some of us discussed this with the chairman and said, 2017 is a bad memory for IEBC. That is the time that the organization was accused of, I think it was called the Vifaranga computer thing. We were manufacturing results. And I said, Mr. Chairman, you need to organize this. And he said, I am busy right now, but I will sort it out later. It was never sorted out. By IEBC taking an ad hoc administrative decision in violation of Section 39 and sending an image, it ensured that it did not tabulate the electronic results. This deliberately put the country in the dark and results remain indeterminate. Secondly, the IEBC failed to undertake electronic tabulation and publication of constituency tallying of presidential results. This violation had two effects. One, it ensured that the country had no electronic source to countercheck the results obtained from the portal, nor did it have the benefit of tabulated results by the institution that is constitutionally mandated to undertake tabulation. This shifted, therefore, the returning officer's obligation under Article 86 and 138 to the chairman as the sole returning officer working with officials at the tallying center who have no statutory role or clear procedure of delegation by the commissioners. It ensured neither us as commissioners nor the county had effective accountability framework for the results. That was the upshot of that. The effect of the violations, willful omissions, and an ad hoc decision by the chairman ensured that the investment in the schemes was not used to achieve the objectives of transparency, determinacy, and accountability of presidential election results. It effectively resulted to keeping the country in the dark for too long, giving undue power to the chairperson in collusion with his preferred selection of commissioners and unaccountable staff in total alienation of ourselves. The result management framework of the 2022 presidential election effectively mirrored 207 presidential declaration and derogated the gains of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, 2016 amendments to the Elections Act. Minor care decision and immense investment in technology were all had gone down the drain. We maintain our position that the results of the 2022 presidential election are indeterminate, as they were neither tabulated nor verified by the commissioners in accordance with the process contemplated under Article 138. And what then had happened, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, is that we thought, or rather Mr. Chairman thought, that the title chair of the commission and commission are the same thing. So if he was acting on behalf of the commission as the chair, then commissioners need not have to be there. Some of the disputes, and this is what I want to say, as commissioners, we had areas of concern that we needed to discuss with the chair. We had conflict even while we were at the commission. And what then can we do? What are some of the recommendations that we can make that when a commissioner or commissioners have a problem or with a chair that does things unilaterally, do we just sit and watch, or there is a body that can come in place?
Chair, point of order. Yeah. It would appear that the other participants have been cut off. So we need to understand how we can proceed. I suggest we pause.
And are you certain, Secretariat, that they can hear us? Are we making any progress? Probably Nyangai will ask you as you resume to try and be a bit quick if we still have to hear them. Or we allow them to, when they come on, to have their take first.
Indeed, based on Wanderi's presentation, I think we can allow them to come on, and then you...
Is that okay?
Okay.
We stand guided. Because of these technological challenges, you never know when it will go up again and disrupt us.
Okay.
Depending on where
But also when you come back yourself, try and be a bit quick.
All right, thank you.
Desist from taking us through the entire Supreme Court process. Kenyans watch the whole process on live TV every day. So do not re-litigate the case. The case was litigated in the Supreme Court, and the committee will not litigate again. Are they back? Is this a JC Rucha? So Commissioner Masit, Commissioner Cherera, if you can hear us. Are you sure they're online?
Are you here?
They've muted. Or you have muted. Commissioners Masit and Commissioner Cherera, can you hear us? Confirm?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you and welcome. I'm certain you may know all the members of this National Dialogue Committee, so we'll not go back to the introductions. If anything, we did that, and I'm sure you are following us. We have just changed the model. Before Commissioner Nyang'aya finishes, we hear from you because of the technological challenges that may keep popping up. So we'll ask you in a few minutes to have your take, then we'll resume to what was. Is Commissioner Masit on? Commissioner Masit is muted.
Thank you, co-chairs and the Honorable Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be invited to give our recommendations.
Sorry, I'm on, eh? Sorry, my other channel. Tell them I'm on. Sorry, thank you.
Karibu, Commissioner Masit. Cherera, you may continue.
Thank you.
We did submit a written memorandum to the committee, and we stand by that. We only want the good of the commission and our country. What we, as the 4 commissioners, were taken through is not something that we wish any other commissioner, when appointed, to be taken through what we went through. So, in the good faith of our country, we want the next generation of commissioners at IBC be people that will be handled with integrity that it deserves. And their voice will not be shut down because as commissioners, we were there in the kitchen. We know what happened. Some of these things need to be spoken in a safe space. Commissioners, past and every generational commissions, and even to make it wider, the constitutional commissions that are there, they have something to give back to our country. Having commissioners and chasing them away, we lose a lot of the investment that the country puts on them. We only wish that we can have a safe space to talk about these things.
Recording in progress.
So that any other commissioner that is employed at IBC will not be there just because of the salary, that will be there to ensure that things are done right and integrity is preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherera. Commissioner Masit. She disappeared again. Commissioner Masit. Is she the one in steps? Yes. She muted again. Text her if she's somewhere.
Okay. Hello?
Can we ask you a question before you disappear? Maybe you hear Commissioner Masit.
I think Masit is back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you now,
We can hear
Masit.
you, Masit.
You can hear me?
We can hear you. If you don't mind, if you can touch your video icon.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's the wind where I am. Thank you, bipartisan committee. Thank you, all members, for giving us this opportunity. I want to just say a few words because, as you know, I still have a case in court. I have appealed at the Human Rights and Constitutional Court on my removal, and some things are being canvassed in court. But I want to say in brief, what was done in Bomas was not verification and tallying of elections. When we were announcing, all of us, what we were announcing were handwritten summaries, which were to be taken, to be typed, and to be brought back for commission, and each commissioner to check what they had written and what they had been typed, if it is in order. It went one way. Two, when the results came, it came only in 3 pages. And it was a summary in counties which exceeded 100%. That's where the dispute started from. How could we announce results which are over 100% and we have not been given Form 34C or summaries we wrote from constituencies to confirm whether what we announced and what had been typed is the same? Up to today, we've never seen from 34C. Again, what happened in Bomas, we had not finished even announcing 27 constituencies. The screen was technically put up for Kenyans not to see what was going on. And when we asked it, it became an issue. Informers were removed from our committees. I chair Legal Affairs Committee. That's what I used to chair. But 1 week to election, chairman wrote us letters, putting me logistics, welfare, and security with Wandeli, putting Cherera at the communication center, Nyang'aya protocol, to remove us from results and assign results to Collier and Marchand only, with letters written specifically which are part of the process which are in court. We were never involved, we were never told anything, and when we wanted to say it, they said we wanted to overturn the people. Yet, when the security team came, there were no results, there was nothing, we could not even talk of results because at that time there were no results. If anything, they just said there was tension in the country, and there was no screen showing, and we were taking so long. We should ascend to ease the tension in the country. So up to now, we don't know the results, and it's very important that we audit these results. Very, very important, because when we audit and even made open to everybody, even those people who have been elected and who lost as MPs, and even others, they will know their results. Because I want to say, this was not tallying, there was no verification, it was just, it is not, I don't know what to say about it as a commission. It's a shame for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Masit. And Cherera, please, we'll ask you to just stay online. We take a few questions.
Yeah, I want to go first. Why are you not here with us? Is it because of security concerns on the part of two of you? Of course, we take note of what Commissioner Masita said. Some of the matters are still in court. But for the benefit of the country, are you safe? Why are you out of the country? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Maybe first confirm whether you're out of the country.
I'm outside of the country for security reasons.
Okay.
Remember, I come from Rift Valley. Before that, even they said that betray the community. In the Facebook, in all social media, I was saying, I've never stepped in my home since that time. I've never even gone beyond my room. That time, I got calls, people telling me to drop the case. What am I doing? So many things, but I believe it's my constitutional right because I know what I did and what I didn't do. So it is because of security reasons. I'm out of the country and we're not doing even well because even the salaries we had, they were stopped. Even the 1/3 when I'm doing the case. So we are living at the mercy of people outside. So Commissioner Terera should talk on herself, but mine is a long story. I don't want to say so many details because I told you other cases, but it's because of security reasons. Thank you.
Irene, this is Eugene Wamala. We're in college together.
We are actually the same year.
You're on campus together at the university. Yes, Ichungw'Ah likes saying the school because we went to our land, but I was at the University of Nairobi. We're very sorry to hear that.
On a light note, at least now we know how you know Commissioner Irene.
We are... No, Irene, we are sorry to hear that you're out of the country. And literally from what you're explaining, because the whole country is listening, it's like you're in exile or something. Did you receive specific threats? What about your family? Are they in the Rift Valley? Have they also moved out of the country with you? And is Commissioner Cherera also under the same situation, being away from the country, not by choice, but literally in exile? Is that the situation with Commissioner Cherera as well? And sorry.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for that question. It's a very emotive question. You heard when Commissioner Masit was responding. She was really shaken, and it has taken a toll to all of us. I, being the vice chair and the voice behind the mic, and the team being dubbed by my surname, Cherera 4. I am in my late 40s, and I have a young family. My last born is 7 years old. It was bad, even in school. Our social life was really thwarted. It was bad for my children. It was bad for my family. And I said some of things, we cannot say them on camera because it is not a safe space for all of us. We've been threatened just because we spoke what we saw and what we know. Personally, I was in charge of communication at Bomas. I used to get information and statements from the commission, and I give it out to the media. The screens were there to help the same, but came on Friday evening, the screens were stopped. Everyone used to come to me to get information. And part of communication is the transparency bit that is a requirement in any election. I could not give people that information. I asked the chair that we refresh the screens so that Kenyans can see how many votes we have tallied, how many are remaining, and of course it was going to be helpful for the country to see the trend and also prepare them to the end. Of course, if it remains like 5,000 votes, people already know how this election has gone. But that was stopped, and it was not something that we had agreed in the commission plenary. I asked about this 2 times, and the chairman said that he was busy tallying. And this tallying, he was doing it alone with selected few. So all of us, even me as the vice chair, was kept out of this information. And that's why, even today, we will stand by our word that we disown this election presidential result because it was tallied by a few and it was not verified. As we were reading the constituency results, there were queries that were coming on our desk. We needed to get to know how these queries have been resolved to come to the final tally, but all that was not forthcoming. So our voice to disown the results has brought a lot of economic, social, negative impact to ourselves and to our families. When the security was withdrawn, it was withdrawn from our homes and our personal security. And at that time, mandamanos were almost starting. And let me be very clear with the committee. It was said on that faithful Sunday when people gathered in a church somewhere, I can't remember, and after the sermon was just Cherera 4 should resign, Cherera 4 should resign. And after that, the opposition started saying that they will go to the street because of Cherera 4, they should not resign. As a Kenyan, loving the citizens of this country, that was the day I decided that Kenyans will not go to the streets in my name and blood be shed. Monday morning, I resigned after that Sunday. I did not resign because of myself. I didn't come to the commission to resign. I resigned for the sake of this country. If anyone is to fight for me, God will fight my battles. We conclude that since even to date, the Commission published the 2022 presidential election, I want to submit that this election be audited. The servers should be opened and a forensic audit should happen. Let us put this thing to rest. After the audit, let us move on. But I will leave it to the committee and the country to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chere and Commissioner Masit. And maybe Commissioner Masit, there is a question, specific question Honorable Eugene asked you. Did you receive any specific threats? And as you answer that, I put a rider to it. Were those specific threats from any specific people? Did you report them to the police? Have you recorded any statements of such threats? To Commissioner Cherera, you have indicated that you resigned, but there was an assertion that you had been forced to resign. From what you have said, it looks like circumstances around the calls for demonstrations and calls for your resignation is what made you resign, and you have asserted that you resigned to save the country from bloodshed and people dying in your name. My third question to you, Commissioner Cherera, you say you spoke on behalf, and you have rightly put it, the 4 of you are Christian, the Cherera 4. Maybe Kenyans liked you more than, liked your face more than, because you are more on TV, being in charge of communication, and that's why they were Christian, the Cherera 4. But, is she still there? Yes, she is. Okay. But you have asserted that you would communicate on behalf of the Commission. You have both asserted that you did not see any Form 34C. You did not tally. But Commissioner Cherera, I do remember you somewhere around Serena announcing results. What results were you announcing? Where did that tally come from, if you were not involved in any tally? And why did you not adduce that evidence before the Supreme Court? And as I said, we are not litigating the Supreme Court again. But why did you not adduce evidence before the Supreme Court that not a single 34C was seen by yourselves? You did not adduce any single form that differed from the forms that were on the portal. The Supreme Court verified those results that were in the portal, and you did not. Why did you not then? Did you not trust? Because there are things you are saying you cannot tell us. Did you not also trust the Supreme Court of this republic?
Thank you, Chair.
you.
I can come back.
Thank you, Chair.
And then,
Maybe Masit can go first.
yeah, because mine are few. Thank you, Chairman. One, I want to say for record that I'm strengthened, actually before I resigned. And that one, it's on record in my case in court. And my lawyer is aware. My lawyer is Donald Kikori. And I think if you want to hear more, maybe you can invite him to shed more light, because that is in court. But I was threatened that time, that one I said, but this one, it was urgent. I could not do it because I could not respond because people followed me. I ignored for some time. But that night on Saturday, going to Sunday morning, people came to around my gate, and I had to sneak actually with pajamas through the back door gate, took a motorbike, went to, let me disclose the committee in confidence, went to Nanaya because I could not trust them.
Commissioner.
Yes.
I would just beg you answer the question straight up. Did you report to the police? Because that was more of the direct question. Or you reported to your lawyer, Donald Kipkorir? Are you still online? She has muted the mic.
Are you hearing me? I'm on the line.
Yeah, we were pleading.
Yes.
Instead of narrating the circumstances, the question was rather direct as to whether you reported specific threats to the police, other than to your lawyer.
The police. I reported to the lawyer, the first one, but the second one I didn't have time because those people were closing in on me, and the only thing was to take a motorbike to the airport with my passport.
So the straight answer is that you never reported to the police.
And left the country that night.
You never reported to the police, you reported to lawyer Donald Kipkorir.
No, there were two threats. The first one is to the lawyer, because I was still in the country. The second one, when I left the country, it was at night. I took a motorbike to the airport, paid cash, and I was the last one in the manifest, and I left that night. I didn't have even time to report because I was saving my life that time.
So you did not report to the police?
Yes, I didn't report that one when I was leaving.
Because
I told my
the incident, let me get it right, Commissioner, the incident happened at night?
Yes.
You took a motorbike at night?
At night?
To the airport?
I left the country at night.
You left the country at night? Meaning you also got the ticket at night? And a plane was waiting for you at night? Okay.
That night around, late night.
You had a ticket ready?
I think the last one.
With a ticket ready for an international flight?
I caught it. I had to get a connection from Kenya to Amsterdam. Because that time I didn't have an invitation to US where I am. I had a ticket for Canada. I had a visa for Canada and US, but for Canada.
Commissioner Masit, I'm asking another very direct question to you. Commissioner Masit, I am asking another very direct question to you.
Yes.
An incident happened at night. You took a border at night.
No, night. The incident happened of night of Saturday.
Saturday night.
Okay.
And you.
Saturday night. Then I disappeared on Saturday night.
The same night.
To a colleague's place. Hello. And stayed there to organize for a ticket on Sunday night.
So you left on Sunday night.
Sunday night, yes. Because I had to get cash to have it paid, and I had to get
okay. Maybe
I was with a person at the airport.
That's good enough. I'm sorry, I'm pushing you. I'm just trying to save time.
Yes.
Maybe Honorable Commissioner Cherea can answer the other questions.
Finally, before I finish, Chair, allow me just to say thank you to Honorable Ichungw'Ah It's my yearmate at the University of Nairobi. When he was doing law, I was doing here, and then I went to do law later. That's the reason why I could not resign, because the truth has to come out. Somebody has to stand for my colleagues who at that time also they were facing the same, but I had to. The fact that I come from Rift Valley, nobody wants to see me there. I'm vilified, I'm called a betrayer, traitor. They say even betrayer is worse than a murderer. That's what they call me nowadays. I was removed from all WhatsApp groups, and I'm suffering here. You people, you need to listen to us.
We sincerely
of elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Irene. We sincerely sympathize with you, and we pray for your safety wherever you are and whenever you come back here. But we would encourage you to have all those reports made to the police so that if there are specific threats, they're investigated. Commissioner Cherera?
I cannot come now until you are ready. Thank you.
Commissioner Cherera?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Co-Chair, you said that at Serena we had our own results. I wish that committee will play the clip at Serena Hotel. We did not have our own results. What we said is that the results that were going to be announced, we disown them because of the manner of opaqueness that last phase was handled. That's what we said. We didn't say that we had our own results. That's why we are saying now that results need to be audited. And this is not of our own. It is even in law that any elections need to be verifiable and can be audited at any other particular time. So it is not something that will begin now. It is there in the Election Act. We emphasize that it should be audited and the servers to be opened.
Chair, my name is Catherine, and my sister Cherera. In your own words, you said the results were handwritten, and the results even exceeded 100%. And how come you never mentioned this to the Supreme Court? You're mentioning it to us here. And those you brought as even the substantiators of the same never brought it and never, substantiated anything. In your own words, surely.
Honorable Committee, I will also invite you to my affidavit to the Supreme Court. Whatever we are saying now, it is in our affidavit that we filed at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, it's like nothing or not everything was read through. We explained everything that we said, and after the Supreme Court gave its ruling, we said we abide by that because it is the apex court of our country. And as law-abiding citizens, we said, yes, we accept it. And from that day henceforth, the Cherera folk have never spoken until today. Let me submit to this honorable committee that everything we have said, it is in our affidavit.
Okay, the Commissioner, I will request that you allow us, you just stay online, hear a few more questions, then you can note them and answer them together. Honorable Sess, Governor Sess.
Thank you, Chair. Let me appreciate the two commissioners, Masit and Cherera, who have seen it fit to participate in this sitting, and we appreciate that they're there. I have a few questions, and not necessarily to Cherera or Masit. I think even the commissioners physically present here may want to answer. Number one, the law has been that the final announcement of the presidential vote is actually what is announced at the polling station. And that is what is called the Form 34A. And we have 46,229 polling stations, that I need no mention. But I'm just wondering, when Commissioner Wanderi, Wanderi says that they were not tallying as commissioners. Did you actually think that the 7 commissioners had the capacity to physically tally the 46,229 forms and be able to give the results within 7 days as the law states? Number 2, the matter went before the Supreme Court as a petition. Would you say that the results declared by the chairman were inconsistent in any way with those that were declared at the polling stations? And that brings me to the final statement by Cherera, where she says she wants the server to be opened. And that has been the language, open the server. The secretariat was here, the IEBC secretariat was here. And I remember I personally asked the question of the server because I thought we need to understand what's in the server. And the ICT director said, whatever is in the server is exactly what is in the public portal. That any Form 34A is what they have stored in the server. There's no difference. So what is it you want the server to produce if there was no inconsistency? Or maybe you know of an inconsistency that you should have taken before the Supreme Court. So was there any inconsistency? I think that's the bottom line.
Can I also? Sorry. I wanted to also. This is Hassan Omar. And I, like Cecily, because I probably would want you also to benefit from some of the questions we will pose to your 2 colleagues here. You know, I had a lot of reference to the Maina Kiai case. But the true import of the decision of the Maina Kiai case is that what is declared at the polling station is the actual result of that election. This tallying you're talking about is simply arithmetic. In fact, today I look up to God and say, the systems were so foolproof that our elections cannot be decided by 4 or 7 people. The whole world was monitoring. And in fact, this idea of the server is almost an idea to try and camouflage the fact that there was a result which was verified and those forms that were tallied. Not a single one of you came up with a challenge to meet up, as suggested by Justice Smoking Wanjala, to show one single form signed by your returning officers or agents or anybody that differs with those that have been put onto that server. So I think, or into that portal. So I think we should now, even in terms of moving forward, because what I've heard Eugene, you repeatedly here saying how people say that the outcome of these elections was not free and fair. And I can tell you, outside this group and the 4 of you, I don't know of anybody else who says that the outcome of these elections was not free and fair. Number two, I also was a commissioner at a very stormy point of this country's political transition, I think, which birthed the new constitution and some of the state institutions you see. I investigated instances of violence and laid a lot of responsibility on people who ended up becoming presidents of this country, probably the 4th and 5th. I can tell you, when you do your job consciously, there's nothing to fear. People will send you messages. That's why Ongwae Nyangai is still here and others. I can guarantee you, what Kenyans simply wanted was the truth of what happened. The truth in many instances has been canvassed in the Supreme Court. It has been canvassed across board. And I can tell you without a doubt, at least if it is any threat, it cannot be from our side. Our side is totally comfortable with the fact that the truth was canvassed and mitigated and agreed upon and settled. Lastly, there are a lot of other things that we do not want to go into. There is evidence that was adduced about your meetings, the 4 of you, with Tuju in apartments in Upper Hill. paid for by Ngonga, who was my college mate. People, the National Security Council membership coming here. Senator Wako has clarified why he was here in his personal capacity and unfortunate circumstances that met him here. The person who came here on behalf of the Security Council is today's CDF. Trust me, the evidence, if we were to pursue the attempt to sabotage this election, would have been overwhelming. That's why we are saying sometimes, let it rest. Let it rest. I can tell you without a doubt, these matters have been canvassed and settled. I can tell you without a doubt, the truth is in public play. I can tell you without a doubt, some of these lies are no longer holding. They are just a few of you who continue to believe in that narrative, and they'll continue to perpetuate it. But every submission that has come here has actually given credibility to the elections.
Honorable Eugene?
Yes, I just wanted to mention something that I think it was Cherera or Commissioner Masik mentioned, that when the security team came, at that point there were no results yet, because there had been an attempt to taint the name of a very distinguished professional career soldier, General Francis Ogola. I think my colleague Omar has referred to that. Thank God, due to the Tonje rules, he is now the CDF. I am happy that you have mentioned that when that team came, they did not come to threaten anyone or to change the results or to overturn. I think for the record it is important, because that was something that went towards tainting a distinguished career of a career soldier of our country. The second issue is the issue of whether you, the commissioners, tallied these results or not. I think listening to the four of you, you have said you did not. We were hoping Chebukati would be here, the chair, and he has denied the country the opportunity to hear both sides of the story in a very arrogant manner. We'll be dealing with that matter shortly. The tone of his letter, the arrogance, is something we will deal with. I think I would say high-handedness with which you are talking about. And you're not the first commissioners he has differed with. He differed with Commissioner Akombe, differed with the other three commissioners in 2017, with the four of you, with Chiloba. It cannot be that the four commissioners, three commissioners, Commissioner Akombe, Chiloba are all wrong, and only one man called Chebukati is right. There must be something about his personality which goes to the root of the problem, because Article 138 is very clear, and the matter came up before the Supreme Court. Looking at the ruling, particularly clause 48 of that ruling, the chairperson had submitted that the issue of verifying and tallying was his exclusive authority. The Supreme Court differed with him. In the paragraph 49, they were very categorical, and if I may read that, we find that the chairperson cannot arrogate to himself the power to verify and to tally the results of the presidential election to the exclusion of the other members of the commission, meaning yourselves. And indeed, Article 138.10, this is what he's been relying on, because he's saying as a returning officer, it was his prerogative. And they said, indeed, Article 138.10 of the Constitution, although the power to declare the results of a presidential election after verification and tallying is vested in the chairperson, he does so only as a delegate of the commission, one of you having sat, tallied, verified, and you announced. I do remember, and Irene Masit will remember, Isaac Hassan was also our classmate at the university. When he was faced with a similar situation, in the previous election, the declaration of the results was delayed for almost 7 hours. When Isaac Hassan sat with his colleagues, they were able to build consensus. And when they came out as a united commission to make that declaration. Now, the concern of this team is that going into the future, having listened from you, you are sidelined, given peripheral roles, and your co-mandate you're not given the opportunity to exercise it. In future, there's a danger of a rogue chairman. You are 7, this chairman had 2 only, minority supporting him. The majority of you, up to today, have not owned those results, which still cast the shadow on the legitimacy. Even if we say the Supreme Court's ruling was final, many Kenyans, half of this country, did not vote for this president. The majority of that commission did not agree with these results. That shadow can never go away. We are saying those servers be opened, and I'm happy to hear from Terera, you have the view that the servers be opened. Many Kenyans want the audit to be done and the truth to be known. We are very grateful. You have time to appear before us, and like your arrogant chair, who
but I don't think it is fair for you to have constantly. It is also not fair for him to have constantly gone on the vestiges of the character of a person, but of people who are here. But when you start casting aspersion on people who are not here, and to try and derogate their characters because you do not like what he did or what he decided, it's not fair.
And if you make your point,
no, the guilty are afraid. Maybe there's something is afraid.
Honorable Omar and Honorable Eugene
must stop.
Honorable Omar, we've heard you, and maybe we'll just like we protected.
I was actually going to deal with the more serious matters rather than this emotional outburst.
In fact, Vice Chair, I was going to say just like Omar.
It's okay.
Omar.
Fair enough.
I was only saying just like we protected Honorable Eugene from a very lethal attack by a stakeholder, we must equally protect Honorable Chebukati, Commissioner Chebukati, from unwarranted attacks since he's not here to defend himself.
Fair enough, Co-Chair. Let me say this, if we can get back to the issues. It was so nice to listen to the 2 commissioners who are practically in exile, whatever the circumstances, because they fear for their lives. Some of the clarifications we'll probably get from your colleagues. But the important thing is you stick to your guns and you say those results were not proper on account, among other things, of the absence of Form 34C. We heard that from Commissioner Wanderi, that is what actually should have been announced. And even then, and I think actually, come to think of it, these commissioners have afforded us an opportunity as a committee to even do an audit, come to think of it. It's part of a serious auditing we are doing. So we really owe it to them. We'll do the Chebukati matter after this, and I think that should bring closure since he's not here for reasons best known to himself. But Form 34C, up to today, the Commission has never actually published if I understand it correctly, has never published in the official Kenya Gazette the results in accordance with the 290 constituencies plus 1 constituency in the diaspora. Is that correct, Commissioner Wanderi, or indeed the Vice Chair? And what we have is a tabulation from the counties in contravention of what the law says. That was my number 1 question. Honorable Eugene has elaborated very strongly on the other issues. When there was, for more than 7 hours, this we also had, there was a blackout at Bomas. And therefore, the 26 constituencies were then not announced that the understanding was that Professor Gulie was to announce the remaining 26, perhaps with the authority of the chair. What really happened at Bomas? We want to know, because we have heard that according to others that there should be a commission. In fact, that is public knowledge because Chebukati has written an open letter and he says there should be a commission of inquiry to establish what exactly happened at Bomas. What would you say really happened, which gave rise to the confusion? And then, of course, the Supreme Court in its ruling also said that, and I wanted your comment on the Secretariat itself, even as presently constituted. Would you recommend that this committee looks at the work, the composition, the competences, the heads of those other directorships or directorates? And by the way, were you guys present? I'm sorry, that's unparliamentary. The four of you, did you have any idea whatsoever on the printing? And did any of you go to inspect the printing by this Greek company, which had won? Wanderi, you were part of the procurement. Indeed, that was your responsibility. What would you advise the committee with regard to transparency when it comes to printing of election materials? Because we also have it on record that some commission materials were apprehended at the airport. So at that point, you're all acting together. Was it the negligence on the part of the commission as it then was? Yeah, because we have the legal position, which is very clear, the ruling by the Supreme Court, nobody is contesting that. But we have the issue of legitimacy, which is part of the reason I think this committee was constituted. We want your comments, because the Supreme Court said that what Chebukati had formed with that team, which was advising him as a chair, which gave him the results to announce, even the Supreme Court in its ruling, in its finding, announced that, they were able to pronounce themselves on that as an illegal group. So what would you say to all this? And I want to urge that we desist from emotions and emotional outbursts even between the commissioners, because it's beautiful. We are doing the audit. We must continue to thank the media. I'm quite sure this is one subject that is of great interest to the country. Thank you.
Yeah, that is. It's not. There are no emotional outbursts. People are protesting where there is somebody's character.
No, but we're dealing with lives of Kenyans. We have to, when you want to get a proper cure.
Kenyan's life.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just say
and go for his character.
One thing. I'll be very brief. Let's have some. Yeah, I'm happy that now we are back to our senses. Mine is very, very brief, and I want to thank the four commissioners for having taken their time to come and shed more light on the issues surrounding these elections. And I also want to thank the host country for giving the two commissioners political asylum, and I hope they are safe. I just wanted to find out before they muted whether the threats they received whilst in Kenya have continued to follow them even in the country of asylum. If you could clarify whether you are still facing these threats in your asylum. 2, I want to know from the commissioners, now all of you, in the final analysis, having said all that you have said, what, in your opinion, could have been the reason for Mr. Wafula Chebukati to single-handedly, together with the chosen clique, undertake the tallying of election results and eventually unilaterally announce them to exclusion? What could have been the motivation? Because that is important. We could speak until the cows come back. But what could have been the motivation for Chebukati to exclude all of you, at least the 4 of you, from this very vital process, at this very vital moment in the electoral process? 3, and finally, actually, we were told here by the IBC CEO, Mr. Marjan, Hussein Marjan, a few days ago, that when he brought the final tally of the presidential election results to the commissioners, I presume he meant the chairperson and the 5 or the 6 of you, that the 4 of you, the now famous Chaera 4, retorted that the margin was too small. I'm just paraphrasing him. The margin was too narrow, and that the results could not be announced, therefore, in the manner they came. I want you to take this opportunity, because this is the only opportunity you have, to respond to that very grave accusation. That immediately you retorted that the margin was too narrow, you took off, that even him, he got surprised, that you took off to Serena, and he only saw you on television. So that was a very serious allegation or accusation leveled against yourselves. What is your take on that? But finally, the 26 or 27 constituencies whose results have not been declared, it is on record, both from the testimony of Marjan when he was here and also I think in the Supreme Court, that those results were supposed to be declared by Ward Ngulie. What is your take on that?
Declared or announced?
Announced, sorry. To be announced. What is your take on that? And bearing in mind that chaos broke out at Bomas when the chairperson, that is Chebukati, and other commissioners, I think Ngulie and Boya Mod, had climbed down to the podium. So, in your view, was that the moment when these 27 constituency results were going to be announced? Or what was it? Thank you.
Chair, I'd like to...
Yeah. Because he's not had something, then says, Omogeni says, Catherine, in that order.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. Can I have one go? You know, we are here because this is for posterity. We just want to know the truth.
Co-chairs.
Yes.
There are so many questions. I wish you let us respond to some, then we move to others.
I guess this is the final one. Probably.
By the some could be related.
Yeah.
Yeah, just note so that the ones that are related, you don't have to answer me and answer Opio if we ask the same thing. Answer generally.
Yeah, you know, this
we are not in court one day.
This is for historians to record. That's why we are undertaking this process. I remember in 1937 in the U.S. during the reign of Franklin Roosevelt, the fight to defend the Supreme Court of the United States of America. When Roosevelt wanted to add 6 justices to water it down, one senator was so emotional, fought for Roosevelt so hard that in the evening he just collapsed in his room and died, and the president lost the fight. Now, as we want to know the truth from you, the trial of O.J. Simpson, the gloves were given to him, and the jury said, if they fit, you murdered. If they don't, you didn't. The question in the room is how to apply Article 138(3)(c). The Supreme Court has said in paragraph 49 that the chairman cannot arrogate himself the power to receive the result from the polling station, as Commissioner Omar says. The Supreme Court says you receive the results, and the chairman and you, the six of you, supervise and oversight the tallying. That if you did that, then the constitution standard was met. The question I am asking, did the four of you participate in a graphic form? Did you participate in receiving results? Just give me like a returning officer has come from Borabu to Bomas. He has the results Senator Omar is referring to. They arrive at Bomas, and you are supposed to verify and tally the results. Did you collectively, in compliance with the Constitution, jointly verify those results and tally? If you did not, you tell us it goes on record. You did not, we know that was only the chairman. Therefore, that will be contrary to the provisions of Article 138 and the findings of the Supreme Court. I wish I can hear that from each one of you, the four of you. Then number two and final. You know, this Constitution that we all say the supreme law of the land, in Article 86, obligated you as commissioners. It says that that is voting. In every election, you as IBC will ensure that whatever voting method and the system that you deploy, you as commissioners, must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, and accountable. If we wanted to verify the results that were announced today, if we want to do a verification, is the system that you put in place secure? Is it verifiable? Can we open and see what is in those servers? In your own word, you are the people who put it in place. Can we verify the results that was announced by the chairman? If you could answer those two questions, it will give me some comfort. And then finally, I just wanted to know, there is a finding by the Supreme Court in paragraph, I think, 59, okay? And they have made a very far-reaching finding on the integrity of the entire process. What could you describe was the role of the CEO? And maybe what he told us was a committee of I think, verifying and doing the tallying of the results. What role did they play? If you compare your role as commissioners vis-a-vis the CEO, who would you describe as the person who was very central in the tallying of the presidential results? Thank you.
Catherine?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just one specific question. The Form 34s kept on streaming in, and we were seeing it live. You continuously filled these forms by yourselves, especially, okay, I'm sorry to call you the Cherera 4, but the four of you were seen on record. 6 days, 6 nights, you are announcing the results day and night. Which results were you announcing? And which results were you reading if there was no verification? Are you sure you are announcing your own stories, or that was even hot air now? Thank you.
Chair, I think very related to Mheshimiwa Catherine's question. Actually, the question is, out of 46,229 stations, you actually announced results of 46,202 polling stations, because the last ones that were not announced due to the skirmishes that were happening there were 27. So which results are these of 46,202? 7 polling stations that you people announced for the last 6 days, 6 nights. Who tallied them before you came to announce to Kenyans when you did? And why was it a problem that the last 27 polling stations were disputed? 27 constituencies. What happened that they were not announced? Maybe you tell us exactly how it is that Ngulia could not even make an announcement of the results in the 27 constituencies. According to the IEBC Secretariat, they said, and this is, I may not paraphrase the CEO, but this is what he said. When the results, he said that for every polling station that was announced, the results were verified by the agents of the various, of the presidential candidates. They would verify the results based on what they had received themselves from the ground, and once they were satisfied, the results would be announced. Now, why is it that you're trying to create a narrative that these results were not true, yet you announced them yourself for the past 6 days? And one of you actually in your press at Serena said, we've been working very well until this morning. Very well until this morning. That you found the gap was so narrow, you said you will not accept that. One of you commented that in that meeting of the final 27. You will not accept, the gap is too narrow. So whose interest were you representing, if I may ask?
Lastly, just from where Governor Cesar stopped, indeed, at the Serena conference, Commissioner Nyang'aya, you are the one who averred that you have worked so well until this morning. And therefore, if you had worked so well and you are receiving results, they are being verified, and we are all in Bomas. I was in Bomas myself. The whole floor of Bomas, that is the exercise that was going on, of receiving, verifying, that verification being done even by party agents, including our own party agents, who unfortunately, on the fateful Friday when there was violence here, you saw even their gadgets being stolen on the floor, the full glare of the media. So, until the day you went to Serena, everything, in your own words, seemed to be okay and you're working so well. 2, you have said that the commissioners, and even in your presentation, Commissioner Anderi, you said you did not, the commissioners never verified he was chairman and a group he had selected. I would want to know, in your own understanding, if the commissioners are to verify, did you logically and with all practicality expect that from the 40-something thousand forms coming into Bomas, 7 of you were expected to verify and tally yourself, 7 of you, and that question had been asked by Senator Omar earlier. And in all previous elections, you may not have benefited from conducting another election, but at least 3 of the other commissioners had conducted another election before you. Did you logically expect that 7 of you would sit somewhere, tally all the forms? You have also said you had never seen any of the Form 34As, 34Cs. They are all on the portal, IEBC portal. And I respectfully heard what my senior counsel, His Excellency Kalonzo, said in terms of publishing election results. But if you read the Elections Act that was guiding your work as commissioners, I think it's section 39(1)(c) of the Elections Act, says that determination and declaration of results, the commission shall determine, declare, and publish the results of an election immediately after the close of polling. And once he says, for purposes of a presidential election, the commission shall publish the polling result forms on an online portal maintained by the commission. And I believe that was done. So I want to disabuse the notion that it has to be necessarily in the Kenya Gazette. The law is very clear that even on the online portal where all those forms were published, did you, as the four commissioners, the Cherera 4, Christian Cherera 4, attempt then to even tally? Because it doesn't mean that if Chebukati said you do not tally and the results are on a public portal, you cannot tally, and you ought to have known if what you are telling us that you truly believed that it was your work to tally. Verify each form and tally it yourselves. I would then want to believe that unless you abdicated your responsibility then as commissioners, you ought to have been tallying. Did you have an alternative tally that led to the assertions that were being said at Serena that the gap is too small? You do not agree with the results. And as has been said here by other people who are presented before us. Lastly, you are here, two of you. And Commissioner, I don't know whether Commissioner Cherera is out of the country or here. Commissioner Irene Masit says she's out of the country on security concerns, which have not been reported to the police other than to her advocate, Donald Kiporin. Maybe, I don't know if he runs a police station in his office. You are here yourselves. What level of security do you have? Do you have any security threats yourselves? Because as much as I saw you walking in confidently without not looking fearful at all. What is it that you have done that has not instilled fear in you and instilled to your two other colleagues? Or is it the question, with all due respect to Governor Cicely and Catherine, that the two are ladies and you are men? On a light note. Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner. Was that Masit? Commissioner Masit?
Yes. Yes, I want you to allow me to...
And I don't know why you didn't. Did you want us to see you, Commissioner?
I don't put a lot of time.
Commissioner, are you able to unmute your video icon so that we are able to see you, to be certain we are speaking to you?
Actually, I'm having challenge. It's my phone.
Okay.
I'm trying
okay, go ahead.
But
go ahead.
Me, I'll do it after. When I'm through, I'll do it when the others are speaking so that you can see me.
Okay,
so that
go
I
ahead.
take
Go
time
ahead.
to open it.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm asking is to pause where I am. I need to go somewhere, so I want to finish and then I just follow because of anything. One, the issue of Kulia not announcing the 27th. Actually, when we are met and agreed at 10 a.m., that day 10 a.m., Kulia was to go and announce. So to say that he was to announce and then the fracas started, it's a lie. He should have announced before even the chairman could announce the results at 4 p.m. So the reason why he said he wanted to announce and the reason why he didn't announce, he knows the reason why, because he kept them personal and never announced. So he delayed, it was from 10 he was to announce, but he didn't do it. The reasons, I don't know. Two, somebody said, why were we left out in the tallying process? Actually, when we joined the commission, they called us green-ons. They started isolating us. We have plenary minutes on issues. When it was on tender process, which we didn't agree, it's on record in plenary. Getting returning officers in consensus, they did alone. The three of them, they said we were green-ons. It's on record on plenary records in the commission and other issues. So it's not something which started in Bomas. It had been there, but we thought for the sake of the country, we needed to work together as a team. My threats were in two phases. My first threat was on to resign as a commissioner. And that one I did. But the second one, now, which made me run away, was to remove the case. Why am I having a case when all the others have resigned? And due to make it worse, you're spoiling for our province or our region or our community. So it's good to be on record. The second threat was to remove and do away with the case. So, and I could not do it. I could not. The tribunal, it is them who brought the tribunal. So if it is to withdraw the case, it's them to withdraw, not me. So that was the reason. Another thing somebody mentioned about Tuchu, that we are seeing with Tuchu. I want to deny that one, especially me personally, because Tuchu and Chupili took me to court. That time when I was appointed as a commissioner and said I was another ball. So how could I work with Tuchu when already I was having a case to be removed? So in that case, it is I cannot buy that one in. It is just it was just to tarnish some of us to show that we were with Azimio. So that one I cannot buy it in. Whoever said it. The issue of ballot papers. One of the chairmen mentioned that we went to Greece and they want to know what happened. On my side, we went earlier with Nyang'aya, with Kulia, and I want to be on record that when we were in Greece, we didn't even know that there were two ballot papers. Ballot paper 1 of 1 and ballot paper 1 of 2. And that's why we are saying we should open the servers, include even ballot boxes, because we don't know if all the ballot papers, the two sets were used or not. Because when the issue came out, it was agreed in Bomas with all political parties that ballot paper 1 of 2 should not be used and should be kept. And ballot paper 1 of 1 only was to be used. So that's the issue which I discovered myself after the second group went, and then the political party said, how come we have two types of ballot papers? But we were to have only ballot 1 of 1. How ballot 1 of 2 came out, it was not discussed at the commission, and it is not even on plenary or on record. So that's another issue. When we open the ballot papers and do the auditing, that issue needs to come up. When Merchant said that we refused the tallying because the margin was too small, I want to say first, there were no results which had come out. The dispute was on the 100%. It was 100.001. We were saying in counties, how come results go beyond 100? And I want to say that every vote counts, even if it's 1 vote. So even if that's why they say 50 plus 1, meaning even if 1 vote, it counts. So we should not say because the margin was so small that some votes should not count. And I want also to say, when we were announcing the results, we had a team, we had done elaborate, that's why we were working all together nicely. The returning officers were to come to the down of Bomas, sit with political parties agents and give us a summary to announce. So what we were announcing was summary. And that summary was to be taken to be typed and to be brought now, and each commissioner to check what they announced if it's matching with the typed work. But I want to tell this committee, the summaries went one way until today. We've not seen them. We've not seen what we announced, if it's matching what was typed. And while I was at the tribunal, we asked for those results, including from 34C. And it is on record and unanswered. Chebukati answered that all the results we pulled down because it was very expensive to maintain the system. So, one, we could not verify or check what was there because we were told the system had been removed and it was very expensive to maintain. And that one is even in the answered report of the Mutemile Tribunal. So the issue of somebody saying we should have gone round and also do our own research, it was not possible because 26,000 and everything you cannot do unless you have something, a paper and everything. The system, the process of the role of CEO, I want to say, this one also is in my case, the chairman wrote to have letters sealed specifically everyone. Me, I was taken out of the legal section, and the results, tallying and verifying at Bomas after announcing, the chairman put it in writing, it was Kulie and Marchal. So we have those letters, also it's in my case. So it was very clear when somebody says, why didn't you participate? We were given firm instructions in writing. Now, the issue of asylum, I want to say, as of now, I've not taken an asylum because I have a case in court. When you take an asylum, it means that you don't owe allegiance to that country you're dealing with. I'm on a visitor visa, and if issues are sorted out, I'll be coming home, and if not, because the case, until my case is over, I'll not come home. Because the issue now, which the problem I'm having threats, is to do with my case. So I'll seek to extend my visa until I see that case is done and finished. Finally, I want to thank the committee for giving me this opportunity to answer most of what has been said, but I believe my colleagues will do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masid Charera. Commissioner Charera, your final. Commissioner Charera. Yeah, she's
Okay. Thank you, co-chairs, for this opportunity. Let me talk about procurement in IBC, about the ballot papers. Procurement is under the Secretariat, and by the time we were recruited in September 2021, most of the strategic materials were already procured, meaning that they were already advertised and the process was way past. So we've had issues with the way things were done when we first arrived. And in our first plenary, we disagreed with the technology that was procured. And all of us said no. But this matter went to court, and then it was ruled that the procurement can proceed. My question to committee and even to the structure of IBC and the legal reforms that are going to be done. There is no avenue when the commissioners disagree, and especially when majority disagree, and there is no any other avenue, IBC being independent, to go and vet out for this matter to be agreed upon in an amicable manner, knowing that IBC is the referee, and referee needs to do things that are acceptable to each and everyone that is going to be participating in this thing. Many times in the commission, in the boardroom, we have differed in opinion, but for the sake of the country having an election in August the 9th, all these matters were quickly agreed upon and some put under the table so that we can have the election. As the commissioners, we have always had conflict. So this was not the first one, as was insinuated by the Supreme Court. It's only that there is no any other avenue. And I will propose something. In the future, can there be an ad hoc, can there be a neutral body that oversees IBC apart from JLAC? In that body should be like this bipartisan committee, so that things that the commissioners have already clashed about can be resolved, and then the commission moves ahead. The procurement of ballot papers was already done, and I will jog your minds back in July. I can't remember the specific date, but the newspapers in the country were all awash with news that ballot papers were coming from Uganda. And a honorable member was mentioned, whether it was data press or not. Funny enough, the night
of that day, the chairman called me and said that tomorrow we are receiving our legit ballot papers from the airport. As the vice chair, I was shocked why this is happening as if we didn't have a plan. Nonetheless, the next day, the chairman plus a few commissioners went to the airport to receive our ballot paper, and the rest remained because we had a function with Kenya Private Sector Alliance. That day, there was a clear departure of the commission not working together. But for the sake of the country, we stood and we told the country that everything is in order. It was just communication breakdown between the secretariat and the commissioners. That should not have happened in a civilized country like ours. That is something that breaks the trust, because if the secretariat will do something and they will not inform the commissioner, that is wrong. Let me submit to the committee that after that, the chairman proposed to the stakeholders that we will go to Greece to oversee the printing of the presidential ballot papers, because by then, papers had already started coming to the country. So the presidential ballot papers were the last in the schedule to be printed. So the stakeholders, I am a chair of the partners, so the stakeholders gave their names and we started the process of getting visa to Greece. The process took a little bit longer than expected. We had to get people intervene on behalf of the team. By the time we left the country to Greece, the presidential ballot papers were already printed, and were just doing the final bit of areas that had court cases that were slowly being concluded by the court. Say, for example, the Mombasa gubernatorial, that those were the last bits that were going to go into the printing. Our mandate was to check the presidential ballot papers and the printing was the same.
Cherera, sorry to cut you short.
Did the work.
Commissioner, sorry to cut you short.
Yes.
You said by the time you got to Greece, the presidential, all the other ballot papers by the time you left for Greece were here. But then you have mixed up yourself. You were talking about getting there and they were done, except cases in areas where there were cases like in Mombasa. But the presidential ballot paper is printed, one ballot paper for the entire country. It doesn't matter whether it's a case or not.
Yes, the ballot papers for presidential did have issues because remember we were printing the ballot papers for each voter for the whole country, and it is still the same, the content is the same for the whole country. So that one was already done.
Would you also probably talk about Smartmatic? Because when some of these materials were intercepted at the airport, it was then alleged that they were working for the commission. Were you guys aware?
No. That happened when we guys were in Greece, when the materials were intercepted by DCI at the airport. So the chairman and the few commissioners that were on the ground were handling that matter. But apparently, I also submit to the committee that the chairman was issuing press statements alone without consulting and bringing all the commissioners to speed on what was happening on the ground. So that was something else that another commissioner was on the ground.
That was on the matter of smart. Commissioner.
Yeah.
That was on Smartmatic, the pronouncements by the chair. That's what the co-chair wants to establish.
Yeah, I want to establish the commission chair issued a statement on Smartmatic, or whatever they are called, without your involvement. But if we remember well, DCI is actually DCI. Are you aware what DCI did with that matter if they were actually not commission staff? Because it was actually in the news, and the commission indeed issued a statement. Do you know then what happened with DCI on that matter? If, as you aver, they were not working for the commission.
The mathematics materials that were held at the airport by the DCI, I said that time the team, me and Wanderi were in break. So the statements that were being issued were not commission statements. The chairman did them alone. Until we came back, and we sat together with the Inspector General of Police and the team, and they said that they have sorted the matters amicably, and we did a joint press conference together with them.
So when you came back, let me get it right. When you came back, you had a meeting with the IG, Inspector General of Police. Were you in that meeting? All of you were there. And why did you not question if you think or if you believed they were not working for the commission? You participated then in a meeting with the Inspector General of Police that said you had sorted out the issue.
This, Co-Chair, security matters are very, they're not supposed to be conversed here, but what we did was we agreed with the DCI that this matter has been sorted because mathematics was the one procured to do the technology for elections. And we gave a joint statement after the back and forth statement from security and IBC. So that day we gave a joint entry that everything is under control. Mathematics was working.
Yes. Oh, that's okay. I wanted a comment on the secretariat, the competence, because you said it's like you, the greenhorns. To quote one of you, I think it was Masetu talked about you being referred to as greenhorns. It looks like most of everything, literally, the commission work is all the secretariat. Did you have time to investigate the efficiency of the secretariat? It looks like the chairman was working with the secretariat to the exclusion of the rest of you.
Co-Chair.
Yeah, I'd put that matter actually. I was hoping Wanderi was going to respond to it.
Yes, I will.
I can respond also.
Masit, you want to respond before Wanderi?
Give us an opportunity also to explain something.
Yes, indeed.
Because
maybe because we had hoped that as a co-chairs that we'll finish with them, because you never know with technology, it's mathematic type could cut them off.
And co-chair, we have maybe we.
Yes, Chair.
Cherera, if you have just a closing remark, then you allow us to deal with Nyang'aya and Wanderi.
Yeah.
We have the Council of Governors who have been waiting.
Okay.
Okay, let me say something small because what has been asked about Secretariat and the Commission. One, I want to make a proposal that at IPC we should have a Commission Secretary and then a CEO. At IPC, Commission Secretary and the CEO is one and the same. And you know, in most organizations, Commission Secretary is a lawyer or somebody who has done law. So most of the runnings of IPC, it was Chebukati and Marchal. In fact, before anything comes to plenary, they had to have a meeting before a meeting. And the other commissioners. So that when they are coming, what they are coming to present to us are things which have already been decided. So as such to endorse. But we said, for the sake of this country, we knew we will have time after elections. We said, let's focus on elections so that after elections we can look at these issues with KLAC. But it never came to pass. So it's true It's a one-man show of the chairman and the CEO, and the two other commissioners who are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners Cherera and Masit. You could
Yeah.
listen.
Yes, Chair.
You could continue listen.
My final remarks.
Okay, in half a minute.
Okay, thank you, Chair, the co-chairs of this committee. I want to submit to the committee that I was the vice chair and I was in the kitchen. Kindly, let's allow an in-depth closure to this matter, because only then the country can move forward. We wish to have a very independent and strong commission. If it is not for us, it will be for the generations to come. You asked whether I am in the country or out of the country. I am out of the country because of matters in security, being the vice chair and having taken a stand. I will not give details to this because it is very emotive, but if given a safe space, these things are going to come to light. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can then hear, Wanderi, the issues that we have been canvassed here. Some of them have been dealt by your colleagues out there. You don't need to repeat, right? But the issues that have not been dealt with, please, and be brief. Actually, you know, we had our rules that we give you 20 minutes. You have taken the whole afternoon. So be kind also to the work, and we consider the importance of your contribution, and that's why I've been flexible. So please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We thought we have been forgotten because the leaders in the US have taken almost all the time. I just want, first of all, to respond to the issue raised by Mheshimiwa Cicely, Amal, and Catherine. First of all, I want to be on record that we have not been pursuing a narrative as was indicated by Mheshimiwa Barire. We are not pursuing a narrative. And for me to prove that, let me give you one thing. I want to explain how the results were done. It was not possible for sure for the 7 commissioners to verify and tally 46,229 polling stations. We are talking from inside. So what happens when you cast your vote at the closure of the time of the polling station, there is the presiding officer at that polling station will count the votes. They will fill the form, the result form, and that is the form that Masit is talking about. It is actually not the ballot papers. It's the result form, which they had 2 copies. Once they are counted and they are entered in the record and they are signed by the agents, then the presiding officer at that polling station, using the KIMS kit, takes the photo, image of that result form. It is sent to the National Tallying Center, and then the same is sent to the constituency returning officer. Right? So, the correctness of those results is verified at that particular point. After that, according to the information we had from the mathematics who are providing the technology, it is that image that was, when it comes to the National Tallying Center, the same image is supposed to have been sent to the public portal, right? This is an issue which we need to address, because what happened? When the image went, you know, you cannot change the image. The image was converted from the image, picture image, to PDF. And what you are seeing in the public photo is the PDF. And that was not part of what was the result path. It is the same image that was supposed to appear as the public photo. That is important to note. After that, all the polling stations within a constituency are supposed to deliver the original form which they sent to the constituency tallying center, so that at that particular point, you are able to count the votes cast for the members of parliament and all the other candidates, including the presidential. Form 34B, the first one was the Form 34A. Form 34A was done at the polling station. Form 34B is done at the constituency, right? That is supposed to fill all the results, and at that particular point, the returning officer announces the presidential results in that constituency for each candidate, and they fills the Form 34B, right? It is filled at the constituency. And at that particular point, he will announce who are the winners. So what we are saying is, and that is what Mainakia said, the results are returned for the presidential candidate are returned at the constituency. Now, once you fill Form 34B, you come, you set the image, then you come with the original to the National Tallying Center. And that is why all the 290 constituencies...
Wanderi, just so that we don't go through the whole process, the specific questions were not on the process, because the process, all these people are political players, they know the process.
They don't know because of Omar. What Omar said.
The question, I'm just paraphrasing the question for you, because yes. I also had a related question.
Yes.
Because if we take the route you are taking, we may be here up to tomorrow.
Okay.
The question was, now the 34B that is used to declare results at the constituency, the four of you, did you have a single 34B that was different with the results against the results that were declared and on the public portal? Whether it was PDF, whether it was photograph, did you have one single form that showed or that you can show different results other than the declared results? That was just a straight question.
That question cannot be answered that simply. Let me explain why. Because Form 34B, when they were coming to the Bomas here at the National Tallying Center, all the Form 34Bs, after verification on the floor of the Bomas, and I saw you there, after verification by the agents, we were given to go and announce the results that has been verified at the floor of Bomas. That is what you saw us announcing, right? After we announced, the results were given to the chairman who went to tally. So the question is this, because they were not tallied before they were announced, they were announced after verification and they given to the chairman, and when the chairman went to tally,
again,
he did listen.
Again, Wanderi, just to quicken the process, you did have a problem.
It's important to understand that the chairman did that one without the commission.
That's what I'm trying to help you. The problem you had was at the point of announcement by the chairman for tallying, isn't it? Not at the point the form comes to Bomas, we verify as party agents, it goes to the chairman now, then the chairman has his own system at the corner to tally. That is a corner you have a problem with, isn't it?
Yes, because we were not part of it.
Fine, that is a problem, that's where you have the problem. So our question was, you have a problem with that corner. Since you had forms being verified on the floor, and you announced some of those forms, do you have a single of those forms that you think you announced or was verified on the floor, but then the chairman used a different form or different results to tally?
Mheshimiwa, it was not possible for anybody to know the results, the number that the chairman tallied. If I announced 2,000 votes for you as a presidential candidate, and after that, I hand over the form, because we were not supposed to handle. Those are the results that were surrendered to the chairman, and he signed, he has received them. If he entered in the tallying 2,500, how would I know?
So you never
system.
Maybe that's what you never. Sorry. I just wanted to be clear.
Just hold on. You hear from Omogeni?
It is important.
I just wanted to be clear.
You asked a question and I'm answering that question.
Yes, I wanted to be
We
clear.
were not involved
In tallying and verification.
And verification.
In the entire presidential result.
Verification was done by the card agents, and we were supervising that.
Yes.
But the tallying, we were not involved, and that is the responsibility of the commissioners.
So the results could have been changed after verification, before and before the final announcement upon the tallying.
And that is the darkest area we are talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Until the announcement.
A question to that assertion.
Yes, Cicely.
You know, Commissioner Wanderi,
Omar,
what
order.
you're saying is not a small matter.
It is not a small
You have
matter.
a whole
And that is
nation
why
to
we are
deal
here.
with here.
Yes.
How come you are not able to prove to the Supreme Court, show any evidence where what the chairman announced and what was verified was invariance? Why didn't you prove that to the highest court of the land? Then you come to bring it here.
Wanderi, I'll just
You had an
plead with you.
opportunity,
Just
Commissioner
listen.
Wanderi. You had an opportunity.
Cicely.
No,
Commissioner.
you know, he's making some very, very clear, serious allegations.
Commissioner.
And the question is, why were you unable to prove that what you're saying right now before the Supreme Court? That was your moment. That was your moment as commissioners.
Excuse me.
Then you bring it here, where we cannot verify what you're saying.
Can I, but Chairman.
Just hold on. I beg of you, relax. Just relax. That's why I'm asking you to relax. Yeah? Once you are relaxed, take your time, listen to the question being put to you. Don't start answering a question before it has even been put to you. That way you will save us a lot of time. Because you're interjecting, you don't even hear the question you are being asked, you answer a different question, and it clearly looks now like there is a narrative, as you are denying, you want to push. So I will plead with you, be patient. We have been very patient with you. Be patient and listen to the questions being put to you. Omogeni asked you a question. Cecily was in the verge of asking you a question. You keep interrupting. Allow her to finish. Cecily, just finish.
Sorry.
Chair, mine is a simple concern. He's come before this committee. They were party to the petition that was before the Supreme Court. Did you prove to the Supreme Court that there was a variance between what was verified in Form 34B and what the chairman tallied? Were you able to prove what you're saying here before the Supreme Court?
Chair, you know, Chair, we have.
I hope it's a question you're asking,
yes,
not answering.
It's a question I'm asking, and it speaks to the question I asked you. You know, we have the decision of the Supreme Court, okay? And if you read paragraph 55, on the issue of tally, this is what the Supreme Court says, that the chairperson on his part did not make matters any better by maintaining a stoic silence, even as things appeared to be falling apart. And I asked you a simple question, which I want you to confirm and explain to us, that did you participate in the tally?
Just hold on. Just note that question.
That's the only explanation I wanted from you. After that, I'll be at peace.
So you'll answer that. My other question was, so that you answer them together, in relation to what you had been asked earlier. you aver that you never participated in the tallying. The forms have been verified on the floor under your supervision and other commissioners and IEBC staff by party agents. They are satisfied, you go announce, and where they are dissatisfied, there was an appellate mechanism where you go and question. When all those forms were verified and you announce, then they go to the corner where they are being now tallied. The straight question we asked was, one, do you have a single incident where a form was verified on the floor, confirmed by party agents to be the results as announced at the polling stations, because the party agents were confirming against their agents' results? They confirm it, you announce, for instance, or Commissioner Ichungw'Ah announces, the form goes to Chairman Chebukati for tallying, and from the final tally, or as the tally, because the tallies are there on the portal, you could identify that the forms uploaded on the portal being used for tallying are different from the form that was used to announce the results. Number two, and lastly, Commissioner Anderi, it's not only the commission that was tallying. There were other institutions, including members of the Fourth Estate who were tallying, and Kenyans all over, and other people, including election observers. Are you here today telling us that the country can only believe the Cherera 4 commissioners, not everybody else who was in Bomas, not the election observers, not the Supreme Court? The country should only take Wanderi, Nyang'aya, Cherera, Masit as what they say is a gospel truth. Lastly, Commissioner Masit or Cherera, one of them said you are called greenhorns. I would want a confirmation from you as to whether that is true. You are greenhorns, whether you are referred to as greenhorns, and do you think you, having been seen as greenhorns, influence the other commissioners maybe to have the divisions that you have? Because that is what is important to this dialogue committee, to inform us on the process of appointing commissioners. We are not here to reevaluate or to reevaluate the Supreme Court decision or other state organs' decisions. We are here to look for solutions. Do you think the manner through which the four of you are appointed as commissioners had a bearing to the divisions that ended up with the commission? That, to me, is what would be guiding and helping this commission. So that next, when we appoint a new commission, we must know how do we appoint a commission that will not end up being dysfunctional, as you are telling us yours was.
Thank you. Just very finally, can you also just confirm, for record purposes, that even though you are party to the announcement of results as verified, okay, you had no capacity to know whether what you announced ended up in the final tally, okay, upon handling by the chairperson of the commission, upon exclusive handling by the chairperson of the commission? Okay. Yes.
Can I answer first and foremost?
Yeah, go ahead now and answer those ones.
Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, I want to answer the question.
Okay.
Yes. No, please let's also have some time. I want to confirm, contrary to the Constitution and the Election Act, the commissioners, particularly the four of us, were not involved in the tally. That is simple. And therefore, we cannot be able to say that what we announced was the same that was in the final tally.
Fair enough, Commissioner, since you also did clarify that it is not practical for all commissioners to do that work themselves.
So,
fair enough.
Not finished. I want to answer Mheshimiwa Ichungw'Ah. We are really here to help in We are really here to help in the Constitution and the IBC in future.
Yes.
We are not here to justify what we did or to question what the Supreme Court decision. We are not, and we do not want to go that route. We are looking at the future and saying, arising out of what is happening here, we are going to have a better commission. And that is why he gave those recommendations. Included the recommendation that there should be a body, and we are looking at a Committee on Administration of Justice to be able to intervene wherever there were issues within a commission, because you get to a point where you cannot agree, all of you or some of you, and the issues are important, and they are important to the nation. So we are proposing that there has to be a body that can be able to do that. So,
we are winding up now?
Yes.
Please.
Mheshimiwa Mbalile, with due respect, we are not saying we were right and everybody else was wrong. We are just explaining the procedure the way it happened. Where there are flaws within that procedure, let the committee recommend the legal action to be taken. That's what we are here for. Where there are issues that need to be clarified, let the committee pick them up and be able to hear. Mheshimiwa Ichungw'Ah, we are not going that route. We are here to assist this committee.
Okay. Thank you, Anderi.
Although he didn't answer my most pertinent issue about whether there was a single form
any variances in
that was in variance with what the. Yeah, I mean, you are a commissioner. You also had access.
Okay,
to
allow him to.
I'm sorry.
And you don't. I don't know. Is also an answer.
I will be very brief. All the forms were surrendered to the chairman. No commissioner was having any form, and for that reason, there's nothing. Yeah. There was nothing to produce, because the whole document, after we announced.
You do not know.
We do not know.
Very good.
After that. That is
Commissioner Nyang'aya.
Yes, thank you very much. A lot has been covered by my colleagues, but I want to put something straight, very clear, about the CEO coming in and giving the chairman Chebukati a 3-page, I think it was a 3-page or a 4-page paper document. And he gives him, they didn't talk. He looked at this paper and he said, oh, we have a winner. And then we are now trying to see who is the winner. And then he says it is the deputy president. He walks out of the boardroom, goes to his office, and comes back generously with documents for each one of us. That document was a summary of county data. It was not the result for 34C. 34C is the result. Now, looking at the document, and we asked, Mr. Chairman, how do I know when I actually...
Nyang'aya, with all due respect...
No, let me finish, please, because this is important.
Let me guide Commissioner.
Yeah.
We did guide that we do not want to reopen the Supreme Court matter.
I agree, but you asked a question, sir.
It's a question that you want you to answer,
yes,
not the process as it were. Because
and so
there are the things you said in your affidavit, maybe litigated in court. Please don't take
maybe just summarize.
But
that bit of Chebukati coming with things here.
Now that one. And so when now we thank you very much. And now then when we ask the question, what he said is this: the law gives me the responsibility to announce and declare results. And we said, but you can only do that from what we have verified. And we didn't actually know what had been verified. So he said, listen, people have been waiting the whole day.
You didn't know what had been tallied or verified?
We did not know what had been tallied.
Yeah, because verified was...
Yes, we didn't know. Because it is summarized in a county format, not constituency format as we had been announcing. And so he says, the law gives me the responsibility to go and declare results. And we asked, but Mr. Chairman, is this the commission result or this is your result? And he said, anybody who wants to work with me to declare results, follow me. And we are not children. And I realize that you did make a bit of a fuss around the word arrogance. So I am not going to use it. But that's how we felt. And Chebukati walked out and we were left because in the boardroom. And that's what I want to make very clear, that we were left in the boardroom. Amongst us, therefore, we say...
Allow me, Nyang'aya, now that you have gone into the details, was that before or after the National Security Advisory Council set foot in Bomas?
It was at 4:30. The National Security had come at about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
We had finished with...
And just also by way of follow-up, so by the time Chebukati walked out to go to the main stage, that's what he was doing, isn't it? When he said, those who want to announce the results, follow me. So he was coming to the main auditorium.
I suspect that's what he was doing.
So between that time, the time he was just getting to the main auditorium to announce the results, that's the time you left for Serena? Or because that was great speed?
No, we stayed to consult. We said, what do we need to do right now? And we realized that we need to go and tell the country that we are not working together with Chebukati to the state to announce. So what then do we have to do? And we decided that we'll go to the press center, which is just out here. And we decided that we'll go there. And somebody said, no. Here, people will fight. It is dangerous. Can we go somewhere else? And we agreed that we'll go somewhere else.
Okay, just to be quick. So you left, Chebukati left you in the boardroom, he walked into the auditorium.
No, we don't know
where he went. He left. He don't know where he went. He said, those who want to follow me, follow me. Yeah. You are left seated in the boardroom.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then as he announced, maybe that's when you went to Serena?
Because your announcement came before we were looking, there was a split screen.
The announcement came before Chebukati.
The time doesn't reconcile.
We were not in control of what Chebukati was doing after he had left the room.
Yes, but Chair.
Whether he had gone to the toilet or gone to the kitchen.
But Chair.
Yes.
These same commissioners who claim they have no idea what was being tallied, immediately the chairman said, those who want to announce the results with me, follow me. They don't know what has been tallied, quickly ran to Serena, and Cherera's words were that the votes have been, the announcement is 100.01%.
Which is 231.
Which is 142,000 votes more than what has been tallied. So they didn't know what has been tallied, but within the moment of leaving Bomas and getting to Serena, they already know what has been tallied. What a contradiction. People who know nothing suddenly know the figure, even including 0.01.
That's the first statement.
Let me correct
Nyang'aya, maybe you've heard what Seth is asking.
Let me correct this, because this is very, very important. Yes. We had the results of what Chebukati thought was the result. which was not the result. It was in county format. It did not tell anybody and us that Muranga, for example, that we had announced was this, because it was subsumed into a county format. When you are talking about, Mheshimiwa Mbarire,
county format, you mean the aggregate of the votes at the county level?
At the county, not at the constituency.
Not at the constituency.
And Form 34C is all about constituency.
So let me ask, are you saying that you never populated the results per constituency in Form C?
No, we didn't.
You never?
What was given to us was on the county. We never did that.
You confirm.
We were hoping that we'll get that.
So as we speak today, can I get it clear? As we speak today, do we have Form 34C that has results from 290 constituencies?
We have never seen that. We never saw it on the day that Chebukati brought the results.
Yeah. You do not have, you have not seen good answer.
But let me
just pick it up from there as you go back to Sicily. Were those matters canvassed in your affidavits at the Supreme Court?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. And we did indicate we are not reopening the case. Answer says.
Yes,
now,
let me just answer. The 152 that you said, 142 that you said that we knew about, we did not. It is at the Supreme Court. After we had sat down, we sat down and computed that.
But
we never said.
But you know, I have my
Commissioner Nyang'aya, that is absolutely not true.
On my phone, I have the video of your statement.
It's absolutely not true, Commissioner.
Serena. Cherera
maybe you play it.
actually referred to the 100.01%, which he said translates into 142.
That was the second press conference.
And that,
Wanderi. The first press conference.
That was the first day.
Yes.
When you went to Selena.
Yes.
We said we will give a statement
later.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
That is a statement that contained what Mheshimiwa Mbarire is saying. All right?
Okay, Nyang'aya, please conclude.
Yes.
So, as I conclude,
please.
As I conclude, we have goodwill for this committee and for the country. And we need to soberly examine all these things that people say, because it will come back and bite us one day. Because some of the statements that we are making may not be resonating with other people at this time. But for democracy, it is about the ballot box. By and by, we might actually not have ballot papers in the box, but we might actually have a human being in the box making decision on behalf of the people, because they have been given opportunity to unilaterally make those.
Commissioner, there is one last question you didn't answer. The mode, which I said is the most important thing for this dialogue committee. Do you think the mode of your appointment had anything to do with the dysfunctional nature of the commission that you served in?
Yes, I want to say and answer it in this way. Kriegler report did say that commissioners needs to be selected 2 years before. We were only selected 8 or 9 months before the elections. That way, we had found that many things had been done, and when we walked in, it is as if we are an interference.
So you feel the manner in which you are appointed had a bearing as to the workings of your commission, hence you being called greenhorns, feeling you are left out, and you think the country should follow the Kriegler recommendations in that light?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
But Wanderi also thinks, just a minute, Commissioner. Wanderi also thinks that the executive commissioners, against the recommendations of the Kriegler Commission, is also a good thing?
Yes.
And is that a direct question?
Yes, it's a good thing.
You think we should have executive commissioners?
I think so.
At least a chair and the vice chair, the way you put it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a chance, Chair, also, and let's, we be honest because we want to make things better, that whoever appointed you or proposed your name influenced the decisions you made in that commission? And therefore, the division that was there, because all these people came from somewhere, proposed by certain politicians.
Maybe any one of you can answer that question.
That really helps us in the way forward for the commission.
I can go.
I wonder, let us allow, is that...
Does the current system allow for politicians to appoint people?
No, that's what I was going to say.
I thought you applied.
In paper, it doesn't. In practice, in the last four commissioners were actually appointees through certain politicians. That's a fact.
In actual fact, Commissioner Wanderi, and I will allow Commissioner Wanderi, then Commissioner Masit to close in answering that question, and I would want you to draw reference to the High Court decision that invalidated the manner in which you are appointed by having the Parliamentary Service Commission having 4 panelists, and it was largely felt that it was unconstitutional by the court. The court declared that particular act that led to your appointment as having been unconstitutional and said it was unfair for one institution to appoint 4 panelists. And that's why I asked you that particular question. And it's also common knowledge that then it was only 2 political players that participated in that process.
Can I say that the perception...
Hold on, Masit. Allow Wanderi 1 minute, then we'll close with you 1 minute.
I want to say this is perception. I attended an interview and I qualified for the position of the commissioner. I was not aware there was politicians that were behind that.
Correct.
Therefore, if there is anything that this committee can recommend which can clear that perception for future, we are agreeable.
Okay, thank you.
Part of it is what we are doing, Commissioner, I can assure you. I would have asked you how you are related to Honorable Kanini Kega.
We are not related at all.
Let's avoid that push.
Let's also, Chair, before Commissioner Masit says anything, if we really want to help this country...
Hold on, Masit.
If we really want to help this country, we must be true to what we do, and we must face the facts. The facts are commissioners were proposed by certain politicians. If I was asked to substantiate, unfortunately, I don't want to go that route, I would. And they know the truth, except they want us to believe they just found themselves on a table for interview. And so if we want to help the future, we must stop politicizing the IEBC Commission by making sure the people who go there do not go there to protect the interests of certain politicians.
We hear you, Governor says, and that's why I cautioned Commissioner Wanderi that indeed the High Court agreed in the case filed by Omtata that the process through which you are appointed was unconstitutional because one institution was overbearing over all other stakeholders in an electoral process. Commissioner Masit, you are closing for us in half a minute.
Thank you.
And I hope it's to answer a question, not a lecture.
Yes, I want to talk on the issue of appointment, and I want to say for record that I'm a career public servant. I served in CKRC as deputy of the member. I served in IPPRC for boundaries.
And the CDF board.
And I was also a director of CDF and now as a commissioner. So I want to say I was qualified for the job. I was not pushed by anybody, but I did an interview and qualified like anybody. That's why I was taken to court.
Thank you very much.
to say that I was an Udamon just because I came from this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Chair,
Yes.
in finalizing, I want us to say that the procedure was canvassed, announcing, and then verification, and then declaration. So, announcing came before verification and declaration of results. So that's where we missed verification, but declaration was the chairman. And finally, on the issue of Tutu, I think Tutu should be called. He said some commissioners went to meetings and he mentioned names.
Okay.
So I think also that issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Masit.
Thank you very much.
We wish you all the best. Asante. I think we close it there.
Yes, I think now we shall excuse you, commissioners, Wanderi and Nyang'aya.
Do we take lunch?
I must confess that Nyang'aya is a personal
Council of Governors.
Okay,
I'm a personal
let's bring in the Council of Governors.
COG. Thank you very much, Cherera and
Yes, if you have any documents you would want to leave with us, we will be happy. And if you want to make any further submissions in writing, we're also happy to receive, including Commissioner Masit and Commissioner Cherera. We have Omar. We have agreed, Senator Mugeni, because of the time we have taken with IEBC, we will step down Kipra. We finish with the Council of Governors. On Monday, we shall have
now, can we have order?
Please,
Nyang'aya and Wanderi.
Please excuse us so that we're able to continue.
I know you're very popular people, but for now, allow us to
continue with the meeting.
Continue with our work.
We have finished with you, but we are here to finish with our work. Members, I was just bringing up to speed after consultation with the co-chair. We had on Monday individual members of parliament who had wanted to appear. We have proposed that we stand them down since we have not also allowed other individual Kenyans to appear, except the ones we identified in the beginning, to the Attorney General Emeritus and the others. So we have asked the Secretary, we step down this if you are in agreement. In their place, we have the Kenya Institute of Public Policy, KIPRA. Agreed? Mogani?
Imogen, when are we ending these public hearings?
Can we first deal with the issue at hand?
Yeah.
Unless you have an objection, I had said
I have no objection.
We had consulted.
We have no objection
with the co-chairs and agreed we step down the individual members of parliament, since we are not also listening to individual Kenyans, so that we don't look discriminatory to other Kenyans. And they all have written memoranda. We shall consider their written memoranda, so that in their place we'll have Kipra.
Okay.
So you asking a question from the schedule, you can see we are supposed to finish on
Tuesday.
Tuesday evening.
Hey. Personally,
or public hearings.
Personally, I would have loved those MPs to appear. You know, if you are a member of parliament, you have seen an invite.
They have all. We have all their written memoranda.
But when they come here,
you know what politicians love most.
We shall write to them explaining why we can't have them.
You know, let me tell you.
We could also.
You see, Chair.
Yeah.
This process needs.
By the way, let me. Sorry. Let me.
This process.
Omugani, let me guide you. If you look at the program, there is a group that is a caucus of 27 members of parliament. That one is appearing on Tuesday at 8 a.m. The ones that were in an organized grouping. It is the ones who wrote to us individually, like many other Kenyans have done, and sought also to appear individually.
Chairman, the outcome of this process can be susceptible to a challenge. If these guys have written to us and we have recognized that they should appear, let us give them a chance to appear. Even if you put them together as a group.
I hear you, Senator.
Yeah.
Many other Kenyans have written. If Omar, you can be orderly.
Can we deal with that after this?
Maybe we deal with that.
I think so, yeah.
The Council of Governors. But we.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
We record your strong objection.
We deal with it after
but just bear in mind, we'll open a Pandora box for every other person. We are on the 30th day. We are here to start dealing with anything.
Okay. Senator, you made the point. Senator, you made the point. Well, let us just visit it after we finish the COG. You want us to deal with this now?
To be fair, they had only been granted that on account of being members of parliament. And why don't you give me 1 second? And on the same basis, how many other Kenyans have written asking to appear, including some who are writing to me directly. So what stops this committee from listening to all other Kenyans individually, and then we can go to parliament and seek for more time? Then we take another 1 month. Governor, I thought you were to be on the other side. Sir. Council of Governors. This is Secretary of the Council of Governors, Karibuni. I am certain, yes, at least my co-chair seems to be doubting whether it's the Council of Governors.
No, you know, my co-chair, the impression I had was that we are meeting the Council of Governors. And I thought the definition of Council of Governors is such that it encompasses the sitting governors, not...
And particularly, Mr. through you, Chair, when you are requested to push the meeting forward on the basis that we are meeting with the Deputy President as governors. So anyway, but we can still proceed and listen.
I didn't get you, Matt. Sorry.
Said particularly when a request was made that the governors will be meeting the deputy this morning, and therefore that we schedule them for this evening. So therefore, but I still think the views will not change, even if the presentation is from the Secretariat. So,
but questions on behalf of the Council of Governors, we can just actually take note of the memorandum. Yeah. Yeah, really.
Had you sent a written memorandum?
Maybe unless Cicely sits there.
No.
you cannot defect. Maybe Secretariat. Who had you invited?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Luigi Mary. I'm the CEO of the Council of Governors.
Just hold on, CEO. Who had you invited?
The CEO, Council of Governors.
The Council of Governors. And we have the Secretariat.
I have the letter here.
Yeah.
From the committee here, addressed to Mary Mwiti, the Chief Executive Officer of the Council of Governors.
Asking the Council to appear, not the Secretariat. I think we will take note of your appearance, and we will want to engage with the Council of Governors. If they wish to appear, you can communicate to them if they wish to appear. Sasa, but thank you for coming. If you have, as Kenyans, if you have memoranda that you had sent, we shall take note of it.
Would
Yes,
request the
CEO.
indulgence of the committee to allow the Secretary actually to present the memorandum. And I
You
want to
shall
confirm-
present to the Secretariat the memorandum. We shall listen to the Council of Governors if they wish to come, but not the Secretariat. We are sorry.
Thank you very much. We shall excuse you for now. Yeah. Members which are adjourned now until Monday 9 a.m. Yeah.
Chair, may I kindly request something? While I agree clearly, I think the way the letter was written may have made, because I know there has been a lot of consultations between the governors as we're trying to develop our memorandum. May I kindly request then you allow us to come as governors next week? Yes. Yeah, so that and I don't think they came because they thought they can fit in. I think they came because the letter was written to the CEO, and I know she's been consulting us, and we've been giving, and there has been a small technical team with our chair of legal affairs, Mutula Kilonzo. So, but we will ask that we be allowed next week. We come, even if it's for 30 minutes, yet to see mambo mingi, and then they can make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. Yeah.
So we will schedule, Secretary, you schedule a time next week for the Council of Governors.
And you can come with them, really.
Yes, you can accompany the Council of Governors.
Actually, Chair, Monday might be a good day because I know we have the Council of Governors meeting. They could come
What
later
time do you
in
propose?
the day, but I'll consult the Chair and come back to you. Maybe
can-
around 4 or 5.
Yeah.
After our meeting at the Senate, of the Council.
3:30 to 4 p.m. Monday.
Mary, did you hear that? 3:30 to 4 p.m. on Monday, so that you can come as many governors as possible.
That is in order.
Okay.
Thank you. So as we are saying, meeting adjourned to Monday, 9 a.m. See you. I have seen the letter was addressed to the council, but of course, it goes through the CEO, so it should have been relayed to the CEO, to the council.